Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
Well, as they say in Japan, howdy. Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. We've got ourselves week 9 of Overwatch, the last one here before the playoffs, and this one is really going to determine which team makes it to the playoffs. My name is Infernosis, joined here by the wonderful Yelker with his phenomenal glasses. Our production is entirely wrong about that, and I'm looking forward to this matchup we've got here in Game 1.
Thank you for saying the glasses look good. Yeah, production completely has that backwards. And honestly, just to get back to the game, I'm very excited for this one as well. This one determines who goes into the playoffs. It's a 6 seed versus a 7 seed. And I do believe the case is University of Buffalo has to 3-0 this game to move on to the playoffs. So they got a lot riding on every single map this game. I'm looking to see them come out with a lot of thunder and hopefully steal this first map and keep the momentum going.
Yeah, and our first map of the day, I believe, is going to be Busan. So an interesting one to start off on. And like you jabbed at me a little bit about, and everyone we have here available today, kind of a Widowmaker map. We're going to be seeing some maps where Widowmaker can actually, rear her beautiful face, but I'm predicting Ashes as well. I think Ash has a lot of viability for some of the tight control space that there is with those dynamites. I think we could see an Ash instead, but quite frankly, I think that this match alone inside of this Champions division is going to be one of the most fun ones I've been able to cast. I mean, University of Buffalo with Duran's Bane, a phenomenal main tank that's having to come through. I believe is one player of the game, player of the week, I should say, before. I mean, we may need to keep an eye out again for that one. So a lot to keep an eye out for, but this one's going to be a quick and heavy matchup the entire way through. One side has to win over the other if they want a chance to make it into the playoffs.
It's funny you should say that about Bane because I actually casted him the week that he got player of the match, and it was his birthday on the game day. So, a little consolation prize that he got to take home. And I'm also excited to see Spunk on the other team for ETSU. He's a player who main support, 4,200 rank on support, but for this team, the roster is limited, has to fill on the main tank role. So, has to completely adapt his playstyle, what he's used to playing at his highest level, and then see if he can elevate this ETSU team today.
I'm really looking forward to that one. If you take a look over at some of the notes we've been getting, and I won't go into more detail about the actual game notes, I won't go into the player notes. Duran's Bane likes to be obnoxiously loud, so, I mean, obviously, I'm a part of that group as well. Growing up, my parents would absolutely agree with that one. We've got, Cantor, who really likes the AC-130 comp. You got Juice, who really loves Animal Crossing. You've got a lot of notes going across, and a couple notes for the opposing side. 5 out of 16 of their rosters made top 16 of the NACE Fall Overwatch playoffs, and they fell to Northwood, who eventually became the champions. So, both sides having a lot to go for them. Obviously, East Tennessee State University, ETSU opting for a little bit more serious note style instead of just saying, hey, we like anime or Animal Crossing. But I think that University of Buffalo is coming out pretty strong into this one. Both teams in desperation need to get into playoffs, so I think that it's going to be pretty aggressive from the start. What are your opinions here about Brawl at this level of the Champions Division?
Man, Brawl is just the staple. It seems like all the way up into Gladiators, even at this point with the current patch, Brawl is just what is played. Usually Reinhardt and a Diva for the ultimate rushdown, with a Lucio and a Baptiste, just so the Brawl can have the tempo it needs to with the speed and the immortality field to stay alive through long fights, big ultimates. I like the comp a lot, but I also really like comps that are split out. It was Kentaro who says he loves the AC-130 comp. I believe that's a Pharah and an Echo. That can create a ton of off angles to spam in on a Brawl comp, and they really can't do much to actually do damage onto two birds at one time. So if this is a team that can adapt to those kinds of comps, I'm excited to see them play and see if they're able to just kind of big brain around the Brawl comp of the opposition. But it's going to be interesting. What are your thoughts?
I mean, honestly, when you cast for some of the lower divisions where it can be really, even if you play such a competent strategy like Brawl, it can kind of go either way. Double Bubble being such a great counter to Brawl, a lot of teams aren't comfortable with that one as well because, I mean, anyone that's played Wrecking Ball goes, oh, he's so much fun to play, but at the same time, it's actually difficult, especially when you're trying to, full dive with that, trying to go in with a Winston and Zarya as well to counter. Winston isn't just to dive in and drop your shield and then play with it. There's a lot more small intricacies around it, and I know that you were, a Reinhardt main as a tank line, so you have a little bit more experience when it comes to that, but trying to build your DPS around that, which is where my specialty is, trying to build your DPS around that can be very difficult. If your team's a little bit more comfortable staying back, then Double Bubble isn't always the name, and if you're going to rock a Double Bubble, then maybe bring out that Ashe that I spoke about a little bit earlier before. Control map with Ashe, pretty darn strong, but at the same time, Control is just, it's just a breeding ground for Brawl. You just need a Reinhardt on point to swing that big hammer around and contest, but taking a look, our production was letting them know that this was a pretty important game in the chat, and Juice immediately goes, playoffs do not matter as long as you have friends beside you. So maybe that is the spirit they need to make it through, but if they don't get their head in the game real quickly, then this one may be stolen by ETSU.
And I like that from Juice too. You can kind of tell by the notes that this Buffalo team, they like to have fun. And this ETSU team, they're playing for a more established program, I think. So they put a lot on the line when it comes to winning. But Buffalo, they're coming out here with a good attitude. I like to see that from Juice. Hopefully they can keep it through all three maps. Infernosis, I'm excited to get underway at Busan. I hope we get to see a Widowmaker just for you so you can shout when they start to click some heads. And I hope it all starts to come together, man.
Oh man, I can't tell you how excited I am every time I'm to see a Widowmaker. And some of the lower divisions, like, oh, a Widow can carry through, but you have to have a team around a Widow to really come through in a Champions Division matchup. That is where every player is at the top of their game, consistency at its finest, and there's nothing else to it. And seeing a Widowmaker here would just be the piece de resistance when it comes to a strategy. But currently taking a look up top, both teams opting for that Torbjorn, not too shocking. There's a lot of high ground potential up here and some safety nets to place those up. Maybe see some nest-style gameplay. I know that one team, University of Buffalo, likes the AC-130 comp, so maybe we'll see that come through. I don't think there's a lot of space here for that, but you'll never know.
And this is a map 2 mecha base where you could really get a lot of value out of a Mei, especially once you capture the point. Walling off the stairs is a very effective way to just make sure you hold this point for as long as possible without using ultimates too. That's the key about Mei Wall and why she's in such a strong place today, why you can probably expect to see her today. But these compositions in Phronosis that we're getting a first look at are very interesting. I love what Buffalo's got cooking up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing a Doomfist right now, which already has me pretty spicy in the moment. I really like seeing a Doomfist. Oh, never mind, Caster's Curse. I'm just going to never speak again, starting off strong. Now, again, she switched over, not a bad decision. I would have preferred the Doomfist to really put some torment into the opposing team, maybe catch that, players catch the Hanzo off guard, he can flank in. If those Storm Arrows connect enough, then it can be dangerous, and, that Shimada brother combo, the counter may be what you need, but they're rocking the double Shimada brothers on the opposing side right now. They really got to see if they can connect with enough of them, but this brawl going off immediately between Spunk and Durnsbane is going to be a pretty big differential in this first fight.
ETSU just took space a little bit earlier there. Now the Reinhardts still begin to clash. Zarya bubbles get used. Tons of cooldowns exchanged right now as the team looks for a pick. Looks like Spomp going in with very low resources, gets taken on a road trip and pinned by Durnsbane, but still it looks like ETSU can gain some momentum out of this fight with 2 quick picks.
Yeah, random person's going to get knocked out of the mech, however, and it may be a little bit of a helpful factor that Zarya at full charge of Kev may be looking to punish, and they're getting pretty close to being able to do so as Random's not able to get enough of that charge back, but already a Dragon Strike coming from Sketched, trying to deal some damage, but a Shatter finding 2. They'll be able to stun Durnsbane to not allow it as the brawl comes through, and 2 garage doors down, and it's looking like ETSU with a high noon from nowhere, finding 3 will secure and keep the objective in their name.
It was a fantastic window put up by Snoozy and then Burmow right behind it with the high noon. Immortality field already used by Blank. The shield from Durnsbane was cracked and couldn't stay up. And just the dominant McCree ultimate coming through to not just secure the point, win the first fight, but to keep them going. And they're already a third of the way done.
You're going to see them getting forced to fight inside this doorway.
Oh!
Pretty dangerous. Is that a reflected grab? What was it, Eaton? What just happened here?
Wow, random person on top of it, wide awake to start this game.
What? Wow. I mean, that one was entirely denied. Kev is just getting off. No chance. Getting off the Zarya does want nothing to do with it anymore. Switching to the Hammond, the Wrecking Ball. Random person devouring it like a nice dinner. Absolutely gorgeous from the start.
Pretty much the highest value play you can hope for on D.Va defensively. Now throws in the bomb that is able to find Juice.
Now jumping on top, Kev will be able to knock out one tap Sketched, and Random Person will continue their dominant reign. This front line we're seeing right now from ETSU has not been stopped whatsoever. They're continuing this rampage, now taking the brawl all the way to the front door of their spawn. UB have no answers to it as of the moment. Maybe Durnsbane can get a charge to maybe force, but he needs to get his team behind him if he wants to have it engaging. Here comes a Blade. They're going to dash through, hoping Kentaru can find a kill in the process, but nothing's dropped in combo with the Dragon Strike, but there's one in return. It'll find Zach in the end, but nothing coming from the opposing Sketched. This fight going in both directions. Still no victor has been decided, but ETSU just needs to keep them off and keep getting these kills. Juice able to tap it just slightly, but they'll all fall in the end.
TK had a really good Dragon Strike just to try and get them to the point, but in the end it just wasn't enough. ETSU had so much that they could just keep throwing at University of Buffalo on their way into the point, and that was a phenomenal way of locking up the round. I was so impressed by Random Person coming out of the gate in this game, already making a complete case for themselves to take over as player of the match. If they keep up this level of play, it's going to be incredible for ETSU.
Obviously, this tank-on-tank lineup right now, It's not going so hot, I'd say, for University at Buffalo. Durensbane just not able to get through with the full presence. I don't know if it's a problem with maybe the DPS not able to hit enough to remove out the shield quicker, if they're just losing out on that differential in their shield HP to force the brawl. But as of the moment, it looks like ETSU are just winning this front line, and it's really putting a big tear on University of Buffalo. They need to find an answer to it. And they're going to try to. They're switching to Tracer now instead of Hanzo, and they brought out the McCree. Maybe this is that DPS difference they need, but when Kike takes so much damage at the start and is forced to do that recall very early on, it might not bode well. But Blank will finding Sponk, but you've lost your Ryan as well, because Permao is able to clean up Durans. And a back and forth, no front line available left, just a secondary tank to try and support. And Random Person's been on top of it from the beginning. Gintaru finding Burmau. McCree on McCree. One out here by University of Buffalo, but the fight still engages onward.
Yeah, the front line is back. Sponk is in the mix. He's got the speed boost barreling in, but Gintaru doesn't stop popping off. Kike also finding the kill on the sketch. Should keep this point secured for University of Buffalo.
Be able to hold on to it. They, get them kills, get themselves some kills towards the end, and maybe force a couple players out. But as of the current moment, ETSU have not really decided to switch anything up just yet. They're going to stick with their tried and true, trusting in what they have. Maybe that University of Buffalo will make that small mistake, but worry about that pulse bomb that can come through, catch a player off guard, drop it behind the shield. Maybe Random Person will get another eat, but there's a grab coming up as well. Need to keep that right click ready for the Diva player and hopefully gobble that one up again, because that could be a pacemaker set for the opposing side.
Graviton Surge thrown right into the wall. No chance for Random Person to eat that one, but Sponk lands the big slam to put a stop to that window thrown up from Blank. And it's all ETSU in the feed. Infernosis. That was a snowball fight with a lot of ultimates committed.
Yeah, that grab from Kev, it may not have gotten eaten, but it doesn't seem to matter when Endurance just doesn't have the shield up, and Sponk's able to connect to not just 2 or 3, but basically all of them on the opposing side, charging in consistent damage, and is able to absolutely dominate from the get-go. And now you've got a push that has to come through as Buffalo's going to go for a boost, drop it in. You're going to have a high noon come as well. There's the pulse bomb finding too, but it's going to be a high noon for Burmau to find Gintaru. And it's even back into this fight, but one of these teams still have their tank line, and Burmau's not done yet killing.
It's a very important kill for him to get to. That gives his team a clean advantage. He steps up. He's so aggressive right now, two-tapping Juice, and he's still just creating the front line all on his own. Sponk finally catches up with him, but he's all alone in front of his Reinhardt, saying he doesn't need a shield. He just trusts himself to hit those shots, and he is just locking this point down for his team. Infernosis, we're halfway through this round. Only ultimate for ETSU is that B drop to bail him out, and I'm not sure when they need to use it.
There goes the high noon. It's not going to be able to kill anyone in the process, but Blank will onto Sponk, and that's the second time we've seen Blank do it, but they'll find Snoozy as well. Still blue in the feed. Buffalo coming out of the beginning, maybe losing that frontline Sponk player is kind of just the massive detriment that your side cannot face off against. You lose that shield, and everything comes up in the end as Durensbane drops the shatter and completely just sweeps up the rest of your team. Now ETSU need to get a retake of this objective. They don't have any else to do it besides that, like you said, bailing out one of Zach on that B drop.
They can use that very hyper-aggressively, too. You saw Juice do it in the last fight to make sure University of Buffalo didn't die. And Zach can do it to the same potential on this fight, but Gintaru opening up with an early pick on Sponk means it's not the right time just yet.
Yeah, being able to pick up 1 and eventually pick up 2 as well into Burmau. They're going to continue to clean up where they need to, just delaying the spawns even further as Sketched is written out and erased into this one as Kev will clean it up. But they've got to make sure they keep their spawns a little bit staggered. If you can delay them a little bit more, charge your ultimates a little bit more. ETSU have not found the answer to get their ultimates up. They've now got 3. There goes a Graviton from Kev. Could be dangerous as 2 garage doors are dropped from both sides. An Immortality Field saving, but as of the moment, no deaths have still dropped. There comes a high noon, finding 2 from Gintaru. Snoozy and Zach out for the fight as Sponk finds 1 before being felled as well. And it's still mostly blue. Here comes Burmau, but it's blocked as well. And it's looking like Buffalo's going to take map 2 here, or sorry, round 2 of map 1. We're going to have to go to the overtime 3 decider.
And that was the Gintaru show right there for sure. Keeping his team alive and in this one, tying up this important Busan map. I mean, we know it has to be a 3-0. There's so much life in this very first map, and there is going to be in every single one. I'm so stoked to see that it's this close so far. This is exactly what I was hoping to see we would get from this game, and so far these teams are delivering.
Hey, you got to make sure consistency across the board. And one thing we were seeing a little bit lacking from the University of Buffalo in round one was their inability to get their tanks into a situation to fight onto the objective. And ETSU did a phenomenal job of denying that. But when it came to a wider map and an easier way to get to and fight on the point, it was a lot more even, and Buffalo was able to take it in the end. This one's going to be nearly identical. In fact, of that second round, we're going to be seeing a lot more wide open space, a lot more entries into the side, and a lot more even team fights that can come across the board. So maybe University of Buffalo are going to come into this one a little bit more swinging than their opposing team.
I would hope to see it. I would like to see Durnsbane make a little bit more noise out there. But I'm really liking what ETSU has done every single round so far. They've taken a rather odd rotation, and they don't end up where you would expect them to start these points. And then they just come in with a full head of steam and a speed boost. Burmow makes quick work of Juice, and they're not done there. The Reinhardt is in the back line. It seems like they've taken away all the space on the point in a flash. That was a perfect rushdown we just witnessed.
They may have lost out on their spunk, but I don't think it's going to matter. They were able to dive the back line, separate their mid and back line away from their front line, and Durnsbane didn't have to shield up in front of any of those opposing players, and they were able to just systematically dismantle any and all opposition in the process. Not much they can do about it. Now, University of Buffalo is going to have to figure out an answer to it. They do have an ultimate as well. Blank can drop down the garage door, maybe look for a chance, but as of the moment, you don't really have anything else to really back it up. It's just going to come down to who can click a little bit better, and a high noon from Burmow will complicate things, but it won't be able to find anything. Garage door is dropped as well from Blank, trying to increase that DPS moment, but nothing's dropped. Burmow will find the first, and the Tracer is out for the fight. A Shatter finding so much, but an Immortality Field will save them. It'll be cleaned up swiftly, but another high noon from Kentaru finding out Snoozy. It's going in back and forth, red and blue in the feed. The dregs of this last fight trying to get the last, and Kev praying as they find Burmow now in a 1v1, but they'll lose it out as Sketched able to make the return and save the day.
Incredible flip back that we just saw from ETSU. It was a Baby Diva versus a high charge Zarya. Sketch comes in from the drum where they opened out on this round, and he came up in the clutch, taking down Kev. Kev has that Graviton Surge online. They're looking to use it this fight, probably with the Pulse Bomb from Kike so they can flip it back in their favor. But that was a phenomenal retake from ETSU after being kicked off the point.
This fight engaging again, a Shatter, Durnsbane and three others are blocked out as Spunk cleans it up, and Burmow finds their own, and now they're looking to punish once again. Buffalo have not had an answer, and Sketched is, a little bit of a hack here going through as they are able to find their own, but University of Buffalo have not an answer to go for it, and ETSU is continuing to try and punish them out as they're staggering their spawns further and further as they took the brawl nearly all the way to their doorstep.
Punishing is the perfect word to use for that. They're just using ultimates so early on in these fights, not letting University of Buffalo get any sort of footing on or around this point. Now we're at 94%, and Buffalo just has to hope and pray they can find something, and they don't have any ults on the board to do it.
Not only are they struggling to find anything, but the ability to drop those ults early on make it even more difficult for the opposing team to charge theirs, but Burmow finding one at a Kentara as Spunk will charge out Blank. Kev swinging in to get Burmow, but it's not going to matter because Snoozy will clean up what they couldn't, and the last dregs of the fight will be felled one by one as Spunk finds them both, and a guaranteed map 1 going to victory here for ETSU.
That's exactly what they were hoping for. Their season's still alive. They're hoping for the 3-0. They made this one close. It seemed like University of Buffalo had some answers on round 2, but in the end, ETSU adjusted their brawl strategy. They were going full speed ahead, and we see Spunk at the play of the game show us exactly what they were doing. Massive eat from Random Person, too. This was definitely the play of the game, not just for Spunk, but for this entire team.
Yeah, not getting grabbed in that hallway, probably the most important thing for your side there to really guarantee that massive level of success you had. Cannot understate how important that front line was for this team. Everything was just coming together. Kev had Gravitons, and honestly, almost none of the Gravitons really came to high effect. An Immortality Field to deny. The DPS for University of Buffalo wasn't able to clear it out in time, and it just doesn't work in their favor because of it. So ETSU taking that one in stride, looking very good while doing it, and now they're going to have to get going forward because what we just sent in, if either team wins 2-1, they move on. They don't need the 3-0. So it's winner takes all, literally. If you take it 2-1, then you're done and you're out for the count. You are going to playoffs, and your opposing team is saying goodbye and having to say hello to a whole new season.
Yeah, neither team has played a bigger map so far than this Hollywood one we're about to see. I mean, I could imagine just shaky hands on the mouse. Nobody's playing McCree because there's just too many jitters going on in that right hand. But if you right now are University of Buffalo, what do you do to adjust your brawl on Hollywood so that you have a better chance against ETSU? Because I'm seeing Zach and Snoozy from support carry this team with speed boosts and immortality fields and windows, and they're just having so much life throughout these fights.
I mean, the Tracer was an interesting idea to bring to the table. I don't know if it was enough. You're really relying as a Tracer to get pulse bombs, and that's kind of where your kill effect is coming to the table. And we didn't see too much. I remember seeing one play where I saw pulse bomb find 2 on round 2, but that was really it. I didn't see much impact beyond that. So I think that they need to switch off the Tracer. I think they maybe need to find something else. Sketch switched over Soldier, and that seemed to work for them. Maybe that's what they need, a little bit more wide-range hit scan. This is a little bit, some error that can be had on this map, so maybe you worry more about that individually. But, I mean, as a player on a DPS spectrum, you're not killing fast enough, and it's really coming down to ult conversions and who's getting the most impactful ults, and that's not necessarily the way you want to play. You want to be able to find impact off the ults as well. You want to be able to charge the ults. You want to find something. Maybe University at Buffalo do pull out the AC-130 strat. Maybe they go and fly high. Maybe they do a Far Mercy. Maybe they bring out the Echo. Maybe they find an answer to something. But if they're going to do that, I want to see a Winston as well. I want to see them rock a double bubble. I want to see them contest this first point on this hybrid map and try to take full advantage of that swiftness that they could bring to the table and maybe catch ETSU off guard.
Yeah, and that's good that you bring that up too, but I wouldn't mind seeing them also just take a little bit better positions around the map. Like we mentioned on the previous point there on Busan, ETSU is coming out in these pretty niche rotations where they end up in spots of the map you're not expecting. They're not really playing it like a two-dimensional map. They're starting out on high grounds. They're going back up to them every single fight, making sure that they're locking down the value areas. And if University of Buffalo maybe wins one fight, it's still not stopping ETSU from rolling out the way they want to. And University of Buffalo has to contest those areas of the map that they're choosing to go to.
Yeah, and I think that luckily, I think we've solved our ping issues, at least I believe so, that were plaguing in the first map. Both teams pretty even for the ping, but it still wasn't good ping, but a little bit more fair. But I want to kind of bring this question towards you. We know what ETSU has brought to the table so far. If University of Buffalo does make that switch to kind of play a Far Mercy, AC-130, whatever they want to bring up, and kind of have that high level of mobility aerially, what do you think ETSU needs to do to bring that out? Because Burmau has done a good job playing in sketches as well in the DPS, but do you think it's enough to counter out with that level of hit scan anything flying in the air?
Yeah, Burmau is very threatening on the hit scan. I don't know if you test it by going Echo or Pharah. It is just a way of making him look up. If he's looking up at a Pharah or an Echo, he's not looking at the rest of your team. You have a chance to catch him off guard, and he's just got one more job that he has to focus so much on that can take him away from the main fight going on. Because at the end, it is brawl versus brawl. That McCree does have to have a frontline presence, so maybe the Pharah or the Echo could add something to this Buffalo team that could help them, but I honestly don't think it is that. I think going on to Hollywood, they could add some range, maybe by going with your favorite hero, Widowmaker. This is the best map in the map pool for us to see that.
Yeah, and I think that if you're defending first, then Widowmaker's a very solid plan. Attacking can be a little bit lacking unless you're going for trick shots. Getting past that first arch can be a little bit difficult, and teams that know a Widowmaker is in play aren't going to play up on the high ground for this first point as much, the close high ground that is, and I think that if you're going to play, maybe play the elevator in the back, put a Widowmaker up top, maybe put them inside of that cafe, maybe hold them there, but on the attack, Widow just doesn't have as much of an impact. You got to go for a trick shot above that server room, or whatever you want to call it, security, the room, I don't know what the names, there's no call-outs for this is the moment, but you got to go for a trick shot. You got to find something, and as a Widow player, trick shots are nice, they're cool, but they're not something you can really pull out all the time with consistency, and that's what you have to have. You have to be consistent at this level of play to show that impact that you need. But taking a look at their lineup, we are going to see Sketch onto a Mei. Maybe they'll try and wall off Duran's Bane. They overextend, put a wall up, catch him off guard, and then single-handedly take out those 1 to 2 players that get caught off. And maybe that's going to be that deciding factor for them.
It certainly could be. I love Mei anytime you run Brawl. If you have a Reinhardt, Mei wall just elongates how long you can stay in the thick of the fight. So I always love that look coming out. I like to see ETSU doing that to start things off. Random person, don't change a thing on Diva. You're playing out of your mind right now. You got to keep that up. And on the side of University of Buffalo, I do like Kike going over to the Hanzo, having that Dragon Strike to combo with Kev's Graviton Surge could carry them if things start to snowball in the other direction.
Yeah, don't worry though, because Spunk is still looking for a chance to kind of push inside, maybe wall off a side lane. They're going to do just that. Immortality Field drops in, and they'll find out Durans and Kentaru, and not a good situation to be in. They've lost a lot in this fight. That secondary tank will be felled as well. Kev will find Spunk on one, but it's definitely looking like ETSU coming in so swiftly will guarantee themselves this point. They'll take payload almost immediately. I don't think they're going to even have enough time to make their way back. We're just going to be playing this Streets phase with not even 45 seconds having been taken off the board.
No, that was incredibly fast, and speed is the name of their game. Zach, or maybe Spunk, somebody on that team noticed that University of Buffalo, they were running with players on the high ground and the low ground, and they just hit the gas and took control of that low ground, split off the Reinhardt with a Maywall from Sketched, and played that comp to perfection. This team prepared for this game. They knew it was their biggest one of the season, and they are so ready to surprise University of Buffalo.
Winner takes all, and that pressure's got to be coming down on top of them, but when you're prepared for a game, you're prepared for a game, and they're going to do everything they can to show that preparation. Random getting walled into their own Maywall, kind of trapped for a second, but does narrowly escape at the life, though they have been demeched, and a stun onto Spunk will make it more difficult. The High Noon dropping, finding one, as Kentaro will get the kill, and now a one-man advantage for this University of Buffalo side, and they'll continue to act on it as Kev spines and kills Spunk, and now ETSU forced to take a step back and try to escape this heavy brawl to not allow any more ult charge to go in favor of Buffalo.
And Burmau's going to switch off of that McCree over to the Ashe. I don't know if you noticed, but when Kentaru high nooned him down, Burmau actually popped his high noon as well, but clearly just didn't lock onto the targets quick enough. And now I do think this Ashe pick is a little more valuable going into the second point. The sight lines start to get a little bit longer. High ground comes into play, but they kick it off with a Maywall, which gets eaten up. No, it's a random person eating another grab, but it doesn't matter. Kike with the Dragon Strike finds 3 grabless.
Absolutely phenomenal. I think it just came down to tunneling in on Durans, just trying to secure that with that May ultimate that came through. The Blizzard hoping and praying to find anything, and no, a shatter from Durans will be able to down 4 of them and be cleaned up by that Dragon Strike. Just everything coordinating together, not what you exactly usually want, but it still turns out in the end, phenomenal chemistry coming from Buffalo to realize, hey, they're pushing this player, they're looking to pincer in and try and take advantage of this small split, but we're not going to let them do that for too long. We need to keep this person alive and act off of it. But a heavy push coming through, it shatters out 2, and it's going to go traded back out. Random person able to find 2 on top of it as Duran gets a charge to Zach, but Spunk will be taken out by Kev, and it's going in both directions, but blue in the feed so far right now as Buffalo is still looking to punish with these frontline tanks still coming in and taking the damage. They gave up the option to push that payload a little bit further, but they still won the initial engagement to stay on. Now you've got ETSU who have a little bit of space because they've killed out 3 or 4 of those players, but they can only get it a little bit further because ETSU is still looking to try and find a couple kills and win the actual fights.
And I like that play they just ran too, making that engagement happen up on the high ground, making sure they control that area and push the fight back so University of Buffalo is closer to their spawn. Now the Diva Bomb comes in, finds Kike, Kentaro goes down to the pin from Spunk. Spunk's antied in a world of hurt, but the beat drop fails him out from Zach. And now the speed boost engages. Spunk gets stunned briefly, but he's still standing tall before Kentaru puts a stop to it. Also high nooning down random person. And now ETSU finds themselves yet again on the retreat.
They've got to take a step back. They push the paint a little bit further, and despite them having so much time after getting the first point in like literally 48 seconds, they're not able to get through this middle streets phase at all. And it's done a good job from Buffalo to deny them and take advantage of people overextending, keeping that Kentaro ultimate ready to maybe keep one locked out. A grab comes through. They're going to act on it as well, charging out. Spunk now relegated out of this fight. No random person available to eat that one, and they'll take it even if it only catches 1.
That does put an early end to that fight. 2 minutes left on the clock. Sketch going down is going to chew off maybe 15 more seconds here, so that's a very valuable pick coming through from Kev. ETSU does have a lot of ultimates to work with. Random person switching over to the Zarya now, had enough of the Diva. Kind of getting farmed by Kev a little bit. Kev definitely building up those Graviton Surges a little extra quick, just because there's a Diva mech out there that can't do anything about the beam. And Kev takes an aggressive off angle that takes down Zach.
still trying to take advantage of staggering these spawns. ETSU aren't able to pick one up for themselves. Well, Zach can make it back pretty quickly. You don't have that speed boost to keep you into the fight. A shatter, despite the shield being up, catches 2 in the hallway, and a high noon from Sketch, not able to find anything. And once again, Buffalo in the feed as Durance Bane and Kev collect to 3, and Kike finds 1. Kev will find himself yet another, and Juice will revive back out Kike to make sure they stay into the fight. But Buffalo's looking hot right now, and there's nothing ETSU can do if they can't get an initial first or 2 picks.
They are looking hot right now on this Hollywood second point. They're taking all of the high grounds. I love this Hanzo pick from Kike. We've seen it comboed with the grab. Puts a complete stop to the speed that ETSU is throwing at them. But now the windows come out. And Snoozy looking to find a ton of value with this one as well as they've done all game.
Unfortunately, Durance Bane's now out, and you've got a bad situation. We got to take a step back, try to survive, but Burmau is continuing to hunt. Kentaru finds the refrag, but is now being chased out by Sponk on the high ground of Bank. Is unfortunately now going to be felled out, and it looking like ETSU were able to get that initial first pick, and Duran, I don't think they're going to be able to make it completely back in time with their full team behind them, as they did lose Kentaru, who's just now respawning. So they're going to be lacking a DPS if they choose to fight this. But Durance is at 88% of that shatter. Now 99% of the shatter has it, is looking to go for it in the moment. Doesn't get it as he accidentally clips it into a small board on the side, and Spunk is able to block the rest of it. And a nice grab to connect as well. Tagging in an immortality field will not be able to stay for too long. Sketched finding Kike, engaging on as Duran is looking to punish, but Spunk's missed charge may make it a little bit easier as they're able to clean up. Duran's on a rampage to find 3, and Juice finds themselves 1 as well. Buffalo narrowly escaping as ETSU almost made it to the second point.
Durance Bane was a madman right there. His team needed him. He got that nano and he didn't disappoint. Kept on swinging the shield, taking away all the space around point. Spunk tried to do something, tried to come up with an answer with a pin, but you saw him just clip that payload. A little bit unlucky there, and Durance Bane just cleaned up everything there was.
That is such a nice push to come through. ETSU, like I stated, they get that first pick. They start themselves off strong. You remove Durance and you're like, hey, we've got our entry. We have our opportunity. We've given ourselves the availability to take that aggressive stance. And while I think Kentaru's play to kill 1 before being taken out, I genuinely think Kentaru could have died sooner to be in that fight earlier. It doesn't matter in the end because they will stop them, but I think it could have been even more one-sided if they had Kentaru for the entire fight and not having to wait such a long distance for them to, roll or run their way back. But in the end, ETSU didn't find the answer, and now they're hoping to see if they can find the answer. We're seeing a Widowmaker come out here. Hopefully this is going to be enough. This first point has not been kind to their attack, and now you're going to see if it's going to be kind to their defense.
Yeah, and we talked about how Widow can work on this map. First point defense, obviously they're going to play by that elevator way in the back of the point. That's definitely the most valuable sightline. And then going into second point, there's just high grounds that have these incredible sightlines where Widowmaker can control an entire lobby if she's not dealt with. They're probably gambling that Kev isn't going to run the Diva, so maybe the contest onto the Widowmaker won't quite be there for University of Buffalo.
You don't really have a great time to kind of fight that one out. A switch might need to be made through, but as any Widowmaker knows, and you're not really expected to stay on that for the whole game. You're going to need to switch at times. You're going to need to find different answers, but Kentaru looking for maybe a chance to contest. They're going to try and go for the high ground again up on top. They're going to go around the left side to come up top of those stairs and fight it up top, and Spunk gets stunned out by Kentaru and finished off, and now a one-man disadvantage. University of Buffalo looking hot right now, despite losing now the Shield of Durance. They're very low HP. A bit of desperation now as they're looking to clean up the fight, but Kentaru is doing it all on their own, fighting Zach right outside an immortality field, and now they're going to have a chance to be able to take the first section. They get 1/3 of this objective off, and while Sketch and Rained in person find consolation kills, Buffalo's coming up blue in the feed.
Yeah, and you can see how much it impacts that double sniper team. Once the front line falls and Spunk goes down, he was a little out of his healer's sightline, so he couldn't quite get the resources he needed to make that play. But once that front line goes down, this double sniper comp can't really put up much of a fight against a Reinhardt with a shield walking straight at you.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I don't like saying ill of snipers at all, but man, snipers stink in this game. It hurts. Besides maybe Hanzo, right? I mean, Hanzo, you just deal so much damage. But like Ashe, pretty niche pick. Widowmaker, the most niche pick, I would say. But like, if you have a great Widowmaker, you can carry a game with it, and that's the only reason people play Widow, because they all think they're good. Pat myself on the back. I'm the best, of course. But fight engaging already. Still going a little bit in both directions. Kintaro able to find one, and Zach and Sketch find their own, and a refrag to Kintaro in the end. But looking like University of Buffalo are going to hop off for a mid-second as Sketch is going to continue to rain down fire with that bow, tagging out a little bit of damage. And, well, they can get themselves safe with that shield. They will be able to give ult charge if they're not going to be able to watch out from up top. A sleep onto Sketch will make them take a nap, but fight still engaging, and now they're going to have to play from down below and fight from up above.
ETSU set themselves up very well, very slowly for Spong to engage without using his jump ability, setting the Dragon Strike from Sketched in to split up this University of Buffalo team, but it's not going to bail out random person who still gets caught off too far in the backline, but Burnmouth does trade out that kill onto Kike, and Zach orbs down Duran's Vein. It's just this ETSU team playing from this high ground. They've got their Zen and their Baptiste up there, almost unreachable, and those are two supports that can dish out a ton of damage if they're left alive throughout a fight.
Absolutely, and the biggest issue I think is just the people they're playing. Their hero lineup does a lot of damage initially. I mean, we saw already like Blank finding kill after kill on the Baptiste last map, and now we're going to see Snoozy attempting the same thing. Zach with those orbs like you talked about, dealing so much massive amounts of damage. You get a Hanzo, one of the only viable snipers, because that bow will always deal such a massive amount of damage. That's just too much in there, and then you have the safety net of being able to bring in and let your Winston and Diva down below, because they can jump out if it gets a little bit too dicey. And Burmao is able to clean up themselves a couple kills as well, charging it up from top, tagging and just playing from behind and getting a pulse bomb kill. But while it may be revived, Sponk's able to find one in random will as well. The tank's doing it as the dive comes through, and Durans with a shatter knocked away, not able to connect to their initial targets, and it's still right in the feed. ETSU able to deny even further, and now Buffalo forced once again to step back and try another attack.
This is a beautiful dive comp from ETSU, very well rehearsed. We're seeing them just every single time. They're right back up there again. The high ground is the key to this comp. It allows these tanks to engage without using their movement cooldown. They've got it so they can just skirt on out of there, get back up to the high ground, up to safety, shoot in from over top of University of Buffalo, and just cause a ton of problems with Burmao in the backline simultaneously.
An interesting decision for the grab. It'll be Immortality Field and it will be Transcendence, but as a moment comes through, it'll be Sponk who's able to find a kill. The Diva Bomb isn't able to find anything from random as they'll be forced out, but it still looks to be a fair fight. A revive has come through, and Kike will find a kill off of it as well, but Kev finding Burmao, maybe a nail for the DPS, but it doesn't seem to be, as Spunk and Sketch will find their own. Kike and Durans forcing out, and now just Kev remaining, and Spunk's kind of toying with him, but it seemed to be an overextension. They'll be felled by Kev, and now Buffalo, who's kind of got an advantage in terms of respawn timer, can try to act quickly off of this.
They've got the advantage in that timer. Kentaru finds a high value pick onto Sketched on their way in. And they've also got this advantage where ETSU didn't get the chance to set back up on that high ground. You can see them trying to claim it now, but it could be too late in this fight as they're on top of the saloon. They've got to set up a whole different style of engagements going forward.
Kike able to find one kill to Burmao, once again removing a DPS, and Sponk's out as well. A boost goes to Kev as they're going to be nanoed out, and Kev looking to maybe try and act off of that massive charge, finding out Sketched, continuing to try and rampage forward. It's not going to be Kev who finds Snoozy, but they did help across the board, and Kentaru finding Zach. It's looking like Buffalo's going to make it all the way. Just a raging monkey to try and fight as they'll take a drag to make him stuck. And it does look like Buffalo will make it all the way. They're going to take map 2. And I think we're tied at this point, aren't we?
We are tied 1 apiece after University of Buffalo take that one. But I do believe we did get some information that it is a 2-1 that determines the playoff spot, right? It doesn't have to be the 3-0 from ETSU today.
It does not. So that means we're going to be seeing a massive, impactful map on map 3. I don't think anyone's seen Rialto be such a pivotal map. No one was going to guess going into this that Rialto would be the map to be playing. If you haven't been practicing Rialto or scrimming on top of it, you're going to get punished for it. This is the most important map you've probably had this entire season.
It definitely is, and I think for ETSU, it could play to their favor. They've figured out that they want to go with the Hanzo pick. They've seen Kike on it on the side of University of Buffalo. It's working very well, comboing with Kev and Kike, finding raw value with it when ultimates aren't, a factor in the fights. So I'm hopeful that they keep going with the Hanzo pick and maybe stick to the dive. Rialto's a little bit tougher to dive as Hollywood's second point, but you saw those tanks working very well. Sponk a little too eager on that last play of the game, I would say, going a little too deep into the spawn. If they can just tighten up those errors, I think they can win this map with a composition like that, but I do expect them to play Brawl.
Absolutely. And a map like this, where there's a lot of corners in this, and in this first point specifically, it's so difficult to make it to that arch to be able to get that extra time and go even further. I distinctly remember seeing a lot of Widows find impact, but once that first corner is taken away, Widows tend to be a little bit less fruitful. And while we saw Widow come out for a little bit from ETSU on their defense, we didn't see Widow. We saw the pick, but we didn't see Widow, and that was the issue that was there. I mean, it's just Buffalo did a phenomenal job of denying that and keeping them at bay, and they're going to continue to do so. Maybe you need to pick up an Ash. We saw that for a little bit. Maybe that was a little bit of help for them. I don't think it stayed for very long. Snipers only seem to be relying on Hanzo right now, and I think you're right. I think we're going to see Hanzos on both sides and kind of praying that it's going to be enough DPS to burn down shields, burn down a D.Va mech suit, because that was a big issue as well from Random, and hopefully also to burn down their DPS as well, because a DPS on DPS, if there's even one tank in that fight, the team with the tank's going to win it.
Yeah, and we've seen that there's just so much damage in this lobby. The Zenyatta with the Discord amplifying everything. Hanzo's on both sides with Storm Arrows. Not a lot of windows of opportunity to work with for these tanks out there, especially not Spunk and Durnsbane. They've made it work because the support's been fantastic on both sides. Blank and Juice doing pretty much just as much work as I would say Snoozy and Zach. Completely different styles of play though. We're seeing this ETSU team running a complete run and gun strat, going full speed ahead. And then University of Buffalo, they're taking it a bit slower, but they're able to just engineer these fights around ETSU, and they've been able to find success that way.
And I think the positioning we were noticing from ETSU on that middle, saloon phase, that streets phase for them was nice. I think that them taking the high ground and taking full control of that was a very positive thing. But once University of Buffalo was able to punish Spunk for that overextension, for pushing a little bit too far, trying to take out Kev, who was still alive at the end of the last fight, well, maybe ETSU just killed them all a little bit too close together, and so everyone was still alive on that return. They all spawned at nearly the exact same time. It was able to be just this massive onslaught of a wave, and Spunk now out. Attempts to make it back is taken out again, and it's just constantly being snowballed out. Spunk was not able to stay alive at all, and Buffalo is punishing because of it. And that's the sole reason they kind of made it through. Overextension, hyper-aggression, going a little bit too far. It's something that's super normal for Overwatch, and it's something that you have to be so highly critical of, not just as somebody viewing, but as a player and as you yourself. You got to be constantly aware of that mistake of pushing yourself just that little bit too far.
Yeah, and just to what you were saying, we also saw that ETSU, they didn't get to set up on that high ground, right? It completely threw off what their strategy was, and it was working perfectly. They were controlling the high grounds every fight, having these amazing dives onto a brawl comp, but when the Winston falls early and not all the pieces are there to start that fight the way you want to, things can really snowball for a brawl comp right there. So you have to stick to your strategy through these entire games, and they're long. It's hard to stick to a game plan for 12 minutes straight so your team can win a game that's as tightly contested as this.
Absolutely. I think one of the biggest issues with trying to stay focused for so long is just mental burn. You're going to drain yourself out for a long period of time. And I know for games that are a little bit more long, longevity and across the board, like a 6-minute round game where you've got 20 rounds like R6, or maybe even Valorant where you can go up into an infinite overtime situation. You've got to it can go up to 13 on that, 3-minute rounds for it. Overwatch is just constant action. There's no break. There's no time to pick your agent. There's no time to pick your operator. There's no time to choose what you want to get. It's constant. It's consistent on the action, and that's so mentally draining despite it being a little bit more short on time. It's just much more mentally draining for him. You got to keep your confidence up. Maybe get yourself a water cooler and just start chugging some water. Keep yourself hydrated. Find something that works for you to keep yourself mentally there, and that's half the battle. I mean, what was it that Sun Tzu said, or the Art of War? It's like, know yourself, and then you'll be fine, or something like that. You got to be able to keep yourself in the way you want to be at your top physical level. That's why you see pros with weird inventions, like literally just a mouse that warms your hand or something like that. There's dumb inventions, but it's the way they keep themselves in peak form because they want to always perform at that peak level.
And your teammates can serve the same purpose too. I mean, those supports that were back up on that high ground, trying to set up the strat again like they were doing over and over, they can chime in and chirp, hey, Spock, you're going a little too far, man. You can reel it back in. And that's when you just get this team on the same page and keep them there throughout an entire match, because you're so right. It's so easy to slip throughout a 12 to 15 minute game. In other games, it's different. It's upwards of 20 minutes per map. Sometimes that's an incredible drain on the brain of a opponent. I don't even know it, but seriously, Spawn got a little out of hand. I think he was trying to have fun, and it's unfortunate
How dare.
I know, how dare you get punished so much for just trying to have fun in the game of Overwatch, but I think everyone knows that that is exactly how this game goes. You got to stick to your strategies.
Yeah, it's it's unfortunate that you get punished for having a fun time, but I did that all the time in middle school. My parents would yell at me for playing in the sandbox. I mean, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Everyone has to learn their lessons at some point. Maybe Spunk wasn't learning their lesson younger, and has definitely learned their lesson after map 2. So we're gonna have to see if map 3 will go the same way. If an overextension kind of determines once again that a team wins, then you better hope that it's on the opposing team of Buffalo. Maybe they'll make the overextension instead this time. Maybe they'll be punished for it. Maybe they get a little bit too greedy, too aggressive, and will, fall for that ploy in the end. But team sides, the colors have swapped here. You're going to be seeing ETSU now on blue and University of Buffalo in red, so keep your eye on that one. But Buffalo starting off here on the attack, pushing this payload forward, and it's going to be this first corner that's going to be highly pivotal in this first attack.
They get this bridge phase rather early. That can be a big hiccup for attacking teams. Defenses can get a lot of time off the clock right there usually, but Kike opens it up with a very fast headshot onto Sketch, forcing a switch onto Junkrat. So going with a little bit different ultimate with more swing potential. The pin comes through. Reinhardt's on an absolute road trip right now. Spunk goes down on the outside. Kantaru rolling through with the help of Kike. Finds Snoozy as well. The payload keeps on moving.
Man, sometimes getting killed off early is a smart decision, saying, hey, we know what they have now. I can respawn really quickly and switch it up, but a little bit too impactful. The kill was a little bit too much, and now they're able to just swiftly continue this aggressive stance, and they have only stopped the payload once, and it wasn't because they were stopped off of it, it's because they just were hunting for the last few kills, but it's looking like they're going to try and stop it here. 2.7 meters away, the brawl will come through as Sketched finds a bomb and a blank, and Random finds Kev. Kike is able to get Burmow, but as of the current moment, that shatter from Spunk wasn't as impactful as they initially wanted, but Random Person continues to be finding 2, finding 3 as they'll refrag Kike, and they'll be able to stop it, stop the bleeding just slightly, but we need to know whether this is a full wrap or just a small band-aid that's going to be torn off real quick.
Random Person all over the place right there in the front line, sees the Dragon Strike in the back line, and quickly locks onto Kike before he's able to make a big play and set up a couple of stagger kills as Buffalo works their way back in now.
Looking like a level of aggression. Durance is getting a little bit far forward, does have a shatter. Maybe that's what they're going for. Spunk shield's looking worse for wear as well. Maybe trying to punish it. They get it. There's going to be a nano coming down. He connects, only finding 1. And Spunk as well. Garage door dropping, but they're going to knock each other off as well. Snoozy into the pool, but it's still mostly red in the feed. It's looking like Buffalo is going to be able to push a little bit further. I hear the fire, but it's denied by a nice fire strike. And they will, in fact, make it to that point and continue this train onward.
Durnsbane keeping that team together with the fire strike onto Sketched Riptire. He farmed up that ultimate very quickly, switched over to that Junkrat just so he could get that ultimate in hopes of putting a stop to this attack that is currently steamrolling with 4 minutes on the clock. But heads up play by Durnsbane, ending that ultimate early.
Already a pretty aggressive Torbjorn turret placed there, and Kentaru will now be forced off that level of high ground and still alive to save for it. Still a lot to go for it, and they're going to continue this push. They've managed to get below this arc, and now we're going to see whether or not ETSU is looking to punish off. They're going to go for a spin shatter, but it doesn't do much, and they'll be punished for it as well as Spunk and Sketched out for the count. A Diva Bomb comes through, Kev using it to gather charge, and now Random Person having to step away, knowing there's not much they can do in this fight. Wait for the secondary player, get your tank back, or just give it up, because I think they've gotten Spunk back in time. Maybe they can contest, but this grab will make it difficult. I don't think they're going to have time. They'll make it, and it's going to go. Continuing now to the third point, almost unstoppable.
University of Buffalo playing with a lot of steam built up right now. And Spunk, I think he's losing a little on the wiring here because he went for another fun play, let's just call it, going for that jump shatter off of the second story on second point. When you fall and you're shattering, it just adds time to the animation. Durnsbane had no problem blocking that one, and the fight from there was just Spunk being out of position around that corner, And that was the Reinhardt's flash again. Durnsbane has that shatter. Spunk low on shield, looking to lay it down, but Durnsbane goes down with the help of the Discord and random person shotgun. Sketch able to finally find one with that Riptire. That's a big play for this team as they try and mount a successful defense.
I think Kev managed to catch Sketched off guard, but still falls to the Junkrat tire, and now Random looking to punish out, and I think that we're actually going to see Kentaru survive it, and they were almost able to punish Random Person 4, but Burnout now onto the Echo, has a charge with the duplicate, maybe looking for a chance to switch over. They could drop in, maybe go for themselves a solid pick as well. Who are you thinking they would duplicate into?
You know, it's always a pretty good bet to go with the Reinhardt, but in this case, I would like to see it thrown on to Kev. You add a Zarya to this team, and you've got yourself a Ghost comp with a Junkrat. It's a ton of damage going forward. If he's able to farm up a Graviton Surge as well, it just adds a ton of stopping power to this defense, and that's what they need right now in Phronosis.
Yeah, I know we all know we love Goat's comp, but Spawn finding a nice fire strike into Kike, getting themselves an early pick as now they're going to be forced back a little bit. Juice will revive it out, hopefully stopping the bleeding slightly, and they'll be able to find a kill off as well. Burmow out for the count, and now they're pushing forward. Spunk extremely low, going for the shatter. It doesn't connect to anything, and they'll be punished. There will be a trans after the grab comes through, trying to save this one up. They're trying to knock him out as well. Looking like Duran's going for a charge, but Juice and Kike will not be stopped. They'll find 2 kills for themselves as Duran finds the fire strike. All blew up right now as Buffalo continue this aggressive stance and actually getting themselves high impact kills.
And they're closing in on the finish line, but it could be ETSU ready for it on this defense. Zach got out a ton of ultimates with that Transcendence. Great value, and now we're seeing 4 ultimates come out from this team, looking to put a stop to a Riptire, finds Kantaro to lead things off here.
Sketch was sitting at 1 HP the entire time after being forced away by Kev, survives it and gets impact with the Riptire. A Dragon Strike coming through. Juice finds one before the revive to Kantaro, bringing them back, but here comes the Diva Bomb behind the shield line. It'll find Blank, and now they're blank on their health pool. But it's not going to matter too much. They're forced to step out of the church internals and maybe take a step back around this initial corner, trying to get a little bit more ult charge before being ultimately forced out of this fight.
And there's not much time to breathe here. Kev's going to be coming back in with that Graviton Surge in just a second, but Burnout really surprised me with that copy onto Blank, using the Ana to just give his front line more healing, and he got 2 nano boosts throughout that ultimate, which anytime you get 2 nano boosts, that's a fantastic use of the copy.
That's absolutely phenomenal. Vermao really putting their name into the game right now, trying to get it back here, nearing the 50% mark, but with the way that we're seeing Buffalo try to take aggressive stances, they may not get it. Here comes a garage door from Snoozy. Now they've got increased damage. Could see this try to play out, but ETSU kind of trapped as of the moment, and it's going in both directions. Burmow finding 2-1 with the laser beam, but Durans is back for the count. A shatter dropping. Not able to find Jack nothing, and it's going to go both directions as Durans playing with this boost, trying to punish, but man, they are not able to secure, and this Dragon Strike is going to finish him off. No, Snoozy will finish him off. That was a fat dragon.
They needed that so bad. If no one was caught in that, I honestly bet that we see this attacking team capture this with 45 seconds left, but instead Sketched from their own spawn, finding incredible value, taking down Duran's Bane, the real staying power to this Buffalo team.
Now you've got 30 seconds on the clock. Buffalo needing to get such an aggressive stance to push forward, and Kev's getting a little bit more charge off. Burmow kind of giving it to him with those, small stickies that get launched out. Maybe a boost in that factor, but they're going to need to decide to step forward. Burmow goes for the duplicate, charges in. Spock finding so many. That might be the end, as there's only 10 seconds left, and they're cleaning up the last few drags. It does not look like Buffalo is going to make it. They're trying a C9, but Kentaru not really in a place to do it, as the Diva Bomb will go off and find Juice and Blank. Oh, just to put the final nail in the coffin.
Random person really deserves to put the button on this round after eating that Dragon Strike as well. No slouch, though, as Burnout with a huge copy landed onto the Reinhardt. They almost copied the Diva Bomb and the Reinhardt pin. It was so close. Really impressed with the coordination from those two, playing a dive tank and a dive DPS in this composition.
Yeah, I mean, it really worked out for them. I was really impressed what we were seeing on that third point. The first and second points making it through the payload. Nothing really much to say about ETSU. They just weren't really there. It really felt like it was just a way for Buffalo to get charges. It was just a way for them to gather their ults. But they held their own. The second it stepped through that church doors, maybe all they needed was to pray, and they found the answer, and it's exactly what happened. Able to deny for such a long, consistent period of time. Nothing but props to give to them. Buffalo just couldn't figure out what was going wrong, and no matter what they were doing, Burmau and Random Person were there to completely decimate any chances.
And they know what's on the line. They know that this means their win condition, their condition into a playoff berth is set at 81 meters around there through the third point rather, of this last map. There's so much on the line for this team, for both teams. This is going to be the biggest defense and the biggest attacking round both teams have had. Since there's no chance we go to overtime, this one is going to end on this round.
Absolutely. This is the end-all, be-all. This is everything you need to be and beyond. Can Buffalo deny and shut down any chance here for ETSU? Or will they continue a presence? They were really good at taking first point on that hybrid map on Hollywood, but the payload was a little bit left. You know, they didn't get exactly what they wanted out of it. So with this fully payload map, maybe Buffalo were able to completely shut them down.
And we talked about this in the pre-map too. Burmau actually does go with the flying hero. He goes with the Echo, stays on it for this round as well, at least to open things out here. And we just saw such high value from those copies. No real way to counter 2 nano boosts. You can't overinvest your own ultimates when Burmau just uses his Q button and is able to find such incredible value like 2 nano boosts or a shatter, a pin to combo with a Diva Bomb. I love this Echo pick. I think it's the exact look they were hoping for.
For a player like Burmau, you have to be able to play basically every hero that can be played, and Burmau has shown that high level. I wouldn't be shocked if they're actually just, a sub to come in on both support and for your actual tank line. I mean, they're able to do both parts equally well, but
Shatter.
at the moment, a nice shatter coming through. Red in the feed as Buffalo clean up the ending of the fight. Good night. They're taking him out for the count, and now Burmau, last player standing, is going to be relegated out, and that's going to be a stagger of the spawns, buying themselves a couple extra seconds.
And if you think that's a fast shatter because Spawn only sitting at around 80%, Kev's right there with a Graviton Surge, a harder ultimate to charge. You can see how when there's a Diva Mech out there, Kev can just really farm up that ultimate incredibly quickly. Random Person now over to a Sigma, which we haven't seen in quite some time, but the Graviton Surge gets sent in, and it is easy cleanup in the front line for Durnsbane and Kev.
Just hold left click. I mean, that's really what we're seeing here. You see one press of the Q button and then 2 presses of W and left click. That's all you need right now from Buffalo. They're doing a phenomenal job of catching off guard. Now, Durnsbane back with the shatter here. In the time, gotten 2 while Spock has just gotten there first. Not boding well right now. This ultimate economy coming from Buffalo is looking phenomenal. And Burmau, who has theirs as well, maybe we see a combination. Maybe they switch to Kev like we talked about earlier and try to get themselves a grab as well. Kike with the high noon. It'll be denied and shut down as Zach goes for it, but they'll be taken out, and Spunk cleans up the kill. Now a garage door dropping in, a charge for charge. Spunk finding Durans. No shatter coming from Durans in that process, so it's a little bit of wasted opportunity, but the revive may give the time to do it. Looking for a charge, not able to connect. Now turning, trying to maybe look for a punishment, but they're caught out in the middle of the open, and they'll be caught out in the end.
A little bit of an iffy use of copy there from Burmau. Clearly locked down the fight. Once there were 2 Reinhardts and a Sigma in the mix there was no way ETSU was going to drop that fight, but now they've got to get this next one done with just the Hanzo Dragon and the Transcendence. Molten Core coming out from Kantaru, trying to just zone off the point. Zach trying to counter it with that Transcendence, but it's gonna be sketched coming through the Storm Arrow and the Dragon Strike that finds a pair and captures this point for ETSU.
Man, Durnsbane went straight in, got a charge. Thankfully for Spock, they counter-charged and only got the stun off of each other, but man, that could have gone either way, and Sketched really saving their side for that. That Hanzo doing what we know to do best and just pushing everyone off of it, and for such an important point like that one to save themselves an extra bit of time. That is probably one of the most high-impactful Hanzo plays we've seen besides the Shatter combo earlier in the beginning stages of that payload phase on Hollywood, but now you got a team fight that's going to go into this archway. Taking control of the building now is Buffalo. Looking to maybe do the same strategy, drop down. There is no shadow to coordinate with it, but they will actually force them to take a couple steps back, which is the complete opposite of what we saw previously.
And Random Person's just trying to lock down this corner with his supports. The Shatter comes through onto the front line, finding 4 stuns. And that is easy work for ETSU to just come forward with 5 team members and clean up all those kills in a flash. They can set themselves up really well to close off this second point.
Man, Spock was antied. Spock was not looking hot, sitting at about 20% of their HP, but everyone taking a quick nap on the floor as the floor gets taken out from under them. Nothing they can do to finish that damage off just wasn't there, and now they've made it in just as easy as the opposing team did as well. We're going to be heading into this last section, and it's going to come down. You got to hope and pray that you can win out this fight. They've only got to make it to that 80-meter mark, which is literally just one payload short of the full ending that would be, but Buffalo needs to find an answer. This last few payload sections have not looked hot for them.
No, it's been rather quick. Flux coming out now from Random Person. Slept out of it by Blank. What a play. Sponk finds himself at 1 HP and dies to the hammer swing from Duran's Bane. Now walking forward with the Shatter in hand. Chooses not to use it, laying off the throttle as Kantaru finds the final headshot into Zach to close that fight out.
What a phenomenal play. That sleep was just beautiful in every account, but now you've only got 2 ultimates for your side. Maybe Kantaru get the Dragon Strike, but not when they're dead from Burmau. And you've got a Burmau Replicator duplicate to come through. You got Visor. You've got a Garage Door to increase that Visor's damage. So much capability that can be brought forward. Here comes the duplicate. Burmau turning into a Reinhardt. Now looking to charge forward. They'll narrowly avoid it, but Sketch with the Visor finding 2. Spawn charging Kev, and it looks like ETSU is looking to punish. This might be it here as they continue this presence forward. Here comes the Dragon Strike, but it's not enough to stop the push, and it definitely is the end. ETSU narrowly stealing the victory. They'll find it in the end.
What a phenomenal finish as this one comes down to the wire. It took pretty much everything ETSU had to close that one out. Duran's Bane will get a big consolation play of the game, but it was Burmau, I think, that put an end to that one. The copy Reinhardt landed, and the front line was unstoppable. They kept moving forward until there was nothing left of University of Buffalo.
Absolutely, and wow, this has been a phenomenal game. We are going to see ETSU make it into the playoffs, fighting now for that seed. See how well they do into this one. Buffalo now relegated out, unfortunately for them, but nonetheless, it's been a pretty great game, back and forth, consistency across. We saw Buffalo doing a great job of keeping ETSU at bay in that first push, winning 2 team fights, almost a third one, narrowly escaping it initially, and then just almost couldn't be stopped. They lost 1 team fight for the rest of the game, despite losing 3 in that first section.
Yeah, what a turnaround they had, and they needed that. I'm sure they had some wind taken out of their sails at Hollywood. I'm sure they wanted to just win the match right there, not have to play with as much pressure in the third map, but it was relentless this entire game. The pressure was on. Always winnable for ETSU, but it looked like that just somehow University of Buffalo, they were just going to win this one on paper and win this one outright. They seemed to put up a very good defense, or I'm sorry, rather good attack, getting close to the end of the map, but ETSU, again, just a phenomenal comeback, steamrolling through Rialto, able to win this one. And who do you have for player of the match? There's a lot of names we could bring up here.
Yeah, I mean, I was literally just about to ask you the same thing. I've got to give it to Random Person or Burmau. I think Burmau switched to playing Echo, saved them on map 2 for a little bit longer, and I think that the switch on keeping it on the third map was kind of what gave them a presence. The duplicate at the end to allow a secondary Reinhardt to come in and charge, force them back, the initial engagement, everything to come through, and support with a Visor, with a Garage Door to combo. I mean, in the forefront of all that was Burmau. Now, I can't leave out Random Person. We saw eat a grab. We saw eating abilities after abilities. High-level impact on the Diva. It's neck and neck for my vote.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Burmau, he picked the right hero, the one that made the difference, and the one that he had to make the big plays on. But Random Person was there in the mid-fight with no ultimate, eating grabs, just denying massive value from this Buffalo team. I think they're my pick over Burmau just because there's so many more roles I feel like Diva has to fill in a defensive and offensive sense, and Random Person just executed on that hero in Brawl Comp and in Dive to near perfection today.
Absolutely. I can't agree more, and you've swayed me. Your magic words sway me. So I'm going to have to throw my hat in as well into Random Person. So that has been the game. ATSU will advance into the playoffs, and Buffalo will be relegated out. So now We're going to see how Game 2 is going to hold up as we head over to Navigators Division for a matchup between Greenville and Southern New Hampshire University. I'll be casting that one as well. Yelker will be taking a back seat before returning in Game 3, if I remember correctly. But as the Japanese say, I'll see y'all later.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Jeez, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable. Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Jeez, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name's Infernosis, joined here by Unicorn, who may be a little upset at our production here. Jumping right into it real quick, but we're ready to go into it. We have ourselves something to go for. Greenville University versus SNHU, which is Southern New Hampshire University, who we will not be calling by their full name, just be calling SNHU. But it's their JV team, and I think as of the moment, if I remember correctly here, SNHU has cinched playoffs at the very least, and bar our calculations being off, a win could get them up to 5th in that point, but they are guaranteed playoffs.
Definitely guarantee playoffs. Infernosis, I am doing well tonight. Thank you so much for asking. I hope you're doing amazing. We do have Greenville University and Southern New Hampshire University, known as the Snooze, and on the other side, known as the Goose. We've got them going head to head here. So we're doing all three maps, right? Even though it's week 8, we're doing all three maps. Infernosis.
Mhm.
Looking at this, our boys, Greenville University, 0-8 right now. How do you look at this game? In my opinion, you go out swinging, right? You don't take your L here. You show the entire division, the entirety of the NECC, hey, I'm not done. Look for me next season. Here's 1-8. Right as the season ends, I'll take the W and you'll see me next season. Would you do the same thing if you were in that position, or are we just practicing strats at this point?
I mean, I'm a weak-willed individual. I may curl up in a ball and just cry, but
Okay.
no, I think that Greenville will definitely, because I mean, they lost a captain. Their captain had quit, and
Oh.
they now have a new captain. It's Croana. She's a rookie. She jumped in after the prior captain quit. Like, they've gone through all this ordeal, all these problems, and they're still playing. They're still coming out. So they obviously have 10 times the willpower I have. So I think they're going to come out swinging. I think they're going to do everything they can to not let it be an 0-9. And while they can't, rob the playoffs away from SNHU, they can at the very least put a mar on their record books with a 1 loss extra on top. But it's going to be interesting here in the Navigators division to see what they're capable of, facing off against each other. But man, Greenville is going to have their work cut out for them to get their first ever victory.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be difficult, especially against a team like Southern New Hampshire University, where we've seen them hit so hard on control maps previously, and that's the first thing they have in their notes. I remember personally casting their game and watching that firsthand of how impressive they are. I believe it was on Lijiang previously when I watched it. However, being able to go into there and control, get that first map decisively in your hands, just swings that momentum for the rest of the game. So, Greenville University has their work cut out for them, especially being 0-8. You're going up against a team who has already clinched playoffs, as you mentioned. But this is your time to make a statement. And I think, if anything, this is their time to do it, and it's the team to do it against. They've gone through some troubles. I've watched, Southern New Hampshire University have their bad games as well, games they definitely should have won. And this is the opportunity for Greenville to take advantage of that and at least come out with one dub here in the season.
Yeah, and Joe Cool, I think, is playing with one eye,
Oh, okay.
with an eye
Okay.
patch right now. Not sure
Any
what happened,
details
but
on that story, or?
no, I have no details of the story, unfortunately. Maybe we'll get somebody to give us the details either in chat or, maybe somebody reach out and ask them that question individually. But apparently with one eye, I think that is, it was most likely. Even if they aren't, it's still impressive to come through and barely be out of an eye patch. But
Forgot
nonetheless,
to take the pirate cosplay off.
yeah,
I guess,
maybe they go pirate ship on payload map.
Yeah, maybe, right? Maybe it's
maybe they
just
fall
fitting
into
for
it.
everything. You go pirate ship, you run the Bastion, and you just wear the eye patch. Depth perception, not as important with Bastion, I would think.
Yeah.
But one place you do need depth perception is the high ground advantage that we're about to see on Mecha Base. As we jump in here, we've got, starting with control, I think SNHU will have this as long as they can keep control. I think they're going to run the Ryan Zarya here. What do you think we see from Greensville?
I mean, from Greensville, they've never won a map, so maybe they try something different. I mean, most teams will typically have the same strategy. Maybe Greensville goes, hey, they'll come out, see what the other team's running, and maybe actually make a switch to kind of counter it out. Maybe we'll see a Torbjorn up here. I know Torbjorn has some good high ground presence with a turret, can play pretty well. You may rock that later with that, pirate ship we talked about. May bring that out as well. But from the looks of it so far, we're seeing Reinhardt's on both sides. We're seeing a Reinhardt-Winston combo come out as well from Greenville. So interesting. Maybe that's the kind of the dive they need on top of the Mora and a Junkrat and a May. So they're just playing basically anything. I mean, there doesn't seem like there's much combination to it. Maybe they're just trying to play their most comfortable heroes and try to do what they do best individually on those.
And comfort picks could work out here. When you talk about a Ryan Winston comp, you really talk about that point objective control that Reinhardt brings, and then the high ground contest that Raven Shaman can bring on the Winston here. It's definitely doable. However, they keep Raven right there with it, and see immediately on the back line here. I like this play from him. However, Palsy falls first.
Yeah, Joko getting the first. Raven will be felled next, and while that may be unfortunate as Dome picks up the kill, this Maywall may be able to grab another one because Joko hyperextends, overextends, and gets punished for it. So Dargo finding out the next, and it's going to be Silent Tempest. Not so solid on the scoreboard as they'll take Blockwell Man out for the count, and it's looking like it's going to be cleaned up here by SNHU because it's just the last few dregs at Greenfield trying to stay into this fight, but I'm pretty impressed with what I saw from Greenfield to take some substantial control early on and managing to still contest all the way up to being able to get basically almost 20% onto that objective control.
It's an interesting strategy. I think what you do instead is you send Raven Shaman into the back line in the same fashion we did. However, as that happens, you dedicate the rest of the brawl to point in their claim on that low ground objective and force the rest of the brawl from SNHU down to them. However, they committed to the high ground, and we saw that isolation that hit Joe Cool on that Reinhardt, but already back into the fray here as Joe Cool is standing in front of a window, but a huge shatter.
Oh man, that's gonna sting. Darko finding one. Palsy will get a fire strike into Blockwoman. And while we had seen Greenville make a switch as well as Raven had switched over to Azaria, it's not gonna be enough. They'll find one before being taken out by Dargo. And once again, we're seeing Silent Tempest and the rest of that SNHU side just cleaning up where they can. Oh, a nice attempt we had seen from this Mora to try and maybe get a kill before leaving, but Silent finds it before stepping into a trap. But now we hear the Junkrat Riptire coming through. He's not even going to attempt to hide it, and because of that, Dargo will find it instead. Unfortunate, but they do have time to head back. A charge coming through. Unfortunate for Raymond as they're going to get pushed out of the way by Palsy. Objective going in as a Coalescence comes through from Sigma, trying to keep and stake their claim. A boost onto Joe. We may see a return here from Greenville, but it's denied! Silent Tempest with a 3K with a high noon. That is devastating.
Silent Tempest comes in with a high noon, gonna clean it up onto Raven Shaman as well. Just the last little dregs of touching, as you mentioned, from Blockwoman. However, Silent Tempest comes out. They dedicated the Coalescence. They nano boosted Joe Cool on that Reinhardt, and it looked great in Infernosis. And then immediately, Silent Tempest comes in with a high noon, and as I'm talking about him, he's not done. Finds a pick onto Sigma with a bunch of numbers after that, and immediately gets the pick. But it looks like for the side of Greenville, they're not done fighting here.
Yeah, they're doing everything they can to get on. Joe will tap it, but now will be taken out, and they're going to try and make the rotation around to get back on. Palsy finding Blockwoman. A Diva Bomb comes through, not able to kill as Palsy connects with a Fire Strike and continues the spree. That could be a play of the game entirely just off the fact they just held left click, which is an interesting way to say it, but in all comparisons, that could have been stolen by Greenville off that play, but denied by the high noon from Silent Tempest, who continues to go on the rampage. That's probably the most impactful play we've had all day.
And it happens because neither of these teams are ready to just stop a fight and regroup. I mean, that last fight, realistically, Infernosis lasted for 60% of the point, probably. I mean, think about it. It started at Joe Cool pinning onto point. You called the Junkrat tire. They dedicated a nano boost, a Coalescence, and then it quite literally never stopped from there until now, where we find ourselves on downtown. Just a little bit of patience, I think, honestly, from both of these teams so far, just to wrap up a team fight before moving into the next one will benefit you so much, especially in a time controlled point like this control objective is. But now we see Silent Tempest back on the hit scan, but he goes with a Widow this time, and there's nothing to stop him here with a Mage Tracer from the side of Greenville.
Yeah, nothing to really block that. You've got a Brigitte with a shield. Maybe they can block and stop from being head tapped away, but quite honestly, when you've got somebody else, a Mei, trying to come through, it doesn't look super hot. Maybe a wall to block off, but this fight on the objective already coming through quite quickly. We're going to see the side with Joe Cool on Greenville looking to fight it off, but no way to deny any of the excessive damage as Styx finds two as a Lucio, and Valdir will clean up the ending. It's just Croana. She's trying her best, but can't get it done. Palsy will finish it off, and it's going to rotate immediately back in favor of SNHU, but Greenville did manage to get 11% before it got switched over.
Infernosis, I know you're sick of hearing it, but it's just the Lucio difference. Not having a Lucio for the side of Greenville is absolutely a detriment to what they're trying to do as a brawl comp. This rushdown style quite literally cannot be executed without that Lucio. It playing slowly like this is going to allow Silent Tempest to get picks from his line of sight, and then people to get frozen like you see Dome doing now.
Oh, a Diva Bomb comes through to be blocked by Joe, not able to connect, but Silent Tempest will onto Sigma as Styx, the Lucio difference, continuing to make a difference. Dargo and Palsy finding Smokescreen and Blockwoman. Palsy finding a second, maybe even a third here as they try to finish off Croana. They're trapped, a charge going in, just the ice block to separate a wall, and it's not enough. Now a staggered death as Palsy finishes it off, and man, I know that you hate Unicorn. I know you hate not seeing a Lucio for a team. I can't imagine how much this hurts you inside, because I remember after games, you go, just play Lucio. Just play Lucio. Just play Lucio. Man, I can't agree more.
It's one of those weird things where you think about a competitive game that you're in, right? Where you're trying to tell some random, hey, it's not you. It's not your ability to play something. It's that this hero is just subjectively better in this situation. However, they're going to prove me wrong here as the rally and the coalescence comes out. The immortality field is dropped, but Joe Cool still finds Palsy there. Smokescreen is able to clean up Dome. Two huge characters for the side of SNHU down here. Infernosis, walk me through the rest of it.
Yeah, I mean, you do see they're going to drop a grab. I think it'll be eaten. It'll be denied, but Silent still trying to keep SNHU in this one, finding two. And Jokul's made it still with a charge, and now you've got a Shatter connecting from Palsy, finding three. Barely saved his Raven, but they're continuing the rain. They've gotten the objective back, but it contested immediately. Palsy still extended forward, but Silent still not being silent on the feed, finding Smokescreen. Valdir's going to need to watch their head. That shot may connect, but it'll be Croana who switched to Reaper to find a kill instead. Silent on a rampage. Palsy with a fire strike, and it looks like SNHU will be able to clean it up. Greenville just not able to clean up the last three players despite a phenomenal entry into the fight, and they'll be punished for it because they can make the return and ultimately win out the fight.
Over that fight and a half, Silent Tempest came out with 5 picks, all headshots, and all he's got to do is birdwatch this point now. You can see him doing it with his Vantage. Smokescreen does find a pick onto Valdir. That's a main support down, but Silent Tempest is not done here.
Joe Cool finding two. It'll be a Diva Bomb to drop. No real way to deny, but Silent Tempest cannot be denied either, finding Blockwoman. Joe with a fire strike to Dome's Dome. And meanwhile, you've got Dargo, who's forced out of the mech and forced to respawn. They'll get it back into an overtime situation, but Silent Tempest is still just up there, biding time, attempting to catch a couple players off guard on their respawn. Croana now at like 10 HP, not looking hot here. Continuously being tagged out there. Blockwoman just not paying attention. That may be the deficit because SNHU are now a full man advantage going into this one. And Croana hasn't even been healed yet.
It's a huge shatter, though.
Oh,
it's
Shatter
a huge
does
shatter.
connect.
Palsy's trying to come back from it. It finds a shatter of his own. It's got some players in the back, but the immortality field's going to sustain through that grab. The coalescence from Sigma comes out. Smokescreen popped the rally as well. That's all about done here. Trying to get back onto point is the Junkrat of Blockwoman. But can you think of a time where Silent Tempest has had to leave this platform? I think he might have been here the entire round.
He has dropped once to get some extra shots, but he has never been forced off the platform, and that's the difference maker. Here comes the wall hacks, looking for an opportunity to catch a couple players off guard. May drop as well, but they can catch players from above that little awning. Silent gonna act on with their team's ultimates, also be able to drop through a blizzard, tossed out. Silent finding a kill to Sigma, no chance now as they're frozen in the middle of the side. Cleaned up by SNHU, not a single death to their name so far. And Blockwoman will be felled as well, a team kill to end it off here on map 1.
As overtime ticks down, I can only imagine one thing. Wouldn't they have liked to be a little bit faster when that blizzard came out? I don't know a hero that would do that, Infernosis. I don't want to say it. I'll leave it up to you. But maybe when that blizzard comes out, maybe someone who could, I don't know what you would call the ability, like a speed boost or something like that, but maybe someone who could just get us out of there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, even if you can't get out of there, I feel like maybe if you just had a lot more health, you know, in a clutch situation, maybe you have a lot more health.
Shield or something.
Yeah,
a sound, like a barrier of sound.
A barrier of some sort.
Yeah. Maybe generated by sound, like a barrier. Yeah. Anyway, Silent Tempest with the play of the game there. Man, Silent Tempest right now, I know we don't like to call it early, especially you and I, Infernosis, because we change our minds so thoroughly or so constantly throughout this back and forth. But Silent Tempest right now, if I'm looking at MVPs, I've got them up here. I don't know about you, but I've got them right about here, and that's right where the ceiling is for me.
Yeah, I mean, you're a pretty short guy, so this thing's not very high, but
5'11", 5'11".
No, same height as me. We're short.
6 foot on Tinder. That's what matters.
Yeah, that's what matters.
You can cheat the inch.
Yeah. 5'11", 3 inches. You know.
Yeah.
Three, 3/4 or whatever you want to call it.
3 inches.
3 inches. I'm 5'11" and 3 inches. So
yeah.
They'll fall for it. No one knows. No one knows the difference. But yeah, I mean, if you play Widow, you've automatically stolen my heart a little bit. But in the end, it's not necessarily that my heart has been stolen. It's just that they were stealing the lives of so much of their opposition. Silent Tempest was nailing shot after shot. We saw too many people from the opposing side of Greenville who just weren't paying attention and walk down the line of shots and ultimately pay the price for it. And also the high noon on round one to be taken out and save them from having Greenville retake the points. And while round two is a lot more back and forth, I mean, it still was pretty handily in SNHU's favor because Greenville didn't bring anyone, not a single person. Even if you bring some, I don't know, some guy that can have that, barrier made of sound and the ability to make people go faster. And well, I mean, maybe he can climb walls as well, right? And maybe force somebody physically, knock somebody off the roof. Maybe take Tempest out of the equation. Maybe that's what could have happened there. Maybe that would have been the answer.
You never know. Even if you're not, like in all seriousness, even if you're not going to dedicate something that can contest that high ground, where you hold the point matters so much when you play against that Widowmaker, especially the way Silent Tempest is playing it. As you mentioned, play Widow, you've stolen your heart. Play it like Silent Tempest is playing it, who knows? You've got Infernosis forever at that point.
Yeah.
But if you're the side of Greenville, duck yourself in that little cubby, right? The only thing that's coming at you is a Widow and a May. It's not a ton of damage. You're not working with a variety of spam that you have to dodge. Wait for them to come to point. Their brawl comp has to meet you there. Then you can play into them. Then you can dodge the line of sight on the immortality field. It's easier to play around it. And most importantly, as we saw throughout the entirety of downtown, you don't have Silent Tempest playing Duck Hunt. And that's the difference maker there. I'm excited to see if they'll do something about it. If you've been here for the previous games, as you know, week 8, we jump into Hollywood next for our hybrid map. Hybrid maps are going to work with an initial 2CP, or kind of similar to what you just saw, control map. You jump in, you capture that objective, then a payload will begin to move throughout the course of the rest of the map. The attacking side's job to escort it all the way to the end. Then defending team will get to do the same idea. Just in case you're any parents, some friends watching, don't know what's going on, we're here to guide you. Infernosis and I are going to hold your hand. We'll get through this together.
Yeah, and much like you explained the game mode, you press W to move forward, and you hold your left click button to either shoot or swing. And quite frankly, I just think SNHU has been doing the W left click a little bit easier. Their Reinhardt, who is always the person you joke about for W and left clicking, has been doing a phenomenal job of keeping themselves up into the fight, keeping themselves with their shield at a good health, knowing when to do it. And I think having the ability to go faster is the way that the brawl is meant to be. You can get in and out a little bit quicker, and that may be the difference. I think the front line's been pretty even across the board. I'm actually been kind of impressed with what Greenville's bringing. They just don't have the tempo to be able to maintain that. And I think that because they aren't able to maintain the tempo, they're also being forced to take steps back in brawl, which did take them away from that awning like you talked about. And that allowed Silent Tempest to take those pot shots, to play that duck hunt. And there's nothing better as a Widow player, as somebody who auto-locks Widow in every game because I'm a terrible piece of garbage on this planet. So nothing better as a Widow player to just say, hey, force them backwards 2 steps, and they go right back at you. And they swing, literally pushing you backwards. You're in free territory at that point. It's exactly what we saw. And there's going to be nothing but free territory on this one as well. It's so much wider, so much more contention to go down in this streets phase. If we can even see it come down to this bank or saloon phase in this middle section, it's going to be a devastating play if you're going to bring a Widow to the table.
It definitely can be. Now, one thing I did notice throughout that is, the fights were relatively one-sided, but it's not hopeless for the side of Greenville by any means. I think they have talented players. I think a lot of people made the right plays in certain situations. However, it's just getting together and doing those things at the same time. If they can work on that synergy, just really play their comp together in a 6-man death ball, I think this is definitely doable for them. Now, we do have to go over some switches here. We have Block 1 Man on a Sigma, and we've got your Reinhardt buddy Joe Cool now running the Junkrat. As you can see, Greenville has now switched. They've opted to defend here, so they'll be defending Hollywood, and the side of SNHU will be on attack. Therefore, Joe Cool and buddies from Greenville on the blue side, Palsy and friends on the red side for SNHU. What do you feel about these switches, Infernosis? How are you feeling about those?
I mean, we saw Cruana on Reaper before as well. Now on
True,
Mercy.
yeah.
like, it's interesting that they feel at least maybe that's kind of the difference maker. I think that, you know, Joe Cool, Junkrat's kind of close to a Reinhardt, maybe, you know? I mean, they're somewhat similar. Maybe that's the difference maker, but we'll have to see, as we already see SNHU taking a very aggressive stance forward. They've taken a lot of damage and need to be healed off of it, and Joe Cool, the person I made a joke about finishing off the first kill in Smokescreen, their counterpart Switch, also finding their own. Aquaman finding kills as wow. Greenville coming off strong immediately. I don't think any of them took any damage. I'm going to be blatantly honest with you.
And that's what's so important in a situation like this. When you talk about a hybrid map, it quite literally is a 2 CP at the beginning of this. Once you get that first fight victory, that ult economy, if you allow it to and you play correctly, will be in your favor, just statistically speaking, for the remainder of the map. As long as they don't have any huge blunders. And speaking of, Smokescreen in trouble here with the freeze. He might go down, but instead sustained up with a Mercy Lucio. That's surprising that he got enough heals.
We are indeed. I think that's the biggest thing. We're seeing a Lucio, and while Smokescreen's able to find Palsy, they're going to get taken out, but a revive from Croana will make it a little bit closer as Raven will find Dome and continue on the rampage to find Dargo. Greenville coming out, I wouldn't say necessarily swinging, because it hasn't necessarily been the Reinhardt that's starting the fights. It's been the DPS ending them. The support has done a phenomenal job of keeping everyone well situated, well handled, and the DPS have done a great job of picking their targets and finishing them off swiftly in every fight so far.
And this is the way you take this fight. You throw the tire early. You can throw it now, force out the immortality field, maybe find a pick with it, but instead, Palsy's going to hit a fat shatter. It's going to get beat dropped, though.
It's going to be Joe Cool finding 2 on the Riptire, maybe trying to save it. Raven has dropped the Molten Core, dropping down the lava bombs, but now a Gravitic Flux to slam down. It may catch off Eternal. They're trying to escape, but they're not going to make it. Blockwoman finding the kill, and a Diva Bomb won't find anything as Dargo now forced back into the mech afterwards, and Dome trying their hardest to take out Sigma, but saved by Joe. Fight is still continuing onward, and it still looks like Greenville has gotten the better hand as a Valkyrie is now popped by Crow.
Croana, yeah, probably didn't need the Valkyrie there, but they also got Dargo. Oh man, I remember this guy's name. Dargo's mech there from the self-destruct. Such a hard name to say. That's the only thing I'm trying to get out here. But yeah, I feel you. But here comes the flank shatter. The flank shatter, Infernosis.
Okay, Palsy. Okay, Palsy. All right, then. I see you. 4 kills, I believe, in that team kill going just to Palsy. And it absolutely catches everyone on Greenville off guard. Still, props to Greenville to hold where they only had a minute left on this objective. Now you're going to have to handle this street space for the actual payload. We need to know whether or not Greenville has what it takes to defend a payload stage, or if they're just going to get swept straight through it if SNHU just can keep this one a-rolling.
It's not a terrible situation for them. I like where Joe Cool is hiding. He needs to stay high ground here, because if I'm the attacking side, I want to send Dargo and Dargo on the Diva and Soldier on the Silent Tempest on Soldier here up to the high ground for that attacking side, take some aggressive angles, and really force the rest of Greenville to hold that low ground and cower in a corner where Palsy can really pop off on that Reinhardt. If they can do that and execute it, it's going to be a roll for the attacking side, but they've got to deal with the tire from Joe Cool first. They'll do that with no problems. Valdir on the hit scan Baptiste is taking notes here from some of the top players. I believe it was an interview with him previously where he said that he was studying. Maybe I'm talking about the wrong Baptiste. I don't know. You talked for a while. I could have sworn there was an emergence level Baptiste that said he was studying some of the higher level Baptiste.
This is Navigators.
Oh, yeah, true.
We're going through this, and Silent Tempest finds a 3 or 4K with a visor, completely decimating Greenville. And we're over here talking about somebody in a completely different division that's probably, you know, more accomplished in life than I am at the very least. So if they're saying they're actually studying something, that's new for me. So.
Color Caster of the Year. Just pass me the award now. I won't even give a speech.
Giving it straight to contender.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Now, we see Blockwoman back on the Sigma here. Needs to be on the high ground, but instead the Blizzard's going to come out. So is the Self-Destruct. Self-Destruct is going to find Raven Shaman. The Blizzard has everyone frozen up. You've got to assume SNHU just walk it in here. Smokescreen not finding anything with that shatter as it is blocked, and Dome is still clicking heads. Infernosis.
Man, you can have the beat drop as well from Eternal. Just kind of like, just saying, hey, yeah, no chance, not anything going to happen for you, as Palsy looking like they'll clean up Smokescreen, and we may see another one drop through as well. They were hunting for that player, and it will be Dargo who cleans up Joe, who was attempting their big escape, but nothing looking super hot. I think there's a thing going through right now for this side of Silent Tempest for SNHU. They are unstoppable, finding kill after kill. Greenville in a bit of a snowball. They need to take a step back, regroup, coordinate themselves a little bit more onward, and try to act in that direction. But I mean, Greenville, they're still staggering out. Look at they're playing this front line, but they're down both of their healers, and they're still getting aggressive with it.
Yeah, I mean, they're still able to hold this front corner here. Palsy needs to continue to hold it. Be a little patient right here until your Lucio can top everyone off. Silent Tempest and Dargon pretty low here, but Joe Cool once again going to try and commit this. He commits the Tyrant, does find Valdir and also the Immortality Field. Why Valdir wasn't in his own Immortality Field, I'll never know.
Unfortunate, but it is like Greenville will force back the opposing side of SNHU, able to secure themselves a little bit of leeway, but the problem still remains. 2 minutes on the clock, and SNHU have themselves a shatter, have themselves a garage door to put some extra damage through, and they're nearing a Diva Bomb and Visor. This could be dangerous right now because you've got no real defensive ultimates besides Ravens, who's popping theirs to force them to step away, but there's the shatter from the side. Smokescreen! Oh my goodness! Straight through it, charges and finds Palsy. That's the shatter out for the count. Frags going in both directions. Raven and Croana finding Silent and Sticks. So it does look like SNHU will be forced back to yet another wave attack.
Yeah, I mean, they'll find themselves on attack here, trying to push this front corner against no ultimates this time. What they need to do, at least in my opinion, is try and keep Silent Tempest in the back line, put a lot of shield pressure in, then use this Visor to the best of their abilities. They're going to put it through the window. You've got to assume it's going to find picks. It does find two.
Devastating to start. They'll find a third to clean up. Smokescreen and Block Roman will be found by Dome. They've got themselves a minute to push this back all the way here. It's going to be nearing the edge, but they need to stay on it. They're just going to continue to hunt out because Greenville, who's had a problem consistently with snowballing, is going to continue to have that if they let them continue to find their kills. They're going to keep knocking back this Hammond. A shatter coming through. It'll find three, but not able to be cleaned up as now you got Smokescreen way in the back line. A blizzard coming through, forcing them off, and no chance. It looks like Greenville are unable to defend that one out against SNHU.
The contest might have been there, but Smokescreen, as you mentioned, pinned the Diva out there. And as soon as Dargoon got out of that pin, immediately threw the self-destruct. No one there to shield the point, so they do get to walk it in for free. There is, Smokescreen way in the back in there. I think what needed to happen as far as defense was concerned was put Blockwoman on the Sigma, continue to leave him there, but hold high ground. Take that off-angle pressure, really rain down those kinetic spheres on top of them, using that primary fire, keeping that barrier on yourself, and then at that point, Dargo has to come up and deal with Blockwoman on that high ground as the Diva really splits off that Brawl comp from being able to achieve its goals for the side of SNHU, but instead, still a formidable hold for the side of Greenville. Only about 40 seconds left on the clock for SNHU pushing that payload in there. And now, Greenville will find themselves attacking. Looks like they're wanting to opt for a Sigma ball here to move into attack. They've got Joe Cool back on that trusty Junkrat. Raven Shaman on the Soldier, trying to give Silent Tempest a run for his money. And then we've got a Moira Zen, which is an interesting healing comp. I think I'd like to see either a Bap Zen or an Ana Zen healing a composition like this, but you've got to assume they'll make it work here. Maybe not super comfortable on the Ana or the Bap. What about the side of SNHU?
I mean, looking over at SNHU, who now has the opportunity to defend, I mean, they're kind of sticking with the same exact setup. They're not really switching too much. Silence on that McCree. I'm a little shocked not to see a Widow, which is, sad. But I think that already at 22%, kind of already setting themselves up for success, getting that extra little bit of damage at the top. But Joe's also been able to take a lot of damage forward. But they're going to drop off that high ground, try to fight this one out in between this arch. And thankfully, no one's been taken out just yet. But Dargo almost taken out of the mech as they play a high level of aggression. But Joe finding the nade, the mystical miracle nade over the top to Dome. And now your man advantage. We may see Greenville try to act on this thing. We need to remove the Immortality Field as they do from Raven, but Silence already found enough damage themselves. Raven immediately taken out afterwards. A DPS for DPS. You need to rely on your tank line to continue to knock off, and they'll do just that. Blockoan finding Dargo. A charge from behind by Palsy to secure Croana, and it's going neck and neck back and forth on this fight.
It definitely is. Joe Cool is just consistently putting in this frontline damage. Dome is not able to do anything, and you see it come to fruition. There is the Mind Kills it, but Silent Tempest back with the high noons again, Infernosis.
That's gotta hurt so bad, and when you have a Junkrat Riptire that does nothing in the process, it's gonna be another nail in the coffin. A Silence on a rampage, finding that high noon, finding 2 afterwards, and continuing to try and find them out as they'll clean up Croana. It is just Silent Temple's game right now. Defense tends to be what they're really hot at. Even on control, they took advantage of it, got control of the point, and then all they needed to do was play that defense. And Silent, even if they have to play a Widow from far away, do such a nice job of it.
I mean, back again. Silent Tempest goes back-to-back maps with a clean 5K. Came off with a high noon from 2, but the sound barrier comes out. The Gravitic Flux is there. However, you see Sigma trying to sustain his team with this Transcendence through that Shatter, but the Self-Destruct is there, and it's gonna find 2.
Oh, that's gotta hurt so bad. Another fight being taken out from an ultimate. So devastating like that, even when you've invested so many of your own. And it's looking like it could have almost been a team kill. Smokescreen able to buy enough time to let it not be. And they'll even find Silent Tempest on top of it, but that's going to be another delay, a snowball through. Greenville needs to wait it out, and you really did not let Raven overextend because they've already stepped around the corner. I'm not too sure what they're doing as of the current moment. You need to get your Sigma back into the fight before engaging, because if you don't, you're at a tank disadvantage going into this one.
Yeah, you gotta assume that's what they should have done. However, they knew Silent Tempest was down. Maybe they assumed without that carry they could get back to point. Raven Shaman commits the visor, but Silent Tempest again with the high noon. We get the D-Mech onto Dargoon, but Silent Tempest, you gotta assume, is just gonna continue to clean up as the tanks and Dome all back on the Mei just have so much room to work with Silent destroying everything he comes into contact with.
Absolutely unfortunate. Now, Greenville really only having 1, maybe 2 pushes left in them here based on time, and it's going to be difficult to try and figure out where you need to go with it. Dargo nearing the time on that ult. Silent Tip is charging theirs by finding Blockwoman. Almost every ult available for the SNHU side, and while you may have a Riptire coming up, that's about it. You're going to have to rely on your front line to find something. Silent going ever closer, further and further, and continuing to charge it on a rampage. Unstoppable at the moment.
It's fine. They back up. You have 1 more fight left. You can get 1 more fight in, but they're going to continue to commit. Blockwoman comes in, does get frozen and bursted down. I mean, absolutely deleted right there. 15 seconds left on the clock. The only person who could contest and sustain most of their health pool dead for the time being, and the self-destruct finds Sigma. Not good as we're working up towards that Transcendence in this overtime.
High noon coming. Silent Tempest has it. It's really just keeping them at bay. They can't step out. They can't come in. A Mei wall to secure out that security room, and it's going to go already a 2-0 map differential now. SNHU taking map 2, guaranteeing at least the victory and guaranteeing themselves the ability to take, I believe, 5th place in the playoffs, but we're going to have to see how that one pans off in the end. Palsy, SNHU coming through. Let's see this play of the game. This was that shatter and the wall combination that came through, just going in, finding what they needed to do and connecting a fat shatter, even killing off the impact alone. Phenomenal coming through with that. Joe Cool had a lot of damage on their side, but you can't rely on one player, especially one player with an eye patch on, to do everything for you.
You definitely can, and Joe Cool on this Junkrat definitely did his job. However, getting up to the high ground with those mines and just contesting Silent Tempest, maybe not forcing him off, maybe getting out the flashbang, but something to get him off of this high ground. They committed Blockwoman to the Wrecking Ball, but it didn't seem like there was a ton of attention being sent towards Silent Tempest on that McCree, and I would have had to have assumed after Busan, they would have realized, hey, Silent Tempest, that's the guy to focus. But we find ourselves on Hollywood again, and he's absolutely destroying. And I don't doubt that they're doing their best to try and focus him, but at this point, it's hero picks that have to be committed in order to do that job. Your ability as a player doesn't transcend what a specific hero can do, if that makes sense. So when you jump in there, it has to be specific heroes that are dedicated to counter someone. That's why those counters exist, and I'd like to see them utilize that on this 3rd map here. But we'll have to see what the side of Greenville decides as they try and get their last opportunity to get their first map W here for the side of Greenville once again, as they want to move into the NECC postseason with at least one dub, at least one map dub. You don't want to go out like that. Keep fighting till the end. I got to give it to them. You got to assume other teams would have dropped out, but they're still here fighting. I love that.
Yeah, despite all the difficulties, losing a captain, having to bring in a new person to be that, filling roles, trying to figure out what's working for you. And I believe also, I mean, they've only had this esport program for 2 years, right?
Wow.
So
Okay.
like they've got a lot to work with and to go off of. But coming into this one, the desperation you must feel to get one map win. Rialto's a difficult one as well. I mean, from what I've been seeing, your SNHU have done a phenomenal job on defense specifically, and they've never even let us see what their defense for a payload looks like because we didn't see it get past that hybrid phase. So, I mean, it could be up in the air. I don't think it's going to be a difference maker, I think. I think that Greenville can do their best. I think they did pretty well about defending initially and fully denying it at first, but I think SNHU, for a map like this for payload, I think they could force it all the way through. I think Greenville could have some really nice plays, but I don't know if I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt for winning the round.
Yeah, I mean, coming out with a map win here is definitely going to be difficult for the side of Greenville, but once again, you dedicate those heroes to counter the side of Silent Tempest. You help sustain that front line with that Lucio. Commit a better healer to it than Mercy on the other side. There's rare occasions where you want to run a Lucio Mercy unless you have a variety of self-sustainable heroes, a Roadhog, a Soldier, a Tracer, things like that. However, you can find yourself in a good position here on a payload oriented map where it is strictly escort. If it's, once again, you get that first fight victory, the ult economy is just in your favor. It just keeps chugging along, and if you can keep feathering those ultimates to continue those staggers for the defensive side, you can find yourself in a good situation. But the same is true for defense. You get that first fight win, you can deny anyone touching that payload for the entirety of the map, the entirety of the map, as long as you can keep that ult economy in your favor. And I'd like to see them try and work on the ult tracking for the opposite side, or at the very least know when a fight is over and stop committing ultimates to it and bodies to the point.
Yeah, I mean, it really snowballed. I think that was kind of the term that I was using on that initial ending. The payload phase was looking really uncomfortable for Greenville because they would lose an initial fight, and then SNHU did a phenomenal job of making it so, hey, they've only got 2 people left. Wait about 6, 7, 8 seconds to kill them, and then go in on it and kill them, and that staggers them. And then that stagger becomes more and more, and then Greenville just not waiting for the rest of the team to get there. They didn't really have them in a situation to go for it, so unfortunately, it just didn't manage to pan out. But what I am seeing here, though, is that Joe Cool says the pirate is ready to go in the chat. So either that's saying they're bringing pirate ship to payload, or that he is confirming that he does in fact have an eye patch on and is a pirate.
I mean, hopefully with the eye patch, we see the Bastion here. I want to see the full pirate ship for attack, but we'll have to wait briefly as they do opt to defend again. So once again, you'll see the side of Greenville University on the blue side, SNHU on that red side.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I'm colorblind. I'm just going with names anyway. So,
Gray and gray. Yep.
Gray and gray. So we
Gray
got
side and
gray
the
over
gray
on the left
side.
side. That's going to be, I believe that is going to be Greenville. And then over on the right side of a gray screen, we've got SNHU. So for all my colorblind people out there, all 0.1% of you, I'm here for you.
So when we come out on defense here, for the side of Greenville, we see a Widow and a Junkrat. Joe Cool, the trusty Junkrat. I think it's definitely the best option when you only have one eye. You just kind of spam in a direction, and Junkrat and the abilities he have will kind of do the work for you. Kind of the beauty of that hero. Definitely some text that you can execute with him. But if I've only got one eye, I think he's one of my first choices for a DPS. Is just the old trusty spam down a line of sight, hope to get someone in the choke. But what I'm excited for is Silent Tempest on the McCree for now. Nope, he swaps to the Widow. We have it, Infernosis. Your dream come true. We've got the Widow 1v1 going on right now. Smokescreen previously saw him on Tank going head-to-head with Silent Tempest, who you've watched run the kill feed so far, and, well, it looks like he's got an early start to run it at this time.
Just keep the feed on Silent Tempest. I mean, me as a caster, typically I just put it on whatever screen is there and just kind of go for everybody, but I think I'm going to lock myself in on Silent Tempest. I know, actually, you know what? I think they're switching. They are. All right, never mind. You've stolen my heart with a quick 3-2 picks or whatever you got, and now you've immediately ripped it away from me again. I'm pretty upset with them.
But what a
I'm no
flex,
longer voting
though.
for them. I can't, that hurts.
but what a flex, you know? You swap to the Widow, you out-Widow the opposing team, and then you also find a pick on the Mercy. Oh, and don't worry, now I'm back on the McCree, which was my default pick to start with. Don't worry, now that I've killed everybody, I'll just switch for you.
Yeah, and a default pick that's not just been exceptionally well for themselves, but been phenomenal. It's worked out consistently. A Shatter finding 4. Silent Tempest will act off of it. Palsy finding Sigma, but Raven finding 2 of their own. It's still going back and forth. Silent has not been dealt with, so despite Raven's attempts to bring it back, they'll still push it forward. Now Joe, the last one remaining, trying their best, but it will not be enough. They'll guarantee themselves this first point. Now they have 5 minutes to continue to push this one up to that second pip.
And as they move forward here, you'll see Blockwoman on the Reinhardt wants to hold close here at Bridge, and this is a rough place to hold. The attacking side of so many different angles they can deal with you, and we're going to see that come to fruition here as Dargo and Dargo immediately finding picks. Back up here and try and really solidify your spot on this second corner. Going to be a little bit easier when Valier finds himself off the map, though.
Unfortunately, right at the moment, Joe Cool finding the 3K with a rip tire, guaranteeing them at least one team fight victory, as Smokescreen will collect their own. Now we've got our situation where Greenville's able to stop the bleeding slightly and position themselves in a way that they actually can stand in a fight. Maybe we won't see as much of a snowball as we had seen on map 2.
Maybe not. I mean, as the defensive end here, I want to see them on high ground. Holding low ground here just lets the brawl come to you. Get above the brawl and away from these headshots from Dome. You want to be behind the shield as the grab comes out, but there's no follow-up Infernosis.
Nothing to go there in an Immortality field to just guarantee the lives. I mean, one of the big differences you see in terms of divisions is the emphasis put on top of those Immortality fields. I mean, I got to watch a game the other day, or last week on Thursday, after I'd already casted the 2 I had previously, of a team that would have won every single time to shut down a team that was going really high in the league, and they did not take out any of the Immortality fields. If they had shot the Immortality fields, they would have won the game handily, but they did it. A great shield block from Blockwoman to deny the Shatter. Now they're looking to act off of it. He'll charge and find Valdir, but Palsy on the refrag into both directions for Raven, and now Blockwoman falling. It will not be stopped in second pip. Still basically 5 minutes left to push it to the third.
You've got to be careful with those pins, Infernosis. Blockwoman finds himself in a great position after blocking that Shatter like you mentioned, but then pins in, gets the bio nade from Sigma on that Ana, but it's not enough even with the bubble of Raven Shaman to sustain him inside of the entire team of SNHU. And speaking of the entire team, look at all the ultimates for their side as they want to push this last point to attack here. But you've got the Bastion we've been talking about.
Oh, fat Shatter coming through. Blockwoman finding more than one, but the push seemingly denied initially. It'll be a Diva Bomb dropping from Dargo. It'll find one under Joe Cool as Palsy cleans up Blockwoman, and it was blue initially for the feed, now rotating back, and Dome switching over to a Sombra, hoping to maybe hack out the shields of Raven and Blockwoman, but I don't think it's really going to matter at this point in time. They're continuing this presence. They don't even need that tertiary DPS, and Raven falls last. Dargo on a rampage so far. Now Joko a little bit too close with the Junkrat tire. They don't shoot it out because the high noon in play, and it'll find one, but Palsy finds block on a trade. And now the fight with only a few meters remaining, still handily in favor of SNHU. They cannot be stopped, and a Shatter almost necessarily to seal the deal. The last two falling as they try to contest just Raven nearby as they have to switch to a Hammond for any chance.
You see Blockwoman just trying to do the Lord's work here, spinning to win. Joe Cool's back on the Junkrat, needs to get those mines off, and it's got to be meaningful damage here, but no one left to touch. Smokescreen trying to come back on the Bastion, but you'll see SNHU take Rialto with 3 minutes and 15 seconds left in Infernosis. As we watch the attack there, I like Smokescreen's switch to the Bastion, especially right there at the end. One of the best things that you can do for that defensive side is come out of spawn, not descend down those stairs, don't get anywhere near the payload, sit right there at the entrance to the courtroom or whatever that place is. That is that last point for the side of Rialto. What is it? I'm gonna go look right now. Hold please. It's a monastery, I guess, like a monastery.
I've been calling it church.
Yeah,
so.
church. Like okay. Monastery is a cooler word. So as Smokescreen enters the monastery, as that Bastion, instead of descending those stairs, you come right out of the spawn room, right? You sentry up, pay attention. You sentry up,
sorry.
and then you just spray down the opposing main tanks, right? That doesn't allow, stop laughing, that doesn't allow for those shatters to hit you for the side of Bastion, and then you can really get that meaningful damage off, like we mentioned. Then Joku comes back, now we have another tire, now it's looking good for the defensive side, rather than the snowball that it was. Now you can talk.
Yeah, we'll go with it. I agree. I can't
glad.
disagree.
I'm glad.
But I do want to bring up a point here. We had noticed that Silent Tempest, who played the Widow to get the first 2 or 3 picks before, is now in a situation where they probably have to stick with it. You don't have a quick getaway to switch back, but no first picks have been gathered initially. We're already a couple seconds in. They've tagged because they're already at a pretty good ult percentage, but now you're going to Blockerman, who overextends to the front of that payload, and now Silent Tempest punishing because they had to save the Diva. Joe finding a nade over the top of mine onto Dome. And now they've gotten this first corner around, but this is where the damage can really be done. Silent has to rotate to a better spot, but Palsy given all the time in the world to do so. Tailing 2 in the process, and now Blockerman has made it back into the mech, forced right back out once again. Time is not on their side.
Look at how well Styx Eternal sticks to Reinhardt from Palsy here. Just is glued to him, and they do such a good job enabling his Reinhardt, and they just allow Silent Tempest all the space to get these picks, and that's when they open up a fight. As soon as one of those headshots come in, they walk forward without hesitation, and it's not something you see a ton of from this division, but they're executing it very well, and that's a big shatter.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. A team kill. I think every kill in that happened in the same 2 seconds flat.
Yeah.
That's one of the quickest team kills I've ever witnessed. And I think one of the greatest parts about that was Silent Tempest trying to shoot at I believe it was Smokescreen, who was on the Doomfist at the time, who's now switched over to a Widow, hoping for the Widow 1v1, which they'll actually win. They attempted to dive back and were down, and so it was just Silent Tempest going, okay, I'll just take the shot. It's fine. We've got all the time in the world. They're on the ground. But here comes the Riptire. It's going to go down. It's going to wait. Smart decision from Joe, knowing the Immortality Field is up. Now they've got it, throwing it back in. It's going to get taken out with the Fire Strike, saved away. But now Raven is still, so Raven is able to find Styx, and Dargo is able to find Corana. It seems to be a tank differential until the DPS can return. There goes Silent. Not so silent anymore after that respawn.
It's got to be depressing. Blockwoman destroyed the Immortality Field and also ate the Blizzard from Dome, and they still lost the fight. I am shaking my head, turning to my teammates, completely puzzled, wondering how we managed to lose that fight, and then realizing very quickly that, as always, the answer is Silent Tempest.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just such an unfortunate thing. Frozen despite the boost. Raven saved for a moment's notice, but that Shatter is able to get enough impact because a block shield. Here comes the Diva Bomb. Could be into the backside. It'll damage out and remove the player of Dargo out of their mech, but that's the only impact it's gathered. Smokescreen as a Widow is sitting on payload as of the moment, but it doesn't seem to matter because Palsy's continuing the rampage to find out Raven, trying to back up, the shield looking worse for wear. They're going to have to decide when they want a full stage brawl. This one is Blockwoman, the only frontline tank, is trying to be a frontline, but the Shatter from Palsy finds 3, starting on the rampage. They'll find Smokescreen first and continue onward as Silent finds Joe, and everyone else across the board, your support, being the ones to clean up Sigma and Croana.
We're in 2-fight situation here in Infernosis, and honestly, with the way both of these teams have been playing, with how long these fights are, probably 1-fight territory at this point. You wait out this Infrasight from Silent Tempest, use yours. I like how they wait a couple seconds to activate it. Please don't peek, Smokescreen, don't peek, don't die. Yeah, well, now we're definitely in 1-fight territory as we have to wait for the respawn from Smokescreen. Try and get Blockwoman up there to stop the line of sight of Silent Tempest on that Widow, enable the space of Smokescreen, but this is detrimental right now in Infernosis. Nobody can get picked if we want an actual last fight for this. Well,
yeah, this is going to be very difficult, and already losing Blockwoman with his time going through, a Blizzard dropping as well. You got a Riptire to come through. Will it be denied? It will. Narrowly saved because it only hits the Immortality Field, and a shield will block a lot of the damage, but the damage is being done elsewhere. As you take a look, SNHU continuing on this thrashing performance. Silent onto Sigma, Palsy to Smokescreen, just waiting on Blockwoman to return, but a Diva Bomb attempted into the spawn, but it's not going to do too much, and The only person there to contest, which is Blockerman, will be felled quickly. SNHU are going to take a 3-0 sweep, and Greenville have been unable to the entire season win a map.
They do go out 0-8, not a map win to their name, but they've won our hearts. I can only imagine they come back next season and absolutely decimate it, clean some things up, and what better way to go out than with a Joe Cool play of the game here, and we all remember this tire. It cleaned up, and this is what started that defensive hold that they were able to maintain for at least a decent amount before that snowball, as you mentioned, happened shortly after. But SNHU cannot go without the congratulations. They do clinch that playoff spot, move up to 5th place, as we mentioned. Not too sure how it's going to play out between 5th and 4th with that final map win. We'll definitely let you know. But as of right now, for sure 5th place, they move on to playoffs, and I'm excited to see what they can do in this postseason. Is, you know, from what we've seen, they're playing the brawl well, and then they've got Silent Tempest who can execute on brawl picks or get picks of his own that then starts the brawl as an initiation. It's always a good thing when you can send your Rhines speed boosting into a team when they're down an Ana or down the opposing Widowmaker. It makes it a lot easier for you.
Yeah, and I don't think we can take back who we said was player of the game. I think that we called it. You know, Caster's Curse did not rear her ugly head, and we fortunately get to be blessed with that this time around. I don't think there's really anyone else in contention besides Silent Tempest, and I think showing a dominant performance as a Widowmaker, one of the hardest heroes in the game, which is why most Widow 1 tricks stink at the game, is seeing a dominant performance as I can say that because I am one. All right.
Oh, okay, that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, seeing a dominant performance as that, as well as just like their main hand of McCree, who they typically preferred. I mean, it's just there's really no contest for it. It's a phenomenal performance through and through. They have my vote.
Yeah, Silent Tempest all the way for me. I think he performed extremely well and really was able to prove, whether it's the Soldier 76, whether it's the McCree, whether it's the Widowmaker, not only are they able to get the picks on the Widowmaker, have good positioning to avoid the Diva, who didn't dive Silent Tempest as much as they probably should have. However, you know, was at least a nuisance at the very least. And then moving on from the Widowmaker, you've got the McCree. How many fat high noons did we see? And then after the high noon was done, we've got the Flash fans onto Blockoman, who was playing the Wrecking Ball on Hollywood. We've got the fat visors through windows, 3rd point Hollywood attack. I mean, every single time this guy had a check mark next to his name, he delivered on the ultimate. I can't think of a time where he didn't. He's got play of the game, MVP for sure, in my eyes.
Absolutely. And while this has been a phenomenal game here, and we do have SNHU cinching, they were already cinched for their playoff spot. Now it's higher up. They get to put themselves a little bit higher in and face some more competent teams. We'll have to see how that one pans out. Keep an eye out for it. We've got so many playoff games for so many different games coming through to you guys in the coming weeks. I'm looking forward to having the opportunity to cast some hype moments and the best of the best so far in the NECC to face off against each other to determine who really is to get those fat W's here for this season. But this has been Overwatch Week 9 for Game 2. Stay tuned for Game 3. We've got Unicorn, I believe, coming in with Yelkrib for a good match to go there. So stay tuned for that one. We'll catch you guys in the next one.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Jeez, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable. Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Jeez, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
Welcome back, friends and family. We are back for the NECC Week 9, about to move into postseason, and we've got one of the best ones to end out the week with. Got a few more after this, but for now, you've got Central Methodist University going up against Fanshawe, the undefeated college. Going in here, I've got Yelk Reb by my side as always. Yelk, how you doing tonight?
Doing fantastic, man. Casted the game at 5, and it was an insane series that had
I
massive playoff
heard.
implications. ETSU earned themselves a spot. It's been a really exciting night of Overwatch so far. I'm looking forward to this one.
As am I. I mean, jumping in here, we've got to talk about it. Harped on it briefly, but Fanshawe undefeated. First year as a team, and they are coming in here and rolling the Champions Division. What kind of chance do you think Central Methodist stands against this? What do you think you do to pack things up here?
I'm gonna be honest, if I was going to predict this one, I would say Fanshawe just goes 3-0. This is probably a learning game for CMU. I would imagine they're gonna come out and they're gonna execute on some fights. They are a playoff team in the Champions Division, so they've got some good gamers on that team. They're gonna put together the combos that win the important team fights. It's not gonna be a complete stomp or anything like that, but I do think this is a game that CMU is looking to learn a lot of things from the team that's at the top of their division.
And I think it's such an important thing to do. If you can get rolled by the right people, do enough VOD reviews, and make it a learning experience, it will increase your chances moving into playoffs against other teams and then potentially going right up against Fanshawe in the finals if both teams make their way there. However, for now, we'll have to jump in and see what they can do. And when we talk about the different teams, as far as Fanshawe goes, just from previous casts that we've had with them, we've seen a bit of a lackluster brawl, but only because their double bubble is so insane, right? Their brawl's just fine, but it's not quite as good as the double bubble that we've seen, and that's what's unstoppable right now. If you can run that Winston Zarya combo efficiently, then it's going to run over a brawl in almost all situations consistently. Do you think CMU combats that directly, or do you think they try and switch it up and go for some off angles here?
I think CMU is going to have their hands full dealing with Matt on Echo for Fanshawe first off. Their first order of business is definitely trying to get him to swap off of that hero because that is the catalyst that is just the power that enables them to run this double bubble. It times up with the Winston perfectly. That's what Magic Otter likes to run. So if they can get Matt off of his key hero Echo, I think they've got a good shot at keeping Fanshawe off of double bubble in general.
And that's what's so difficult just about Echo as a hero, right? If you have someone who's proficient with her, like we've mentioned, then it's almost impossible to deal with. Then you dedicate a Mercy Pocket to it potentially, and you've got a Winston in your face. You've got this high charge Zarya over there protecting an Ana or a Baptiste. It's just doomsday for the other team, and hopefully CMU can find a way around that. Whether you commit a diva to it, whether you commit a double hit scan to try and deal with that echo, or if you run an echo of your own and try and combat it directly, whatever CMU has in store for us, we'll have to see. But from what I've heard, Matt is unstoppable on this echo.
Yeah, he's nuts. He's not afraid to use his copy when his team is down 3 picks. He'll use it on a support so that they've got multiple support alts to carry them through a fight. He just knows what perfect value is needed out of that ultimate, and he's able to stay alive through it too, which is not a very easy thing to do, especially up at this rank, where once you hit that copy, you are the primary focus of the other
Oh, for
team
sure.
for the next 14 seconds. It is hard to stay alive through that ultimate, and Matt does a fantastic job of it.
It's not only staying alive through the ultimate, but it's trying to find who the best duplicate target is. So often now you see people go for that double Reinhardt, but we're at a point where so many people have learned, and kind of the community in general has learned Echo, and so it's easy to kind of recognize, okay, the Echo player got two swings in, I'm officially blocking a shatter here, and that makes it easier to read in a situation like that. So maybe we see some more DPS swaps, for that duplicate, maybe some Maze with May McCree being so good in a rushdown brawl style. But you know, eh, honestly, any answer that you can have for Matt, whether he's duplicating a tank or whether he's duplicating a DPS, you've got to find the kill on that duplicated target quickly because he has proven time and time again he'll find an ultimate and maybe find another one after that.
Yeah, and he knows he can copy a support no problem, like a Baptiste he's been known to do. Immortality Field comes up in the mid fight, and that just has massive swing potential. Your team can be down and out, and he brings that back with the Echo Ultimate of all things. And then, nonetheless, he's just hanging back in his own backline, playing safe so he can charge up maybe not just one, maybe a couple of windows, and get his team through a long fight just with the use of one ultimate. And it saves them so much on ult economy that alone, that performance on Echo, is one of the key factors that's put Fanshawe on top of this division so far. CMU, though, they've got some notable wins on their schedule. I'm just looking at their schedule right now, and it seems like they won against Missouri Baptiste 3-0, Florida Atlantic 2-1. That was the team that took a map off of Fanshawe, the only team to do so. And they got the 2-1 win over University at Buffalo, who was just on that playoff contention spot. So, it's a team that's going to show us what it's like middle of the pack in the Champions Division, and then Fanshawe, we probably will see a more separated performance that just proves why they are on top of that division.
And I mean, I think, you mentioned something I wanted to talk about as well with CMU taking a map, or excuse me, taking a W off of Florida Atlantic, and Florida Atlantic being the only team who has taken a map off of Fanshawe. Maybe that means it's possible, maybe if that means if there is a team who can bring it to Fanshawe, and who knows, maybe talk about the unspeakable here, but take a dub away from them as far as the series is, or excuse, as far as record is concerned, then maybe it's CMU. If you're beating the only team who can take a map from Fanshawe, maybe you're the answer. Maybe you can I guess do the impossible, I guess at this point, and beat Fanshawe. But, we'll have to see here. Jumping into Busan, we'll get right into it here. You see the rush down. You see the, not the double bubble, but a slower rush down with a soldier and a McCree. Talk to me about that, Yelk.
Yeah, double hit scan you can open up on both sides of this objective. There's not a lot of natural cover in the way. Once you get around the Reinhardt shield, they slap a wall down right in front of Magic Otter, who has to pin out into the right of it. Cupapaya guns him down. And now it looks like Central Methodist University are wrapping around the left side of this point, just trying to claim what there is left of this point. Now shooting the Zarya off to the left side before just stabilizing this objective. They want to collect another kill, though, before Magic Otter gets back in the mix on Winston.
And you see them throwing these walls for an essential free poke phase, where they can get rid of that poke and just cap point here. But now you see them going back to their tried and true Magic Otter on the Winston, now frozen up, but Matt already with a high noon.
Matt finding not just one with the high noon, but to make it 3 onto Andy. Drippy's in the back line, just trying to stay safe from these oppressive tanks, but he will eventually go down to Magic Otter, who finds the last 2 kills as the flip comes through for the first time for Fanshawe.
Interesting to see Magic Otter go for the Reinhardt initially. We have the insight that their brawl's not the best. I know that's notes from other casters. However, tried and true with the experience of watching these teams, they come out on the Reinhardt, immediately lose that team fight, and then off for the Winston, you can see how quickly that fight turns around. Matt in a bad spot, though. He's going to get picked. Andy finds 2 after that, and they're going to be able to move to point for free. No Winston and no McCree for the side of Fanshawe.
And it's just a very oppressive brawl we're seeing from CMU. They're able to deal with Magic Otter very quickly again to win that fight outright. It seemed like, who was it? Matt, just lingering awfully close by Magic Otter when he went down, and he wasn't ready for the front line to be so feeble. Quickly taken out of that fight, and we've got a flip again for CMU.
And now you're pushing into this as Fanshawe. You've got the visor, you've got the grab, but you're working against a Blizzard, a Window, and a Shatter. Definitely not easy here. Beat drops right there at 90% as well for FaZe, and ready to negate anything with that defensive ultimate. Magic Otter's in, but once again being bursted, forced to use Prime.
Oh! Gigantic Graviton Surge. The Blizzard will try and zone Fanshawe away from following up on that grab. It's able to freeze 3 up on the point, but it is too little too late as Trev comes over the top of that Graviton Surge with a massive tactical visor.
And Yelk, as I mentioned those ults, 10 seconds later, it's best case scenario for the side of Fanshawe. They used every single one they had ready for the side of CMU and lost the fight there. Could not be bigger for the side of Fanshawe. CMU going to try and get back into this. However, all they have to their name now is that Deadeye and the self-destruct from Twice.
And we see that Trev is just setting up on the outside on that soldier pick, trying to duel in onto the squishies into the back line while this fight gets underway on the point. Drippy's just preoccupied with the back here, able to win that duel after a stun and a headshot land. Now rolling into the point with just 15 HP after Matt stuns down. Andy Phrasing also goes down. Moon is on a tear right now with 2 kills so far. Now zapping into the back of this Reinhardt, but it looks like the rest of his team is able to follow up on that damage.
The way that Efi is playing this Ana is so fun to watch. It's this frontline / backline support where they're able to dip back and play as that Ana that can shoot you from long range, but immediately as Matt's in trouble, comes in with the Bionade and sleeps twice on the Diva before they can get any meaningful damage on Matt, and that Ana play might have saved that fight there. Pushing in, they've got the amplification matrix. Drippy is there with a high noon, finds Acrio. The Graviton Surge is there, locks up 3. There's no ammo, and Matt's getting picks.
And Drippy is on the outside, just trying to counter this impressive play we're seeing from Matt. But Drippy's got to come up with something big now, as Matt is not done yet. Finds a double kill, and Trev finishes it off with the Helix onto Twice. And that'll be the flip back at 99%. Not sure if anyone makes it back to the point, and it looks like round one here on Busan goes the way of Fanshawe.
Goes to Fanshawe, but not without a fight there. I think we saw CMU put up a very good hold, and without that one fight that you and I kind of mentioned and talked about so extensively, without forcing all those ultimates out to then continue to lose the fight anyway, maybe a different point on Sanctuary there, and I'm sure they've learned their lesson as they head into downtown and hope to do something different. Now, as far as Matt's concerned, is this maybe where we see a Widow, or is that more of Trev's deal?
I'm not too sure they even bring it out. It seems like Trev is going to start this round on it, Matt. Staying on the McCree, it's worked so well. No reason at all to switch off of that. I do like, however, what CMU is running. They've got Andy on this May again. It was starting to work on Sanctuary. That's a very open map, not one that really favors May. And I think as this map Busan progresses to the next couple of points, May is only going to look better and better.
Yeah, as we get into those closed spaces, Andy can definitely pop off on that May. But speaking of popping off, Black Magic is immediately spragged out by the side of Matt and friends, and this is going to go the way of Fanshawe before it even really began. I mean, Black Magic falling quickly there on that Rhine, that was a huge amount of burst so quickly, Elk.
Yeah, no one really respects the fan of the hammer. Matt lights him up with about 300 damage in the blink of an eye, and Black Magic gets sent back to spawn before he knows what hit him. Now Matt's already sitting at 65% to his first high noon, and he switches over to the McCree, and Drippy swaps onto the Widow. So they're respecting this comp from Fanshawe. Maybe they are taking this game as a lesson, and they're seeing if they can work this comp that Fanshawe is able to run. Big slam from Magic. Otter finds 5, the fire strike through it. Cleans up a triple kill. Trev doesn't miss his shots either. Fanshawe locking this point down and holding the choke closest to spawn.
Not even close on that one. Magic Otter asserts his dominance on that Reinhardt and immediately destroys everyone in their path, and that was over before it began. I wanted to see the Widow 1v1. I wanted to go through like a long, extensive fight, maybe see a couple high noons come out, but no chance at that. As we move in here again, and that's a huge ante.
Big ante indeed, and the nano onto Magic Otter as he's sent into the backline, cleaving through everything with the help of Trev and with the help, of course, of Matt, who goes down in the end. But still, this team is just running full force in with Brawl and Speed Boost. Efi is hitting massive nades. This comp is clicking on all cylinders.
Twice, with her on this D.Va here, we've got to get the self-destruct out. Oh my goodness, the door hold is real.
He was setting up that flank shatter from their spawn door, with his back to the spawn door, as extended as you could be into this map. I mean, this Fanshawe team, they're not holding any punches. They haven't held one all season long. Acquia goes down to a nice headshot from Drippy on his way out of spawn. But Fanshawe, they haven't given up anything all season long. You can't expect them to play light. This is how they're going to play in every matchup. Big Graviton Surge coming in if they can deal with the Immortality Field. Big Slam, though, to counter. Magic Otter struggling to stay alive. His DPS, though, popping off on multiple angles. It's Matt, it's Trev. They're hitting headshots. They've done it. And that's going to be Busan Unicorn on the way of Fanshawe in a dicey fight.
Busan wrapped up as soon as it began, it felt like. And that last fight felt so good. Drippy got that pick onto Acrio, and, you know, I mention it so often. I figured we were going to see the Lucio difference there, right? I wanted to see CMU speed boost in there. They commit the self-destruct, but they take the counter pin from the Rhines, use that opportunity to throw a grab and the ante, and it wraps it up, and then it's all Trev and Matt in the kill feed, and I'm sure that's what we'll be seeing here, is look at Matt lighting it up again in this play of the game.
Yeah, Matt has just had that perfect positioning inside his team's brawl comp, where he's able to just point and shoot and follow up on everything, prioritizing all the right targets so they fall in the fastest fashion. And that's exactly what we expect from Fanshawe, right? They come out and they make Busan look like light work, and that's probably what we can expect in the next couple of maps. It's just how good this team is in this division.
Now, when we jump into a hybrid map like Hollywood, I'm almost worried that we see something similar to a full hold, or, you know, maybe as close as possible to it. They're, as you kind of called it, holding no punches here. The side of Fanshawe is just doing such a good job at enabling Matt, and to kind of go into further detail of what I was saying earlier, Efi on that Ana is transitioning their positional awareness to Matt consistently, right? If Matt's moving over to the left, I'm constantly moving to keep a line of sight with Matt, and it's recognizing who that carry is. And instead of in a competitive game where you're like, oh well, I can pop off, that person will do their own thing. It's putting all the resources into that player, being confident that they'll find the frags accordingly as long as your resources are well spent. The rally comes in to protect him on Busan. On is there with the antis throughout the rest of downtown. Efi also helps to keep him up for the rest of Sanctuary as well. They're able to move forward, and honestly, it's Matt in the kill feed, but it's the supports that are keeping him up that are allowing him to own that kill feed like he is.
Yeah, and Trev's right there too. I think him and Matt are
Yeah.
operating on the same strategy where they're doing the role of tanks where they're taking so much space because when they go on off angles, you have to peel for that somehow. You have to put your tank shield in the way of it. It makes you backpedal sometimes. So Matt and Trev just walking forward ruthlessly and hitting shots all the way is what's really pushing Magic Otter forward. And he's not afraid to just go gung ho right into pretty much no man's land as a main tank. He's looked like he's fed a couple of times, but Fanshawe ends up trading out and winning that fight.
And as you talk about those off angles, it's so important because when you run a Winston Zarya, you're already worried about the Winston in your back line. And just to top it all off, Trev has taken faces in the back line on the Widow.
Oh,
You've
yeah.
got Matt in the front line throwing some flashbangs over some Reinhardt shields just to burst him down. It's this constant problem of who do we focus? And I think they had the right idea on Sanctuary briefly, to where if Magic Otter is going to jump in and dedicate all of his resources, burst him down as quickly as possible. But just those small windows where you take the opportunity to drop that Ryan shield to then burst Winston on Magic Otter, or
Mhm.
Magic Otter on Winston, then that's the time frame that Matt can find 2 picks or maybe even 3. Just that small window is allowing the rest of Fanshawe to find the picks that they need in order to clean up the fight, even if Magic Otter falls quickly.
Yeah, Fanshawe definitely knows their team identity is that their DPS are incredibly talented at just finding picks in those small windows. That's why they like Double Bubble. They like playing for a trade off of Magic Otter's life. Like you said,
Yeah.
they'll send him in there, and it just distracts everyone on the other team. They say, oh, tank feeding, free kill. And if they turn around, well, you can't turn your back on Trev and Matt when they're not missing shots. And right now, they're showing up. They're not missing shots.
They're definitely not, and I feel like it's going to continue here. Hollywood is the map we're going to. CMU does opt to defend on this map, which makes a lot of sense. They'll go defense on hybrid, have the potential of a full hold. Their idea is we want to make it a 7-minute game if we can, hold it and then get the first tick. But as we've talked about extensively, going up against Fanshawe, it is not an easy task, to say the least. Only dropping a map, and they're showing us why extremely quickly on Busan. And if that is able to continue, CMU's got to do all the learning we talked about in a pretty quick fashion, because they're not going to have a lot of gameplay to do a VOD review on.
Yeah, they are living in the fast lane right now. Fast and curious is going to be the story of this team because this entire map pool tonight just plays to Fanshawe, right? They love Double Bubble. They like playing for trades, taking high grounds and sight lines with hit scans. Hollywood is another one of those maps. Once you get past first point, it is a home game for a Winston player. Magic Otter is going to be living his best life on second point. Going into third point, maybe a switch comes along. But this entire map pool, next map Rialto as well, fantastic Double Bubble map. I think it's just going to be one of those weeks where everything just falls into place again for Fanshawe, and they just get to really put on a clinic for the Champions Division.
It definitely looks like that's what's going to happen here. And I mean, as you mentioned, if it does go into Streets phase like we're going to see, Magic Otter able to take that high ground. And then if you want to take that fight to point, from what we've seen, Moon is already there with a ton of charge on that Zarya consistently, able to find it off of Magic Otter, and then the clutch bubbles to save the backline when needed. And then the personal barrier, Moon has been shredding on this Zarya consistently. We saw almost, if I'm correct, almost 3 grabs on downtown alone, and that was about as close to a 100-0 as you can get.
Yeah, and Moon is going to get that kind of charge too. Anytime Magic Otter is going in deep, taking a ton of damage, that's a bubble that's going to guarantee you 40 charge.
Yep.
And if he steps up with it as well, that's just going to be an additional 40 charge. So Moon knows how to roll deep with this comp. He knows the game plan is to send Magic Otter in deep. If this is the composition they choose to run on attack, I mean, this is a completely new look, even for this Fanshawe team. I would assume some of those picks must be memeing, but we're seeing Ryan, Winston, Tracer, Pharah, Lucio, Ana. That is quite the mix-up.
I was gonna assume it was gonna be the suicide Pharah as a meme, but with only 5 seconds left, no time to do it, looks like they might be rolling out on this. Moon does switch to the Zarya. Magic Otter continues to hold the Reinhardt, and we'll see the rush down from them on our first point that I think favors Double Bubble on attack.
Caught out
Oh,
early
my
by
goodness.
Matt. Oh, phase and falls in the flash. Cute Papaya taken down by a direct hit as well. Matt does go down to Drippy, but not before taking out both supports on the side of CMU, and now Fanshot just steps into it. They are claiming this point, just Drippy to deal with it, and they've done it already. 3:30 on the clock. They're going to get about 2 more minutes. This is a massive first point attack we're seeing unleashed from Fanshot.
I mean, look at Magic Otter being slept quite literally out of the spawn door, just waving to the side of CMU as they're going to come out on the Double Bubble and continue to hold it. I figured they would have switched to Brawl, but maybe they have something in mind with the high ground, but they're not going to be able to look at it right now as Trev continues to get picks in the back line. If it's not Matt, it's Trev, just like we talked about, yo.
Yeah, one or the other. They're doing all the work on these off angles when the tanks are just mixing it up, causing too much of a disruption to ignore if you're CMU as well. That's why it's so tough, because Magic Otter, they're right in your face. So they're doing a ton of damage too. It's not just Trev and Matt, but it is Trev and Matt on the follow-up once they catch CMU lacking or looking at the tank presence.
I mean, look at where Moon, Matt, and Phazon are able to hold here. Or excuse me, not Phazon, Acrio. I'm getting the Mercy players mixed up here. They're able to hold high ground for free, and you gotta assume Black Magic wants to go up there, but it just spells death if you do. At this point, Magic Otter's gonna be the one that pins down. He's just fiending for some action at this point.
Yeah, that is terrifying positioning to stare down if you're the defense. They do opt to just go Brawl out and trade the kill onto Ifu, who's just on the point. Isolated. Drippy is able to take down Matt again, has the Mercy pocket. That's a great way to counter that Pharah pick. Both of the Tracers able to find a kill each, but it's Moon winning the Zarya duel. Andy trying to make something happen here for CMU, but it's going to be Drippy in the feed still with the Mercy pocket attached.
Ooh.
Finds 3 now to save this defense.
Comes out to a total of 5 if you include the original Matt pick there. Drippy showing that there are other DPS in this game, and they are alive, well, and ready to pop off here. He's going to take an aggressive positioning against Matt, wants to deny any sort of gateway into the point, but Matt's right there with a pick onto Phazon. Andy and Drippy helped take him out. Acrio as well, so that should stop the fight here for the attacking side for now.
Magic Otter gets a good pick there with the Fire Strike on the Drippy just to put an end to the destruction. Now it gets the Nano stepping forward, but this won't really do anything for them.
Oh, no.
Does get the pin on the Winston. Hold on a second. Black Magic falls to half HP. Magic Otter still rolling like thunder into this point, but he does get slept. Some momentum taken away from him, and there's tanks surrounding him, and he does eventually go down. But Matt able to trade out a kill onto Andy with the use of that Rocket Barrage, now going on that left side flank as Twice looks to hold down this front line. The Graviton Surge committed to lock up CMU, get some resources out. Drippy is down, Q Papaya is down. Matt's on the backline flank again with Trev, and these two are just menaces Unicorn.
They are. I mean, this fight is everywhere. Black Magic takes a nano boost from the side of Cute Papaya, tries to get into the back line, but Moon just builds up charge and breaks him down slowly but surely, all the while, as you're calling it. Matt and Trev are getting picks of their own, and it doesn't stop there as Trev continues to gatekeep this spawn door, and any sort of light of day from the side of CMU. No chance at contesting here. They're going to give it up, try and hold third point inside into the studio, but, you know, it's just constant. The staggers are real, and the snowball's in full effect here, yo.
Nice little dodge there as Matt avoids the pulse bomb while taking down Andy with a direct hit. And it honestly just has been a complete compositional story for this Fanshot team. Everyone is fulfilling their role to perfection. The Mercy pocket onto Matt. Matt does go down there, pushing aggressively into the spawn, but the rest of his team able to bail him out as Magic Otter lays down the slam in the spawn door to find at least 1 kill so far. It looks like the Mercy was able to escape just for now, but the payload rounding the final corner on the way to its finish line. Matt commits the barrage, but comes up with no kills.
I mean, at this point, Efi finds his first point of adversity here on the payload in probably a minute and a half, and Andy is quick to fall. They continue to move this in for free, and Matt at this point has dedicated himself to payload progress.
Yeah, you know, Matt's worked pretty hard. You got to give him a break every now and then.
Just go have a seat over there.
just so he has some fun, stays loose, you know, doesn't take things too seriously. Pulse Bomb gets committed, but comes up empty from Trev right there. Magic Otter cleans up twice. The cleanup now coming through for Fanshaws. They look to finish off the map. Pulse Bomb bubbled off as the tanks are able to stay safe from that. And that is Hollywood completed with 2:56 on the clock. The Unicorn, Fanshaw just looks unstoppable. It seems like they can run almost anything they want, but this is working perfectly.
You know it's a bad sign when you were getting shattered quite literally in your spawn. Q Papaya takes 2 steps out, gets a pulse bomb to the face. Andy sees the payload for about 4 seconds before Eefy and friends are able to dial back and help him out there, get that progress momentum continued as Andy falls, and 256 is a big deal on Hollywood. And as much as I'm enjoying CMU and what they're attempting here, I'm not gonna lie. If it's anything like we saw on Attack, we might be looking at a full hold here, Yoke.
Yeah, we certainly might be. And again, it doesn't look like Fanshot is going to hold back at all. Trev's starting things off here, at least on the Bastion for now. That is ruthless. I mean, they are just looking to make this a short one. Get the full hold here. I would imagine Trev switches right off of Bastion if it doesn't work on the first point. And then you've got Matt providing more spam on Hanzo this time. This is a devastating composition to face down from Attack.
It definitely is. However, we have one of the better picks here from Andy, probably unbeknownst to him. A counter to not only the Hanzo and the Bastion if you can find the stickies with a focusing beam. However, that's relying on Trev not just constantly bird watching. And here in the Champions Division, you've got to assume we see a lot of that. They know what their counters are. He's going to be staring up in the sky. But staring at the spawn door from now is once again Q Papaya cannot get a breath of fresh air outside without falling.
No, it hurts. Make it stop. Matt Storm Arrow's down. Andy Drippy does find him, making him pay for that. I mean, just trying to get some arrows in onto the spawn, but Fanshaw, they're not going to relent at all, still taking all the angles necessary to lock down this spawn door. Trev doesn't even have the shield in front of him either, Unicorn. He's just up on this high ground alone. If they slap on a Hanzo, they can maybe combo that with the stickies to take him down, but he's just playing with way too much confidence.
I mean, when there's a BAP Ana healing you, I'm pretty confident I'll survive almost anything. In the spawn now is Trev once again finding these picks. He's just over there with Magic Otter and Moon, and I don't think I've ever seen this, if I'm being honest with you. Just to spawn door hold on Hollywood is the biggest flex I've seen. It is a horrible point to spawn door hold, but they're making it look easy.
Yeah, they're doing everything I would like to see a team seriously doing a spawn hold on this map would do. They've got the Bastion on the complete off angle, and then just safeguarding this front line. As the Reinhardt moves in, there is a Bastion still in his back. He takes down Black Magic. He's yet to be dealt with. Gets the Nano Boost, slaps his ultimate on. We've got tank mode engaged. Gets the Widow out of the sky. What a shot. Now closing in on the Echo, trying to take down everything that flies, but he can't quite do it with the tank ultimate. Can't quite do it with the primary fire either, but still, what an impressive ultimate from Trev. This guy is a man possessed.
Then Trev absolutely interrupts the Zarya 1v1 that Twice and Moon were having. She does end up falling to Trev, and the spawn door hold continues, and look at this. Gatekeeping is an understatement. Look at Magic Otter up there going for the pin from downtown. Isn't going to connect, but Trev's going to have all the room in the world to work with. He gets a 3K and he's not done yet. No, he does get picked finally.
Trev does go down, but not after capitalizing on that Graviton surge from Moon that locked up a few members of CMU out in the open of this Streets phase. Is it even Streets phase? What do you call this part of that? This is Spawn, Unicorn. Oh, man. This
Spawn phase, prep phase. I mean, I have no idea at this point. The flank shatter is there. Magic Otter finds 3, looking for 4. There's no fade for Cute Papaya. And, well, you know, when we talked about a full hold, I'm not sure we expected it to be quite this bad.
No, and I don't really know what you do here either. You've got some ultimates, but how do you even use them? There is some space you can make if you're able to land a shatter or a big copy. The Coalescence comes out.
That
now
might do it.
They want to get out of spawn. They've got 3 kills, but honestly, I'm a full believer that Fanshawe gets back to recontest this point before 3 ticks are taken, and they manage to win out a fight after setting up Trev. Somehow, some way, I've just got so much faith in this Fanshawe team to pull off the impossible.
Something's got to be done. You've got to switch to Lucio here in order to touch. Trev's there on the Bastion, but he's alone, and no one's quite going to be able to do it. You do see CMU take point 1 by what seems like nothing less than a miracle, but they're not done. They want to hold it right here as they move in, and Magic Otter throws the shatter.
And he does copy onto a Reinhardt, but gets pinned and taken care of before they're able to charge up that shatter. Now rolling in, trying to finish off the Bastion, but Trev makes quick work of not just him, but also twice. And yeah, again, we've got a defense getting set up in the spawn from Fanshawe, putting a Bastion up with no shield, no respect garnered. The Graviton Surge comes in. The window in front of them, though, they've got a chance to do a ton of damage despite being grabbed up. Trev does take down Black Magic. This team just has no quit.
They definitely don't seem like they do. Trev is set up on payload once again at the spawn door. You'd almost be surprised, but they do grab Magic Otter, but against an Ana Baptiste, there's no way he's dying through that. There's absolutely no way. They're going to back it up for free here. Black Magic almost with the shatter wants to burn it here. The bubble does block the shatter, but he is bursted by Trev.
And Matt has taken the elevator up to heaven, raining lead over the top of CMU. This is how you keep him in spawn. Efi slapped on the nano boost to Trev up top as well. And you hate to see a nano Bastion when you just get right out of spawn. And he's got the ultimate high ground finally dealt with by Andy's dive. But is it enough? This Fanshawe team, this is how you whittle down a clock. Only a minute and a half left as CMU starts to deal with them one by one. But this payload still has so much progress to go before it reaches the second point.
And that's what we talk about so often. You know, you do see CMU turn it around here, and you know, if you're at home wondering, okay, well, they won the fight, so now they get to move it for free. They started point 2. They started Streets phase with 2 minutes and 53 seconds on the clock. They're just now seeing those Streets phase at 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock. That is what a spawn door hold does, and that is why it's so crucial for teams like Fanshawe who can swing that momentum and keep it in their favor for so long with better ult economy.
And CMU is doing great things on this comp too. They're taking the high grounds, high nooning from it, finding kills to keep them going through these fights, but Twice and Black Magic just get a little separated. They split on the low ground, and Fanshawe pieces them apart. Takes the elevator as a group of 5. That was nice little coordination on the elevator. You'll like to see that. And now they've got the visor, they've got the high ground. Matt finds Drippy, Trev finds Q Papaya. The DPS are popping off Unicorn. They put a stop to the payload again.
The double DPS ultimates, and look at the buttons they're pressing. W is the key, and they are moving forward here. Magic Otter is just by himself in spawn.
He takes the elevator. Wait a second. He is in
Is he gonna pin out?
Up on the elevator, doesn't have shadow, doesn't have a plan. Andy does take him down with the stickies, but honestly, that just kind of preoccupied CMU.
Yeah.
There's 4 seconds left. They do make it to the point. Azen gets killed before they're able to drop the beat. Now the window in front of the Bastion is an absolute nightmare. Nano to boot. Trev doing as much damage as possible in the game of Overwatch. Closes us out on Hollywood and gives Fanshawe the 2-0 win, but we still play map 3.
We play map 3, Fanshawe takes it. Their record stays clean. Haven't dropped a map yet. They go to 9-0. But as you mentioned, we play map 3 and we see if CMU has something for the absolute monsters that Fanshawe have proven to be, and it's scary at this point. I don't know what you do if you're CMU. Trev just doesn't miss.
No, the story all game long has just been Trev and Matt and so much damage, no answers. It is a clinic. I mean, their positioning is perfect. The off angles they're taking, the opportunities they're generating for their team as a whole, the supports and the tanks. It is a fun game to watch, even though it's very one-sided. It's just a different level of Overwatch, and that is kind of what I like to see about this game, is what sets teams apart. And you can really see on Fanshawe how this team has come together, and it's still their first year. It's so impressive.
It is, and I think that's such an important point to mention is that when you talk about what sets teams apart at this level, when you get into these micro gameplays of like even like you mentioned, five people taking the elevator at the same time, it means so much on a micro level when you're dealing with macro movements. If you can get everyone on a micro level to work with each other and constantly be aware of where your teammates are, then all of those macro plays that you want to work with on a large level, like rotations or getting up to high ground, they just kind of synergize so quickly. It's at the snap of a finger that everybody can be in this death ball, or we can all spread out for off angles. And consistently, Fanshawe has proven that they can do that time and time again. Is Magic Otter in the front line, or I'm sorry, in the back line looking for a flank shatter? All right, well, I'm going to position over here as Bastion, so as soon as he either misses or connects with that pin, there's no shield in the way, so I can just rain down damage from above. And it's those ever changing ebb and flow, you know, strategies that you see them execute, and it's impressive time and time again. I'm so excited to be casting this team, and I'm excited to see what they can do in playoffs. But we're gonna move into a quick break here. We will be back with Game 3. Fanshawe takes it 2-0. We play 3 maps. We'll see if CMU can do anything about it.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Jeez, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
All right, welcome back, chat. We still have map 3 to play in this Champions Division matchup between Fanshawe and Central Methodist University. That is going to be, of course, on Rialto, our final map of the night for this game. Unicorn, it's been a blowout so far for Fanshawe. There's no
Yeah.
holding back from saying it anymore. Matt and Trev doing phenomenal work. Everyone on this team really starting to click. And this is a map, again, where you can expect hit scan, you can expect snipers, and there's all sorts of off angles you can take again. I think it's going to be a very similar story. What do you think?
You know, I think we called it early. It came from your mouth specifically, but then we all harped on it, and that was that Fanshaw's not holding back any punches, and we can't reiterate more that when you come out after decimating on attack, and you come out with Trev on a nanoed bastion up there in heaven on the elevator, then you are definitely not holding back any punches. You're not caring about the enemy team's feelings. You care about the record and the dub for your team. I respect it personally, but it's got to feel bad if you're CMU. I'm not sure what they do switch up here. I doubt we see a Bastion from Trevor Matt this time. But, you know, with them running things like this, I think that this is, out of all the maps, this is CMU's best opportunity to just out-brawl them. If they go for the rush down, they can execute a brawl, and Rialto is a map that can do it. You just switch out the Zarya for a D.Va, that way you can contest that high ground when necessary. But instead, we'll see Black Magic and Twice go for a traditional dive, something we haven't seen in a while. Quite a few seasons be meta, but we've got a Winston D.Va on our hands.
An interesting look, coupled with a Sombra and a Widowmaker. It is a good dive comp all around, but I think the areas where you can play that composition, at least on this first point and even the second point, are pretty limited. There's really just two main corners, two high grounds you can contest, but eventually you've got to touch this payload, and it's going to be very tough when Magic Otter and Moon are doing so much damage, coupled with the help from Trev now on this Junkrat pick of all things. We'll see how it works, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Matt in the backline already getting a pick onto Drippy. He's got the Discord on him, but he's able to get safe pretty quickly. Twice has to back up. Magic Otter hits high ground, but the brawl is still on point and the payload's still moving. Not a ton of contest or picks from the side of CMU, and Matt's still doing work in the backline.
Yeah, Matt is dicing everything up, hitting criticals with those shurikens, doing insane burst damage on the Genji, getting those dash resets in, and pretty much going after any target that's isolated, even for an instance. Drippy is on that Widowmaker. He recognized that and took it as his first duel of that last fight. Made very easy work of that small health pool that Widow has to work with. Now goes in again, trying to duel down the DPS, but that time gets caught out.
Look at Magic Otter literally just not moving. Just holds the shield up and lets the team do the work for him. Does end up falling. Drippy finds a headshot and he cleans up Magic Otter. This may be the defensive hold, but the tires here doesn't get anybody. Yep.
All right.
No, it gets killed by Q Papaya on the Zen. A bit of a meme there as they do get a defensive hold. Magic Otter, I think, just wanted one for the stream. Grabbed that Reinhardt shield and literally did not move for the entirety of that fight before he got picked. And if we were on console, I would have said his controller died.
Unicorn, Matt wants this C9 with the help of Magic Otter. Now they're going into the backline. They make such quick work of the supports. Basin has to run for their life, but Matt does land those fatal shurikens. Now closing in on Drippy. Drippy taken down with the help of Acreal. Matt not done yet. Has the blade, but this point should finish off without him needing it. And it is going to be Fanshawe moving forward, progressing through the river phase of Rialto, but Matt still going greedy for these spawn kills with the help of his main tank, who puts down the shatter, and Matt then dashes through 3. This is insane work we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, like we talked about in Hollywood, the snowball's in full effect here on attack, and I'm already getting Vietnam flashbacks on what we're gonna see on defense for the side of Fanshawe. And you know, we mentioned it during the break, and I think it's worth mentioning. I think you're correct. I think Fanshawe. Let's see how the bomb does. Bomb finds 2. This could be big. I'll hold on. You take it over.
Well, they do commit the nano boost, and Matt does take down Drippy with it, but doesn't pop the Dragon Blade, so it will be a fight win. for CMU, but EP does get that pick onto Black Magic. That'll set him back a little bit. Andy pushing up aggressively, trying to finish off EP, able to with the help from Twice. CMU looking to stabilize and get back up on that high ground, but as you were saying, oh my god, Matt just not even letting us get a word in, pops the blade, and the supports are down before you know it. Unicorn, this is a team that just doesn't stop. They just keep going in.
They don't allow CMU the time to organize, and I think that's their biggest downfall, is when you play defense, you have the luxury of being able to stage for a lot of fights, but Fanshawe just consistently takes that away from them, forced to primal just to try and get any sort of payload contention for the side of CMU. Black Magic does find a pick with the help of Drippy onto Phaser, excuse me, not to Phaser, onto Acrio, who's back, and he pops the EMP. The tire's here for Trev, and he's living. He might just throw it right here on payload.
He's looking for the perfect opportunity to use it, but Black Magic does find out about him. There's a Discord on his head as well, but Matt is rolling into the point now, looking to find 2 kills as he takes down Twice and headshots Black Magic. Not done there, finds Cute Papaya as well. This is a team that will go up against you 3 versus 6 and not stop holding W. Matt lands the final headshot onto Drippy, and that should finish off the second point for Fanshawe.
They just don't give you any space, and then they take advantage of every inch of space you give them. Black Magic continues to dive in and try and make space on this Winston, but Matt answers with a high noon. That will inevitably kill Black Magic, and if any, as they run back to spawn, I'll talk about it now as the shatter goes off. I truly do think that you're absolutely correct. If we saw the side of Fanshawe go into Gladiators Division, they would be able to contend with probably middle of the pack teams here. They are absolutely decimating this division, and they're so good at staying organized throughout it.
And this can happen with new teams too. They're in their first year as an org for the school. The double kill does come through. CMU might be able to hold as the defense is pretty much in dire need of a hold, closing in on third point. But this is a team that's in their first year. Not quite sure how good they were going to be. Players can rank up rather quickly too. In the fall, this is a team that could have been rated hundreds of SR lower as a whole. And now, if players are just progressing at the same rate, and they're all progressing rather well through the course of a school year, you know, you can really start to pull away from the pack in the division that you started out in.
I think you definitely can. I think you constantly push yourself to be better, and as long as they continue to do that, if you finding a pick onto phase in there, that might slow the defense down as they're going to try and backpedal. Drippy in a bit of a bad spot, needs to try and get out of there, needs to work back to spawn, but the EMP is going to stall it out for a bit.
EMP buys a little bit of time. Drippy off on this flank, trying to stay safe as the Reinhardt pins toward him. Matt takes down Key Papaya. Not done there, moves in with Moon, flashes down Twice, looking to finish off this map now. High noon, but there's a shield in the way. Wants to connect that last shot in the Peacekeeper onto, who is that? Winston. Black Magic, as it always is, of course. 1 minute 59 on the clock as Fanshawe finish off that map.
Finish off a map of 159 on Rialto, not an easy task to do with that much time on the clock. That third point, as soon as you move into that monastery, is so difficult to push through. But, you know, to go back, if we see this team come back for the fall season, I honestly do think if you want to push yourself and you want to constantly improve and see where your limits are and learn from players who are around the same level and much better, I think they opt into Gladiators Division here and see how they can contend with, you know, the Chatters or, you know, the Boise States, these crazy players that you see do so much work. You know, if they can find at least some sort of name for themselves in that division, who knows where the end is for them.
Yeah, it's very tough, but if you're a first-year program and you can end up being even a middle-of-the-pack team at the highest level of competition in our conference, that's incredible. You're already doing great work in the Champions Division, but I'm with you. You want to test how strong your team actually is, and I think they could get decent results in the Gladiators Division. I think they could definitely compete up to the middle of the pack and then maybe learn a thing or two from Boise, from UC Davis 1, and those teams that are at the top of the top.
Yeah, when you talk about, you know, teams like Midland or Boise, you know, you think about how coordinated they are, and you honestly see a lot of that in Fanshawe. You know, it may be at a slightly lower level, but you still see it there. And, you know, once again, we'll see this spawn door hold. Magikarp right there in the faces on the second story. He is going to get pinned out, but somehow lives there, makes it to the other roof. Black Magic is going to take him down, as well as Andy taking out the Immortality Field, and then eventually Acrio. And the spawn door hold did not go as well as they wanted it to, or as well as it did on Hollywood, as the payload is moving in CMU's favor pretty quickly here.
That was exactly what CMU was hoping for. Their DPS come out of the gate and they don't miss. The Hanzo and Drippy on the McCree, they start to find picks. The flashbang hits, isolate the target, and they make quick work with it. And that alone just gets this composition moving. They're able to push up now to the second corner, getting some progress, taking some high grounds. But Matt and Magic Otter are going on a big flank right now. Matt contesting the point, trying to duel down this Lucio, but they'll choose the wires or go up to the high ground as Black Magic finds a 2K with the Fire Strike. But Matt now looking to trade out, claims the high ground away from Andy, works in, doesn't quite have the high noon to make a big play, but still could find some value. Drippy on the other side of things on McCree does end up taking him down.
It was Matt that found the high ground, but it was Black Magic who found the rest of the team behind, addressed that flank, and dealt with it accordingly. Back on the defense here, the Shatter comes out, but the Transcendence is huge and is there to respond.
Cupapaya keeps him in this attack, twice does go down.
No.
Matt comes back with a 2K high noon. Efi finishes off Black Magic, and now CMU is looking for answers. They're on the back foot, still on the attack though, but the front line looking strong. Trev hitting Icicles, lands the headshot on the Cupapaya. No supports left, and the fight won for Fanshawe.
And now we see ourselves in a similar situation as CMU did, barely holding on to point one. However, we'll see how Fanshawe can deal with the defense now. They've got Trev's Blizzard to work with. Not a ton available for CMU, just the self-destruct. But a good pin to start it off for this defense as Phazon will fall, and that'll back up the attacking side for about 15 seconds or so. Never mind.
Yeah, I mean, CMU is not giving them enough respect here. They're going at him split. And it seems like Matt and Trev and company are just taking these off angles. Magic Otter's coming through with reverse pins. Moon's got high charge pretty much this whole game, locking down the traditional front line where these fights would normally take place. But the rest of Fanshawe is split up so much that you can't come at them if you're not grouped up. They will pick you off one by one. And that's what we've seen in the last minute.
And now we've got double sniper from the way of CMU, just trying to find a pick with these really long lines of sight that their tanks are forced to push. They want to be able to alleviate some of that pressure by making it a 5v6 ahead of time. If they can find a pick, it'll be a huge victory for the side of CMU. But once again, Magic Otter comes with a flank pin and finds Phazon for a second time.
And the high noon from Matt shut down by a headshot from Drippy. Moon, though, does finish off the front line. Black Magic. So CMU is left standing a little bit weaker. Twice has to choose the wiser and retreat from the high charge Moon, who is solidifying that corner. Acrio does take the ego duel against Drippy and lands the volley of headshots. And it just looks like Fanshawe is not done. The grab committed from Moon. Transcendence there to counter, but still, this fight transpiring on this bridge is not given up easily by Fanshawe. They retreat to the second corner, but still, they're in full form. It looks like Moon just looking to zap down anything left lingering in the front line. 360 shatter from Magic Otter. Doesn't find what it's looking for, only comes up with a face full of shield, but still, Moon locking down this corner on high charge. The pin connects from Magic Otter. Moon bubbles him to keep him safe. Locks down the payload, beaming down the Lucio and Andy on the Hanzo. 10 seconds left, maybe a final fight for CMU. Unicorn, this one is all but said and done.
It is. I mean, at this point, twice in Cupapaya just trying to survive. The self-destruct is there to try and buy some time. I don't know if she gets the remix. She does, but immediately grabbed out, frozen. Just a bunch of trouble, but it's enough to buy the time for Black Magic to get back. He finds a huge shatter, but the Blizzard's there to zone it, and you are going to see Fanshawe undefeated, one map loss, move into, obviously, playoffs, and CMU doing their best, but 0-3 against a team like this. They put up a fight, but it's Fanshawe who take it in the long run, and a well-deserved victory for them.
And play of the game from probably our player of the match, Matt, coming in on the bridge with the high noon, finds a pair, turns around, and stuns down that Reinhardt. Just great play all match long, and we see it again there from Matt at the end.
Now, you mentioned MVP contention, right? And I think I actually hard disagree on this one.
Oh, really?
Matt popped off, but can we talk about how decimating Magic Otter was? the flank shatters, the flank pins to stop an attack before it even began. I mean, being almost solely responsible for every single fight going your way on a spawn door hold on one of the worst maps to spawn door hold. I mean, the pins from Narnia, you got the shatters that are flank. He's out of control. You know, Trev, Matt, popped off. Andy on the other side for CMU did well. Drippy did well, also. Definitely some fantastic DPS
Yeah, they
players.
did.
But to me, Magic Otter ran the kill feed when Matt would allow him to. And so many times, those frontline picks or those flank pins that found a support player changed the fight before they even started.
Yeah, and we see them go all the way to spawn time
Yeah.
and time again, and I'm sure that's Magic Otter's call because he's the one who's eager to just flank shatter with his back to the spawn building. So I'll concede to you that Magic Otter played his
right.
pants off today, and he's the player of the match. He definitely did earn it.
For sure, for sure. So you've heard it from us. Magic Otter gets MVP. We've got, let me check for you, chat. We've got another game after this. It's the 9:30 game. We're heading all the way up. We mentioned it. Maybe Fanshawe sees it one day. We've got the Gladiators division. You've got BSU, Boise State Orange, going up against Champlain University, their varsity team. Had the pleasure of casting both of those previously, I believe, and they are pretty great teams. Make sure you're there to watch it. Yelk, anything else from you before we head out tonight?
Oh, just on the note of that next game on the docket, the Boise Champlain game, I'm going to be casting that with
Oh,
Neely
it's
coming
you.
up at 9:30, and that game is another one that is a 6 and a 7 seed with playoff implications, maybe even the season on the line for Champlain or Boise State. I think the victor moves on and takes that 6 seed. Right now, Boise has it. They've got to get the win to keep it. Champlain looking to take it from them, but Unicorn, it's been fun, man. It's
Always, man.
always a blast. I'm glad we got to see Fanshawe put on a clinic. The DPS and the tanks popping off, tons of action, but that's going to be it for this one. We're going to see you at 9:30. Don't go anywhere.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Jeez, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable. Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable essay. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Jeez, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
All right, welcome back to the action. Match number 4 of 5 tonight. Personally, the one I've been anticipating most. I'm Yel Kreb. Co-casting with me is Neely, and this one we've got Boise State Orange versus Champlain College. This is again a 6 seed versus a 7 seed, but this time it's in the Gladiators division. Neely, this one has immediate playoff implications. Winner goes on, loser, that's the end of the season.
Yeah, and it's very interesting because Boise State has 2 wins going into this, while Champlain only has one. But since it's going to be decided by matchups anyway, not by maps, if Champlain takes this, they're going to win the matchup duel against Boise State and have the same map record tie, pushing them right into the playoffs. So, you know, A lot of losses for both of these teams and a huge chance for both of them to notch another win in their belt and propel them right into playoffs. So should be rather exciting. I'm looking to see Boise State potentially come in here. They got the slight advantage here with the extra game win. Maybe they can bring that right over. But something that I was taking a look at was that UC Davis was able to beat Boise State while Champlain was able to beat UC Davis. So if you want to, and those were both very recent games in the past 2 weeks. So very interesting thing to look at when you go, these teams could also trade off with a nice 2-1 type map score.
And more recently, like you were saying, was that Champlain win over UC Davis, the team that beat Boise. And that was 3-0 just 2 weeks ago. So a very impressive performance put up by Champlain against a team that is considered good in the Gladiators division. If they bring it tonight against Boise, they could end up in the playoffs. I'm sure they came to play. This is the game on the calendar that once you know the circumstances for your team, this is the one you mark with the red X and say, this is what we have to double down and really prepare our hardest for.
Well, or this is what we play for, because this is absolutely what we play for. Granted, going into the next week for either of these teams, they're gonna have a very tough matchup. Boise might get to see their counterpart of Boise right away,
We've
but
seen that before.
so either team is gonna have an absolute doozy once they make it into playoffs. But still, it's fun to make it into playoffs. It's a challenge to get there for any of these teams in this Gladiators division. So either way, I do know on the side of Boise Orange here, they're going to be running the Brawl comp. I think Brawl is what we're going to see anyway. I'm sure we've already seen it all night. Maybe some double bubble variations. I do know Boise State will pull out some of those double bubble variations, but they are also very strong on that Brawl pick here, Yelk.
And this Champlain team, too, they've been around since the fall as well. They've got phenomenal tank players, Luxy and LTO. LTO not afraid to swap over to the Wrecking Ball and really change things up in the comp. So it's going to be interesting what they run out on tonight. They are the best team in Vermont when it comes to collegiate Overwatch, and they will make sure that you know it. I do think they can bring it to Boise tonight. Honestly, Neely, it's going to be very close. I expect it to be a 2-1 game. I'm not quite going to pick a favorite because Champlain, they're looking like they're just on the up and up as this season winds down, and Boise State Orange, I don't know, they might be a little too safe and secure in their spot right now.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like nobody can feel too safe and secure on this game, especially when you know the circumstances when it all comes down to tonight. Both teams have obviously been scrimming exceptionally hard going into this week. But I think just depending on what mood you had to be in, I could pick one of these teams definitely winning. Part of me wants to go, I think Boise has this well-coached team, well-coached, school. But I also casted Boise State Orange last week, and I think I saw some holes when they were playing UC Davis. So you kind of go, maybe, they caught the film, they saw what they did. They didn't have to get, scrim codes or anything. They just got to see this one live, and maybe they're going to be able to punish some of those holes.
Yeah, and they are coming off that loss against Johnson and Wales Blue last week, 0-3. So that kind of takes some wind out of their sails after previously winning. It's going to be interesting. I think the map pool tonight doesn't really favor either team. We see these teams run a lot of brawl comps, and this is a map pool that really is kind of anti-brawl. We've got Busan followed by Hollywood and finishing off with Rialto. So these are some maps where snipers can really start to shine. And also on Hollywood, I think of Second Point, and I immediately go to a home game for anyone who likes to play dive.
Absolutely, especially that second objective. I've already seen people play double bubble defense on that first point. You have a great little high ground to work around, great ways to engage, even have that coffee shop. But here we're going to be going right into Busan, and again, double bubble could easily get played. Widow exceptionally strong on this map right here. Almost all the points except for mecha base, Widow is exceptionally playable, any long range hit scan, and you're going to need DPS players or tanks to be able to get on those.
This map in particular, at least to me, usually favors a brawl team that can take control of this high ground, not quite get too greedy with their footing and rush toward the point. The high ground does horseshoe around this point pretty wonderfully, so you can rein in a lot of effective damage without having so many shields and tank resources in your way if you are able to take that first fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Curious what these teams are going to run. It's looking like a double bubble mirror. One is opting for the pocket here. So that should be rather good to see. I like going with the Echo pocket on the side of Champlain here. But a little bread and butter with the Brig and Ana going to be coming out from Boise State. And I think that's a very safe pick.
Yeah, I do too. Honestly, I really do like the Brig because it provides some ranged healing with those armor packs. similarly to Mercy, who can skirt around the map with that Guardian Angel ability and pocket what she needs to. But Frost opens things up, focusing beaming down tracks before Quidgible is quickly sent back to spawn by Mage. Now, Mage just trying to control the perimeter around this objective so that Champlain can set up and capture it first.
Yeah, this is looking a bit dicey. Quidgible kind of fell to this, finding it hard to position yourself on a non-dive tank in this dive comp. Zarya can be very difficult to play when you're playing with a Winston. They can focus you down. Once you don't have your bubble, you're very easy to kill. LTO going to take out his counterpart of Frost with that damage boosted beam early.
Great play there by LTO on the Echo. Usually a tank player, at least that's what I've seen, but quickly making a name for themselves on Echo with 2 quick kills in this fight. Trax is able to get the Resurrect back onto Mage, so the defense will stabilize on this point yet again. 26% so far, and only 1 ultimate on the board, and that's Mage's Pulse Bomb. LTO is coming up on that copy, and Java Chop is coming up on the Nano Boost for Champlain. Boise State, not much other than this Nano Boost to work with as Icy goes in. Maybe he gets the Nano as he's working in on the backline, is able to zap down Java Chop with the help of Narbles. Quidgible on the off angle, beaming down Luxy, and now it is Mage just in on the back line, doing damage into these tanks before Frost pops that focusing beam, trying to find this Tracer, is able to finally cut down Mage, and the flip should come through, but a very dicey fight as Icy led that off with a very deep dive.
Yeah, he did lead it off with a very deep dive, but was able to finish it up, was able to secure the kill with the Tracer, like you said, with Narbles. But good on Champlain here. They're going to save every single ultimate they have coming up on all 6 right now. Going to be able to engage and should be able to take this rather swiftly. The engagement early from the Nano Winston.
I love to see it. The Nano is out and about on the point. Quidgible trying to do some serious damage with the beam, but not quite high enough energy. But it's going to be Icy in the backline before popping the Primal and finding Java Chop as well. Frost focusing beams down Frosty, and they're not done there. Narbles rolling into the backline, trying to find this kill onto LTO, but he narrowly escapes. But it won't matter as Luxy finally falls to Quidgible. This fight has been locked up by Boise State.
Yeah, Icy absolutely carried that. You would have thought Champlain, they came out with a Nano Monkey and a Copy Monkey, but Icy with the Primal was far too much for the backline of Champlain to handle right there. But now Frosty with the grab coming out early, maybe a Pulse Bomb going onto a Quidgible is going to be taken out rather early, but Narbles is going to take out Java Chop in the backline and Luxio.
Not to be outdone though, Frosty in on this backline with the help of his DPS. Closing in on BD Bomb and Frost to take them down. LTO trying to make some stay in on the point, and they will flip it at around 70% if they can just take care of this pesky Tracer. Narbles finally falls to that headshot from LTO.
Really liking the ult economy from both of these teams. They lose a fight, but they are able to save ults. On the side of Boise, they're going to have that Nano engage along with the Copy. You could go with 2 Winstons right here, a very hard dive engage, and take this point back rather quickly. Narbles up on another Pulse Bomb. Believe he just used it and found a little bit of value about a fight ago.
He will have that back online. First, though, the Nano Boost goes in onto Icy, and he goes again for that deep dive before being copied by Frost. Getting another tank in the mix here as LTO focusing beams down Quidgible to open it up. 2 quick kills for Boise State come in response. Make it 3 as Icy finds Frost. The Mercy falls awfully low, and Trax cannot sustain through the Monkey Zap Gun we see from Frost as that copy ends. The flip should come back through for Boise State, but Champlain did a great job of getting themselves into final fight territory. LTO does go down, and it looks like they should be just about done, but Luxy does not want to quit on this point.
Yeah, Luxy is just going to commit to dying on this point. They're going to take it right to the 99 there. This fight is definitely not over. All the supports are actually back with the tanks. Rally is going to have to be invested, and the Nano Boost onto Luxio. Luxio's going to go deep here. Champlain doing an amazing contest job right now here, Yelk.
This is phenomenal stuff from Champlain. The Monkey is getting all of the resources to stay on this point. Mage is able to find that Pulse Bomb kill onto Frost before taking down Beanie Bomb. That's going to leave Boise State awfully low on resources. Pleb and Quidgible fall. This could be the first round one. That point never really gained any true percentage, never flipped. Champlain College close out the first round on Busan, and they lead this one 1-0.
Really well played there by Champlain. Just biding their time, finding picks in a, air quotes, lost fight. At least we called it a lost fight. I think Yelk, you and I are due for one of those every game. Kind of calling it before it's
Certainly.
over. But either way, that was really well played there by Champlain. They're able to just keep a toe on the point. Luxy just staying on that corner, and then right as he's about to get beamed down and die, catches the nano. Both supports come back with the Zarya, and they turn on the afterburners.
And before they got the nano too, Javachop did throw that Ana grenade in, which amplifies so much healing. Basically gives Luxy an incredibly extended life. Then the nano boost, then the primal late. Luxy realized they had so much staying power and stalling power that they did not want to flip that point. They wanted to keep the pressure on Boise State, and it paid off big time. Now on Sanctuary, we see some compositional changes as Boise goes with the double barrier, double sniper. Oftentimes a great look on this very open Sanctuary map.
Yeah, double barrier is very good on this map, but double bumble can cut right through it. Frosty is going to take down his counterpart of Frost. Two similar names, but one is going to prevail higher. Icy's a little bit split here, and the dive is going to come out early from Luxy, and the point flip from Champlain.
Luxy is awfully low, but it's the DPS of Champlain pushing hard into Icy. LTO and Mage able to finally take them down. Frosty getting the kill onto Beanie Bomb to send Boise packing, at least in the first fight. And I like what you were saying about Frosty over Frost. I mean, it's going to be a battle of the king of the cold out there. Too bad they're not on the same role.
Yeah, not on the same role, but it's chilly nonetheless. And I just like this double bubble pick far more. I think you can engage into these double shields. You have a lot of things that can just avoid these two shields with the beam, with the tracer, nano monkey. Everything just cuts right through all these shields, and they don't really block a whole lot.
Yeah, they can really take some off angles too quickly with these DPS. Tracer can get right in on the backline. LTO can provide a lot of spam, but can also activate on those flanks as well. Now has that copy in hand, but it's still going to be the Boise DPS locking down this drum off to the right side of the map. They've got the shields to set up, the ultimates to pop. LTO copies onto the Sigma, already has that flux just about charged. As both supports fall, he's got to make a move, able to get the flux off, not quite stunned out of it. The slam comes through, comboed with a primal, but they're unable to find any kills. Mage does find a pair to keep this team alive, but Champlain are not out of the woods yet. Another flux coming through, this time from the real Sigma, Quidgible, and it's able to find Luxy. Pleb does fall, but still Boise State looks strong on this drum, and they should have no problem moving on to the point and maybe securing a flip.
Maybe securing a flip, maybe not. They want to come right back in here and try to touch this point. The flip does come through, but the rally's out, which means this fight is going to keep on going, forcing Boise State to keep investing ultimates early. Narbles is going to find LTO, and Narbles is also going to find Frosty. That should singe this thing right up, but either way, Champlain not giving up here.
Champlain did a great job right there, honestly using that rally. It got out the supercharger, and that's enough value in and of itself. Rally, it's a fantastic ultimate, we all know that, but this team isn't really trying to go up and brawl with the value of that rally. They would much rather just face down a supercharger, get that ultimate out of the way, so that Luxy has a little more wiggle room when he goes in on these big dives.
Yeah, and now Trax just going to be switching right over to that Mercy, is going to want to help LTO just take these duels with the Ashe and with the Hanzo.
LTO just got dropped right there. Frost hit the headshot and Quidgible followed up. Marble standing atop the drum on the point now before getting slept by Javachop. LTO coming out of spawn. Mage, what are you doing, buddy? Gets booped off of the map by Quidgible. Not sure how they found their way off that time, but I'm sure Quidgible will tell us the story after the game.
Quick reset.
Yeah, little reset there. Everyone, quick back to spawn. Group up.
We'll go next. Go next. Warm-up round. Either way, Javachop's gonna have the nano for the engage onto Luxy. It's gonna come out very early here, and this is a dangerous monkey for the double barrier of Boise State.
Falls anti, goes awfully low, but pops the primal to stay alive. Javachop and Luxy able to collect a pair of kills onto some Broncos. Luxy not done there. Primal's down Pleb as well, and this flip should come through, and we are entering the clutch time, the final fight territory, as Boise State has 85% and Champlain now tied up even at 85.
Champlain, they're going to have Valk, they're going to have Grab. You could close it out with a big version of that Grab, but Dragon Strike could be comboed with a pole or a Flux, and then Supercharger to hopefully finish it out. I like Boise's chances.
Massive pick from Narbles. That really just jumbles up this dot comp. Without a Winston, there's not much to go off of, but Mage and LTO have no problem flanking in with perfect timing on the back line, and it is Mage dicing up everything. Beanie Bomb, Icy, and then Frost. Finally, it's just Pleb left on the point, and he can't survive. That is Champlain taking the first map. That's the 7th seed, in case you forgot. A win means playoffs, and Champlain came to play.
absolutely there. And Trax's swap to Mercy, I think, wins that last fight. Has the Valkyrie to keep everybody alive and uses Valkyrie to negate the pick there from Narbles on the Frosty. Gets your monkey right back into it. But either way, Frosty coming in here with the beam. Just walking in, disrespecting.
Yeah, very impressed. At high charge, has the support in tow. Monkey jumping over the shoulder. You'll love it when everything is coming together on double bubble and you get to just hold down W, use that monkey cooldown where he just gets to jump in, and you just keep on taking tempo away and away from the other team. But this is a phenomenal match so far. That was a 2-0, but I do feel like it was still rather close, wouldn't you say?
Oh, absolutely. When it goes that close at the end, I would have said Boise was gonna win the first objective of Busan there. They weren't quite able to close it out. Great play from Champlain. It's not like they just kind of came in and steamrolled it. They had to come in, they had to play their ults correctly. I would say both of these teams have great ult management right now and are playing their cards as about as well as they could. But as of right now, Champlain's double bubble is looking a bit stronger, especially into that double shield pick. When you go with a nano monkey, you focus him down, he's about to die, he pops the primal rage, that monkey just lives in your backline forever. Any resource that you invested into him is basically null at that point, and usually you just kind of win that fight with 2 big ultimates.
Yeah, Winston is kind of thought of the main tank that blows up the easiest, but we're seeing Luxy really maximize the staying power with the help of Javachep, of course, like you said in that first fight, the nano boost onto them. It expired, popped the primal, just the longevity they're getting out of that hero pick is really getting them through these long fights against Boise State. And I'm with you. I think double shield, not quite the answer to go up against a nanoed Winston that can come in. That gun ignores shields entirely, amplified by the nano. Too much for the Broncos to handle, but Hollywood is a totally different game.
Yeah, no, Hollywood is a completely different game, but again, that double bubble is so strong. Will Boise State lean towards that poke comp of the double shield? Because you could definitely run double shield on the first point. You can run it on basically all of the points if you so choose to. But I think throughout the map of Hollywood, especially point 2, double bubble is going to be far stronger and just a better pick throughout all 3 of the objectives. So if Champlain sticks with that, I think it will prove to be helpful to them. But I don't think Boise State Orange is bad at this double bubble comp here, Yelk. I think they're basically just as good, almost as even. We just didn't get to see it on Sanctuary for Busan at the end there.
I would like to see them run that composition some more. I do like how Narble switched over to the Hanzo. It seemed like an answer that fit well going up against Champlain. He was hitting some successful storm arrows, hitting some headshots as well, just creating these windows all on his own for his team to go out and win the fight. But I'm not sure if you stick with the Hanzo if you do go with a double bubble comp, maybe something a little bit more aggressive like an Echo, like a Tracer, because we're seeing that from LTO and Mage. And they're working in such good synchronization, just capitalizing on anything that's isolated, even for an instance in the backline. They're able to confirm that kill.
Yeah, and big ups here to LTO playing the Echo. You said you've seen them on tank before, so clearly a flexible player. And if you're a flexible player like that, maybe you don't choose to go with a pick like the Mercy, where you basically double down on LTO playing DPS. And that is kind of what the Mercy pick is you're doubling down on your Echo being better than the other Echo and such things like that. But once again, we're kind of going to see the same look here. We're going to see the pocket Echo going right into the double barrier of Boise State.
Boise State setting up on defense here. I think double shield is a great look for Hollywood first point. I wouldn't be shocked if we see them change comps on second point. I also wouldn't even be shocked if we saw them not change comps, because I know this is a well-coached team. They've got a game plan. They're going to always set these tanks, this McCree, this Hanzo, up on the high grounds in tough-to-kill areas, and it's going to be up to Champlain to dive those danger zones and come up with kills.
Yeah, and I think Frost playing the McCree instead of Ash on this is going to be a little bit more helpful, adding a stun into the mix along with that rock and pull and the Brig Bash. Just one more thing to try to slow down Luxy here, but nothing's slowing him down right now. As I say it, Luxy going to get chopped right up there and sent back to spawn.
We see these Ana anti-nades making a massive difference for Javachep. That one comes up empty because Pleb had the Immortality Field, but as is the case with Nade and Immortality Field, Nade is on cooldown an awful lot more than Pleb's crucial ability, so we could see those come in time after time. Narble steps up to the high ground that time and lands a succession of storm arrows into the head of Frosty, which will send Champlain packing, at least for now. A little bit of a delay in the fight as LTO wraps around the main side of point, trying to find this kill onto the Brigitte, able to focusing beam down Nerdy Bird, and able to shoot down Frost. Narbles as well, LTO on a tear, closing it on the Sigma now. Champlain has this point all but captured. Boise State now looking like they're going to put up much of a stall, Neely.
Yeah, Champlain did a great job right there. I think Boise got a little bit sloppy and kind of got a little bit split, and as soon as you get split up against this double bubble, the damage boosted Echo is going to come in and dominate along with Java Chop's Antes, and Ante is going to found its way onto Nerdy Bird, and he was dealt with rather swiftly.
Yeah, it seemed like Nerdy Bird did drop toward the point awfully early in that fight, all alone too. You would like to see a tank get there first, but Nerdy Bird was quickly collected by LTO and friends. Luxy was all over that kill right there with him. Now LTO is up by this high ground, and Neely, how important are these high grounds by the catwalk? There's a war that can break out over these.
I love this war. It's the battle of the bridge here, and it's great for this double barrier. I think they can get a good poke onto them. It's hard to dive in here because when you dive in, nobody can really see you. But either way, card progress hasn't really stopped here. The engage is going to come out early, and the nano boost is going to start zapping down everybody on Boise State.
Yeah, we talked about it. That monkey gun is uncontested through those two shields with the nano boost. It's just a triple kill waiting to happen. Luxy shows us right there the true value of that combo. And LTO, no slouch, comes over the top with a volley of shots and a focusing beam to take down the final three.
That just shows you why dive can be so good. But on the other side of it, I think Boise has a good counter dive comp set up here. They have the Bat Brig, tons of aura heals. McCree Hanzo, great spam. If you can find it onto this Winston early, along with this rally, you could maybe open this comp up.
Sigma pops the Flux high noon, trying to capitalize on the targets left lingering in the air, but Frost unable to find anything with that. It will be Quidgible, however, who fluxes down Luxy. Graviton Surge does lock up one. Nerdy Bird is no longer Mage, landing that pulse bomb in onto Frost, and Icy fending for their life in their own little shield bunker on the point. But how much staying power can one Orisa have? Now the damage starts to come in, and Icy is quickly deleted. 450 HP turned to dust, and cleanup kills coming through one after another for Champlain as they finish off the second point.
Yeah, and Champlain did a great job of just moving that cart with the tracer, getting everybody else into position, and then once they could, they made that engage with the nano boost, winning one fight with a nano boost, and then being able to dump every single ultimate into the next fight to close out point two. They're only going to have a nano boost, but that sometimes seems like all this team needs. Luxy with a nano is looking pretty dangerous.
Yeah, just a force to be reckoned with. We see Frost switch over to the make Quidgible on their tried and true Diva. If you've been following the NECC, you've seen them play for Boise State before. Phenomenal on this off tank. I think adds a lot to this composition. Icy is just looking to pop this ultimate and then switch off themselves, but LTO and Mage close in. The charger had to be popped, but Icy not in the best spot to make the most use out of that one, and him and Quidgible both go down. LTO yet again on a tear. Closes in on Frost, but he will be taken down by the right click. The icicle from Frost finds its target, and Mage dueling out onto the point. Does find the kill onto Frost to keep the payload moving, but nearly 3:30 on the clock. It looks like Champlain are going to have this one.
They're marching right through, and now Icy is onto the Reinhardt with the Diva. Maybe that can provide an answer here, but Ryan is, look at him, he's just swinging around for this Winston and can't locate.
Quidgible does counter dive Luxy, able to confirm that kill, but not before Narbles goes down for Boise State. Mage only finds the Immortality Field with the Pulse Bomb. Icy closes in on the front line, falls awfully low. Beat drop cannot keep him alive as he falls to Frosty. LTO up on the walls now after copying that. Lucio gets that high value beat drop. I mean, using the copy to get a support ultimate in the mix and keep your team alive is a heads-up play from your Echo. Quidgible's bomb over the top does find Frosty, and Boise State looks to stabilize this third defensive point and hopefully not have this round end so soon.
Attempting to stabilize, the Mayfreeze is going to come out, and it's going to lock up Trax and Luxy, and now they should be able to just march right along here. Not really, though. They lose a couple people, and they kind of have to be timid. They can't clean these kills up, and that It's going to be the problem with running this Reinhardt here. It's hard for him to engage on anything. He just kind of puts up the front line, says this is where I draw the line, and then it's all on Quidgible to peel that back line. He did a great job of switching to this D.Va and farming up a D.Va bomb, which helped them win that last fight.
I agree, does so much damage in onto Luxy. If Luxy gets caught out of position, closes in on Frosty, and Icy lands a far out fire strike, man, to find Frosty way in his own backline. 2 minutes left on the clock. Boise hasn't stabilized yet, though. Crucial headshot from Frost in the flank. High noon from Narbles. Stunned Fan onto the Ana. Can they get the kill onto Java Chup? Not quite sure. Now, apparently losing a duel to Tracer. Mage just has no quit. Always trying to find a kill on their way out when he knows the fight is lost. Just trying to stagger a spawn on the side of the Broncos.
Yeah, and speaking of far out, man, Narbles, he went all the way up to the high ground, all the way to the back line, and that's where he decided to drop the high noon. That's why you see him lose that duel to the Tracer, because he kind of lost it to the entire enemy team. But he was able to get value with that high noon, find a trade for himself, and kind of turn everybody around. But now, Luxy is going to be swapping on over to the Reinhardt. First time we're going to see them on this pick tonight.
Trax pops Valk and gets immediately gunned down by Narbles. Now it's going to be up to LTO to land a crucial copy. Chooses the McCree of all targets, rolls in. Not sure if they'll be able to build up a high noon. Gets taken care of way too quickly. And Icy lands down an Earth Shatter of all Earth Shatters. Cleaning up 2 so far, but it should be more than enough for Boise to do the rest of the damage on these kills.
Jeez, they're going to be hearing that Earth Shatter next round. That found 3, negated a little bit by the ever so wonderful immortality field, but it was not nearly enough. Everyone's gonna walk in there and clean those up. Now Frosty and Luxy gotta have their tank ultimates, 2 massive tank ultimates. Oh, and Mage is gonna be swapping over to the Mei. I was gonna say having the pulse bomb to maybe toss into that grab, but he's gonna go for the Mei wall, see if they can get a Mei wall pick here on the Icy.
Quidgible and Narbles trying to control this high ground. I would imagine Narbles wants another flank high noon, but Quidgible has to play careful, not let anything transpire on the point that could cause too much danger. Now trying to just eat damage off of that Graviton Surge. Shatter doesn't look like it comes up with much. And Quidgible just gunning down everything all over the point. Target after target locks onto Frosty and Mage. Luxy can't stay alive. Nerdybird collapses onto them. LTO trying to keep this attack alive, but it's just 1 member left and 3 seconds to go. And it should be Boise State keeping this 3rd point for themselves and setting their win condition for attack.
Bomb trying to zone everybody off, but it's not going to get anybody, and they're going to be able to come right back. A dive comp now swapped over to by Champlain. This is kind of what they do, and everyone's sort of back here. This is absolutely losable here for Boise State. Frosty gonna find the Lucio of Nerdybird. Doomfist in the backline, trading cooldowns, dropping his ultimate down, trying to find this Pleb. Pleb's gonna go down. It looks like Champlain could possibly do it. Huge shatter onto the objective here, Yelk.
Big slam from Icy, but it is not enough. A legendary caster's curse unless I do it again. The game's not over, but Champlain, they've got the cart moving. Only a couple meters to go, and they have found a way to finish Hollywood. It looked like there was no daylight left in that round, but they managed to prevail through 3 points. What a round.
That was unfortunate because it was kind of a trade fight. Java Chup did amazing to find 2 kills in that trade fight where it really just came down to Lucio and Baptiste, and Java Chup found 2 kills with his window, and then the Lucio of Trax was able to just stay alive, avoid the D.Va bomb, and then keep feathering those touches, allowing the Frosty's ball to get back, or Luxy's ball. I actually did not catch which one went what. It would have been Luxy on ball because they had a Frosty come in, I believe, with a grab at some point. But either way, that was a massive turnaround. Icy went down. Was one of those picks that Java Chup got, and when he got that pick, Icy wasn't able to swing that hammer on the cart when he needed to eliminate that Lucio from touching.
And I think Java Chup has played phenomenally in this match. It's easy to overlook the play of supports, but they're one of the front runners for my player of the match in this one so far. I think LTO and Luxy are right there with them, but none of that would be possible without the support they've given them, because it is so timing based, especially when Java Chup is on a hero like Ana, to make sure those nades are going in at the right time. The nano goes on to the Winston at the right time when they've got the cooldowns, when they can set up those triple kills we see Luxy getting. Those are all coming off of the play of Java Chup, who initiates things. But I think what saved them that attack was LTO switching over to the Doomfist. You and I have talked about how that hero comes back in stall scenarios with massive potential to find kill after kill.
Yeah, no, Doom, if he stays alive and you can't put him away, he's going to keep cycling his cooldowns, and every chance he gets to cycle those deadly cooldowns, he has a huge opportunity to take any kind of a pick. A big rotation here coming out early from Boise State, though. Trying to take the backside here of this Hollywood first point.
And that will move Champlain off of the high ground effectively. They didn't have to put up much of a fight to move them from that power positioning. Now it's LTO just playing over by this elevator, now pushing up by the dumpster with the rest of his team as Champlain starts to find kills. But I am very impressed. One, with LTO, after seeing them play tank all throughout the fall semester, main tank, wrecking ball, that sort of thing, and then hopping onto DPS, playing very well. This is tough competition. I mean, this is Gladiators division. Flexing at this level is way different compared to any other.
Yeah, it shows true competence on all heroes. Maybe he's more of a DPS player in his free time. Who really knows? I'd be very interested to ask him what he does. But, oh, big Maywall. Now they're just going to storm off this high ground and start trying to take them all down. Huge shatter here from Luxy. Going to find 3 and just sweep him right away with that hammer.
The shatter found the target. LTO ended up with Icy right in his face, landed the stun and the fan of the hammer. That's 300 quick damage that I don't think anyone respects enough. And Champlain goes right back up to the high ground. They know what their strategy is. Boise State has to dislodge them from this spot before they are able to get any staying power on the point.
Yeah, and that May wall is fantastic. Not having to, stay on the ground, just being able to hit that wall from the center of your team. They're going to go for the same rotation again, and a May just staring it down with the
ready.
wall.
Oh my, ready
But
for
no
the
one's
split.
moving. Oh, but a great
big
counter
Maywall.
Maywall.
Okay,
Yeah.
Maywall v Maywall. This is some big brain stuff, but Narbles does go down in the transition, falling to Frosty. And now it's interesting. Boise State is kind of split. Some members on the flank, some members coming out of spawn. We could see Champlain capitalize on this kill out of spawn. LTO keeps on looking toward his right, just looking for that McCree Narbles to come out of the spawn, trying to catch him unawares as Boise State stalls out with control of the coffee house.
Quidgible just barely missing that eat onto the grab and tossing the Mayfreeze onto the ground. Finds basically nobody. Only Quidgible going to be the one to go down here. Gets out Immortality as well. But still a weird fight here. Just kind of prolonged and strange. But now Champlain's going to try to rush in here. 2 Maywalls in the coffee shop here. Frosty and Luxy are going to pick up the kills that they ever so desperately needed.
Yeah, it is a crowded coffee shop. Everyone's bumping shoulders. No one can keep the coffee in their cup. Everyone's spilling drop after drop. But LTO, his hands are not shaking, finds a triple kill to end that fight. And we're seeing Boise State with just a minute left on this clock in a season-deciding game.
Yeah, season-deciding game. Season-deciding point here. Boise is going to have to come in here and get this point and then march this car all the way to the 3rd objective now. But a lot of ults are going to be coming in for Boise, and it should be exceptionally possible for them to take this first objective.
Window comes out coupled with a high noon. That makes Boise shake in their boots, but they calmly rotate around to the coffee house again. That seems to be the look they like to take on this attack, rotating all the way around the back. And Champlain is there to meet them, but with a Maywall, Frost does go down early to Frosty, the king of the cold, but still, space has been made for the Broncos as they look to move forward out of the door. Mage does go down to Quidgible, but a big slam from Luxy sets 3 down, but it's Quidgible with the bomb. The tanks are popping off on both sides, but in the end, it's the Broncos that are stronger with just 15 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, Quidgible doing almost everything that he could on that Diva right there. He's going to find 2 with the bomb. He's going to find a few with the guns before and after the bomb, but a good window as well from Pleb. And a good Mayfreeze there to lock Mage up a bit. He isn't going to get frozen, but is forced to use Ice Block in an unfortunate situation. He's going to get cut down early. So good team play overall right there. Shatter gets blocked by Mage, of all people, early in this fight.
Champlain really pushing their advantage after taking down that pick early after giving up the second point. Boise trying to rally back with a couple of kills, but this payload is still parked in the spawn. Even if Champlain lose this fight, this is high value, keeping the cart here for 30 seconds, 45 seconds. They were able to win it and keep it here again, but they don't have their supports right behind them. They've got to retreat a little bit. Still do a very successful fight to just keep that payload there for now.
Frost with a snipe through the coffee shop. Is going to hit 2 icicles, 1 in the head, finds Luxy. And now that big hold that they had close isn't going to find as much value as they had hoped. Still a decent amount of value. The cart's so far away, only a minute 30. Got to basically be perfect here from Boise, but they intend to be perfect right now here, yo.
And we see this all the time in the high-ranked games. This war over the catwalk high grounds A Graviton Surge and a Maywall win the first fight of the war for Champlain. They now have both high grounds in control and just full firepower supremacy over this point. It is an absolute shooting gallery if you've got all the high grounds around second.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that was a crucial fight right there for Champlain, making it very difficult for Boise. They're going to have to, as I said, be basically perfect here going in. You need to have clean fights, good ult usage, and they have some good ults that they can use. They're going to have Diva Bomb to hopefully clear the high grounds, and maybe Frost is going to be able to lay that May Freeze down up on the high ground as well.
LTO setting up on one high ground, the rest of his team the other, fortifying that front line as it's countered by that Nay ultimate. The Blizzard freezing a few. Icy and Narbles both collecting kills. Frost finally finding the one on the Frosty in his battle for the King of the Cold, but it's going to be LTO and Luxy popping off with the High Noon and the Reinhardt charge. Luxy swinging through Quidgible again, sending them back to spawn as Boise are starting to struggle as they search for more answers.
Struggle as it may be, they have won this fight. It looked almost impossible to win, but with the closer spawns, they're going to be able to storm right on through, and they're going to be able to put this into a one-fight scenario for this second objective, giving them a chance, giving them life in this game here. They have Pleb's window. They could use it from high ground, and Quidgible's massive Diva Bomb. They're going into no ultimates here. Yeah, Boise has a very good chance to win this.
We've got overtime already going down. You can't forget to drive the payload every now and then. Narble zones everyone off of it with that High Noon from the top turnbuckle. Both shatters. Now just the one from Icy comes out, and Icy will be the one who goes down. In fact, Narbles is able to kill LTO. The Diva Bomb flies in over top, but doesn't find anything. Luxy now gets the Zarya bubble onto him and the beat drop. Going in with a full head of steam, swinging through every time as overtime ticks down. Luxy is able to find one. Trax finds another. Frosty a third. And that should be Champlain winning this match and finding their way into the playoffs.
What a game, what a match. That is very good. We still go to the third map here, I believe. I don't know why anything would change on that end, but either way, Champlain locking it up here on Hollywood. Rather dominant here too. That's what you want to see from a team that is going to be making their way into the playoffs, especially with a play-in situation such as this, where whichever team takes it is going to go to the playoffs, and they did it rather dominant, proving that they should and deserve to be there.
This play from Quidgible, though, that is why they just shine on D.Va so much. They have such an impact on that hero that you really don't see too much. Usually the off-tank carries are Zarya players having high impact and high charge, but Quidgible seems to be at all parts of the map on D.Va, finding value with the bombs, coming up with big eats, but in the end today, it was Champlain coming out with the win. Although we still do have that third map. We'll be going to Rialto next, Neely. What do you think we'll see on this last map?
Well, I mean, we've already seen tons of Dumble Bumble, but on that right there, we saw Brawl v Brawl. It's kind of what we talked about. We've been seeing all season here. And Rialto is not a bad map for it. Very open spaces. But again, we might see Boise go back to the double barrier poke comp. There's so much open space on that first defensive objective. And lots of great sniper points all the way through, except for maybe third point of Rialto. Yeah, but either way. Sorry, for a second I was like, I had Dorado in my head, but Rialto. That was what I was picturing at first, and I was like, wait, am I just, messing this up? No. But either way, we could see a lot of different comps coming out here. I feel like Double Bubble isn't exactly what we're going to be seeing here, so this gives Boise a chance to kind of reclaim a little bit of clout here for the Boise State name and take a map off of Champlain.
Yeah, but also I do think Champlain is just running a composition that plays very well to this map pool, and maybe that's why they've found so much success against Boise State in a game that many probably think should be a little closer than it is. Champlain did 2-0 on Control and then put a stop to Boise before collecting the second point on Hollywood. Champlain's looking really good right now, and I think it is because this map pool does play to the heroes, especially that their DPS are choosing to pick Mage. On Tracer, we're seeing LTO on Echo doing phenomenal work, but now LTO flexing, man, going over to tank for this last map, it looks like.
Coming back home, I guess, so to speak, Roy is going to be going in for DPS, which is good to see. I'm sure he was there for most of the season. Obviously, I've never had a chance to cast this Champlain team, but either way, Roy going to be making his way in here, and it's good to get a little bit of your bench players out once you've locked it up. But either way, I still This could be close. I don't think anything's been an absolute blowout up until this point, even though you had the 2-0 on Control. You had the 3-1 technically on Hollywood. It was closely contested. Some of the plays we got to see from both teams were rather strong. Those Maywall plays on Hollywood were fantastic. We kind of thought it was going to be disaster, and then Boise kind of surprised us with a few Maywalls there. So
Yeah, Mage was really controlling the tempo of the game with those splits onto the Boise State Broncos. You just saw him camping those doorways. I mean, Boise State does have to pass through this door with 6 team members in pretty much no window at all because Mage is just sitting on that cooldown looking for that split to happen.
yeah, and it's just tough for an attacking team. You have to be so clean, and even when you run your rotations perfectly, it's still a Maywall. You can still jam them up. It's just very, very difficult. Makes it hard for you to push left and take those stairs because they can hit a Maywall when you push up to them. You can hit a Maywall as they go up. It's so difficult to play into May with Brawl, even if you have your own into a defensive May comp. But either way, could see some more Ryan May here. We're going to have to let the teams decide, as we always do. Sadly, we don't get to pick the comps as much as, I think we wish we could, because I'd run double bubble every single map.
Double Bubble is so much fun. The pacing of that composition, the mobility, it's action-packed. I love seeing Echo in the mix too because then you just have the potential of her using her ultimate to pretty much give us some insane firepower and explosive potential at any point in the team fight.
Absolutely. Echo is a very fun character. Maybe not if you're a tank. When you're on the
Not if you're a tank at all.
If you're on the opposite end of that, maybe Quidgeable on Diva's like, I don't love Echo. She has some good counterplay, of course, on Diva here, but it's still very, very difficult because if you go half in that map, you have nothing that you can do to that big focusing beam from the Echo. But it looks kind of like what I expected. Some double bubble. I didn't expect a double bubble, but on the side of Boise, we've got the tried and true Brawl with the May. Kind of what you want to see, I'd say, from Boise. They did show some success on the end of Rialto playing this comp into double bubble.
I like this look from Boise State, but I'm seeing Roy on this Widowmaker probably coming into the game as a Widowmaker specialist for this team. The one you send in just to click heads when the maps open up like this Rialto map. Mage, of course, on the Ashe with the Mercy Pocket. This team is bringing a lot of firepower into this lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. Swapping over to that Zarya, very interesting when he's been looking so good on the DPS, but Roy, that specialist that you were talking about, takes out Nerdy Bird early and finds another pick on the Frost.
Takes an insane angle, hugging that mega health pack, very far away, playing the range on Widowmaker to perfection. It is going to be Boise State in the end, finding the kills to hold the bridge phase for now, but they've got to collect their spawns and probably concede some space to do so.
Yeah, and Luxie is going to be swapping over to this Reinhardt. Kind of a Ryan favorite map. It is a bit hard to find these dives, especially when you're not holding high grounds, and Narbles is looking for something on the high ground.
Narbles up top, Roy down low by the corner, just kind of supporting Luxie right in their wing. Pokes around on that mid flank, but chooses the wires before going back. LTO with high charge finds the kill onto Narbles. There's a Maywall in the way of Roy. He can't quite reconnect with his Reinhardt, and Luxie does go down. As too much damage from the Broncos is unleashed on the other side of that Maywall. And that's exactly how you want to play this comp. You can see how this Streets phase is so narrow, and the only other option is an incredibly small doorway to get through. Frost can provide an insane amount of value with these Maywalls as long as he times those splits well.
Absolutely. And as of right now, this is exactly what you want to see from Boise. They're like, why couldn't we play Rialto all night? Roy finds Frost early, but a bomb's going to be sent in the back by Quidgeable.
High Noon popped from the top. Roy does a ton of damage on the Quidgeable, but doesn't finish off the kill. The Diva eventually taken out of the mech. Mage throws a bob in that has some high impact, finding 3 in the feed so far. And the payload will continue to move now for Champlain. Boise will have to come out of spawn with some answers. They've got the ultimates to do it. Can they hold the first point?
It's going to be rather difficult, but they do have some ultimates here, and they have some big ones on that. They're going to have Earth Shatter, May Freeze, and High Noon, along with Bull support. They're just going to have to get there and touch. Looks like they're going to do it.
A good Maywall will get them onto the point. Blizzards looked like they trade out, but the Graviton Surge thrown in from LTO could be what seals the deal here, as that is going to find at least a couple of kills. Frost sent back to spawn. This team loses a lot of stability once the May goes down. The Baptiste window thrown out from Pleb gives Boise a little bit of staying power, a little bit more damage. as they still try to fight their way out of this spawn.
Ooh, Mage on a big flank, Roy on an even bigger one. Frost is going to come cut down that high noon rather swiftly in the beat drop to kind of put Boise over the top here, or hopefully over the top here. Quidgeable is going to find Frosty, and now this first point hold is looking all but done. Might as well call it, right? I want to see more Overwatch, and we've got the Caster's Curse on lockdown here, yo.
Yeah, I mean, we could just predict the opposite of whatever we want to happen, and I'm sure it would come to fruition very quickly in the very next play, because that's always how it goes with us. But right now I'm just seeing Champlain with a pair of support ultimates, and that's all I see for check marks up on the board. They could close off this first point right here, right now.
Yeah, they're going to send the Ryan in early. He has Earth Shatter online. Whether he even decides to use it, he's swinging all over everyone. Beat drop to try to keep everybody else up. Quidgeable,
Big
Frost,
slam.
and Pleb goes down, and a huge slam to cap everything off from Luxy.
Luxy always gets the job done in the clutch time. Roy pops off in the kill feed, but it's pretty easy when everyone on Boise is on their backs.
Yeah, makes everything much easier. Some people think Ryan Shatter should be better. I think it's just fine. It can stun absolutely everybody for 2.5 seconds, which is plenty for a team like Champlain to clean up here. And now Grab Dragon's going to be online here, Yelk. That is a deadly combo.
That's a big combo to win a fight, but it won't be enough to get them through the entire point. Neely, how important is this little hotel phase, this lobby that has the staircase on one side and window control on another? We're seeing the combos come in now, so pardon the interruption, but a bomb finds two. Grab Dragon comes out to find a pair as well. Quidgeable, worse for wear, is at half HP. Roy does take down Frost before falling to Pleb.
I think to answer you right there on how important this hotel or room or building, so to speak, the high ground, as everyone likes to call it generally, how important it is every ult was just used right there, Yelk, to try to take control of it and to see who was going to dominate it.
And you've got to make sure you've got that payload moved up at least to the corner where it is now before you can commit too hard to take that area, because if you do it too early, the payload's not where it should be. The defenders come out and they get another fight, but right now it looks like the attacking Champlain team are looking to put a stop and finish off this second point.
Yeah, it's a dicey fight to say the least, though. Icy drastically low. He's going to be forced to get the beat drop. Good beat drop from Nerdy Bird right there to keep everybody up, and Narbles is going to find two. Frosty on the reset. Didn't want any of that, of what Narbles was sending his way.
And they use the beat drop and they use the high noon, but they know what they had to do. And Roy was sitting on a high noon of his own. Luxy's coming back rather quickly with a shatter. So you've got to commit a couple of ultimates just to put a stop to this payload. Now Boise State is set up on this staircase right where they need to be. This is where Champlain seems to have to commit a ton of ultimates and resources to try and take this ground back.
EMP Shatter should be coming out rather swiftly here. Gonna lay it down, but a great counterplay from Luxy to drop. He's still gonna end up getting shattered. Not much he can do about that when you're chased down by a Nerdy Bird's speed boost. But either way, well played from both teams as best as you could. Just choosing to lose that fight on the side of Champlain. Still going to be coming back with tons of ultimates. Using one, though, to try to step everybody back on the side of Boise.
High noon does get popped by Roy. He tries to gun down Quidgeable, but Quidgeable turns around in the nick of time to eat that Peacekeeper shot as it came in. Now sitting on the Diva Bomb, lets it fly, looks down, and hits engage on the Rockets, but it can't come up with any kills. Instead, it's going to be the tanks of Champlain marching forward with a triple kill, now trying to finish off Quidgeable before they finish off this second point.
Yeah, and they have a good opportunity to finish off this second point. High noon and window going to be the only things to try to stave off this attack from Champlain, but a good combo to say the least, because if you can set it up with a hard shield, there's nowhere to go. Both windows going to be getting traded out here early, yo.
Roy has the high ground with his window, though. Fantastic setup from Frosty to just finish the dunk on this point. Every member of Champlain College pulling their weight right now in the kill feed. It seems to be that every single player is finding a final blow in the feed. Second point captured, 1 minute 30 seconds thrown back up on the clock. And now going into third point. Neely, how is Boise State faring on this defense? They've looked a little bit better this map, I'd say.
They've looked rather strong. Frost now moving on over to this Sombra a few fights ago. But now going back to the May, that is what I was actually going to say. This last point is so good for May, and they played so good with May in the May spots of this map.
Roy moves forward aggressively with that high noon, does a little bit of damage onto Pleb, but Quidgeable eats the rest of it. High Noon getting popped in contention by Narbles in his own backline, but it'll do nothing more than zone off Champlain, who take a brawl on the left side, but Icy does fall as he oversteps his bounds. Diva Bomb gets thrown up high in the sky by LTO, but it comes up empty, and it seems like Boise State has enough kills to finish off this fight, and Champlain will have 35 seconds just about to figure out how to finish off Rialto.
That was probably one of the biggest fights Boise could win right there. Only using High Noon and not even to find a kill with it, just to zone everybody off, puts Luxy on the right side, and everybody from Boise is going to rush in, and now they have all of their ults coming online, and an early one is going to be Window right here.
There's the Shatter Bomb coming in. Can they blow up the Immortality Field quick? It's only going to find Frosty as that Immortality Field saved 3. Dragon Strike coming through now, but it is all Broncos in the feed with 4 kills. Make it 5 as Roy goes down to an absolute beatdown. A melee from Quidgible, a melee from Frost. That guy was catching right hook after right hook. And Boise State do come up with the hold, but not after Champlain captured 2 points.
Yeah, Champlain did get 2, but Boise stops this objective right where you'd almost expect to stop it every time. On a pretty good hold right in this choke on 3rd point. If you're Boise and you can get 2 points, this is not an impossible feat to overcome to push the cart this far. So Boise's got a lot of daylight on being able to win this map in their own right, and they're playing rather well, and Frost is playing rather well on this May. I believe he would open up on a pick like this because how they use this comp, they're able to rush in so well as a team. They might be able to take advantage of Champlain and get a map win.
And we're not quite sure what Roy is going to play on this defense. Seems to be a hit scan player right now, opening out on McCree. Mage onto the May as well. So it looks like we have a little bit of a mirror match going on, but LTO chooses the Zarya hero while Quidgible stays on that Diva. I like the look for Boise. It seems like their strongest lineup is with Quidgible on the Diva, Frost on the main, Narbles on McCree going for flanks and kind of controlling that aspect of the game. But Champlain really has seemed like a team where I can't tell what their best lineup is. They just seem to be really clicking right now.
Yeah, Champlain does look really good with no matter who they have in. They have some of the mainstays in the position you want them to be. You have Mage, who's looked good all night, along with Luxy also looking good. And Java Chup has, it seems he's played Bap, Ana, and Lucio, which is a weird rotation for a man like Java Chup. But either way, looking pretty good.
Pretty good, pretty flexible, pretty deep team that the Champlain squad has, and that'll be good going into playoffs because they'll have their work cut out for them. Java Chup able to boop off Nerdy Bird, winning the Lucio battle outright on the most egotistical spot on this Rialto map if you're a Lucio player, especially with a boop. And it should be Champlain keeping this payload right where it is for now as Boise State look to find maybe a kill or 2 by their own spawn. They're able to take down Roy, but it won't be enough to get the payload moving just yet.
Not just yet, but this Champlain team moving all together. Ooh, they're going to go for a little hidden spot play. They're going to drop down onto Boise here, Yelkin. Let's watch it happen.
The decision to make this play happen so quick. The Shatter comes in. No one knew that Luxy had that one. And they make fantastic work of those supports. Quidgible falls with the lack of support, of course. Not before finding LTO. That is good to remove the off tank on their way out, but I would imagine Champlain just does another great job of setting up for one of those quick plays like we saw in the last fight.
Yeah, maybe another quick play like that. They're going to rotate, it looks like, to maybe the other high ground. Maybe just play this blue wall. You can't go for the same play. A team like Boise is going to sniff that out and not allow you to do it again, but you got to love Luxy making that call to go for that flank. Because you know when you go up top, you drop the Shatter off high ground, your main tank's making that rotational call.
Yeah, and he needs everyone there following up, even if it means they take damage and get sent back to spawn. You have to risk it right there so your main tank can make the play they're trying to. Narbles does roll in on the attacking side of things and finds the double headshot onto Mage, not before going down to LTO. Roy able to land the headshot on the Frost, and it's an even 4 versus 4 fight. The high noon gets popped from Roy on the outside. Isn't anything more than a reload cancel, now closing in onto the main tank. Icy, but will end up going down to play. Boise State still trying to drive this payload forward and finish off the first point, but it's not going to be easy. They've got 3 ultimates to do it, but Champlain's starting to come up with some answers of their own.
Slowly but surely are going to win that fight, and Champlain didn't decide to die on that cart earlier, staggering out a bit. Going to make this last recontest for Champlain rather difficult. Narbles finding LTO to kind of cap this one off all the way on point 1. A lot of ults coming up here too, by the way. Yeah, 4 Boise. They're going to be able to potentially roll right on through this. What are you going to say?
Oh, I was just going to say that they're going to go up and get all these stagger kills too, and that's going to secure them this high ground that we've hyped up so much. This is the most key spot of this Rialto map, and to take it for free like that, if you can stay there, the defenders are going to have to work very hard, one, to just kick you off of it, and then two, to get back on the payload.
Cart just started moving, by the way, Yelk. That whole time they pushed up, not one soul was on the cart. Everybody pushes up, so they take a lot of this space, but now they're not going to have their diva to try to hold this space with them, and it could be...
Oh my god! Big air shatter, pardon the interruption, but Icy seriously jumped over the shoulders of Luxy and LTO, but in the end, it is Champlain coming up for the defensive hold and pushing very far up into spawn, but seriously, Icy went for the biggest air shatter I've seen all night.
You love to see it. No problem with the interruption. Oh my, the window with the high noon gonna step everybody off. Icy's gonna get cut down rather swiftly right there and force a reset onto the side of Boise. But as I was saying, always going for the interrupt there, Yelk. I love the big call, especially when Icy goes for a play such as that. Even if it doesn't work out, deserves a little bit of shine here at NECC.
I'm not even quite sure how they did that. They seriously up and cleared over Luxy to drop that shatter in over the back of the staircase. But Neely, we've talked about this before, this part of the map. You've got to choose to take the high ground fight when the payload has progressed at least to one of the final corners on this point. Boise State is rolling in now, and they're going to be able to collect this high ground, but the payload maybe not moved as far as they would like it to, because they're still going to just have to defend this high ground again and again as Champlain gets out of spawn.
Yeah, and another great bomb there from Quidgible. It doesn't find any kills right away, but it puts both of the supports of Champlain down to 1 HP, and then Boise is going to just rush in and take those two out, securing that fight rather swiftly. So even though the bomb didn't show up in the feed, the damage got done, even though it got denied a little bit.
And now the May ultimate will come out for Frost, and this one should find some success, but instead it's going to be the Broncos going down as they're unable to clean up those kills that were frozen. Mage finishing off Icy. And that should do it here for Champlain again as they hold this point. Not looking to give anything up. LTO puts that right-click lob into Frost, and they will stagger Quidgible. And this is what you get for being a diva, man. I'm so sorry, my man.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. You've got that second life, which can be so great sometimes, but then other times you can't find your way to the edge of the map fast enough because you got to reset with your team. And at this level, no one is going to let you reset for free. They're going to force you to make a run to the edge of the map so you can get that reset. But a ton of ults here now. One of them getting popped right away, and a great wall there from Frost to get that speed boost engaged to get across the bridge.
I love what I saw right there, putting that Maywall up in front of the window. It can be so difficult to cross this bridge, especially when there's a Baptiste Matrix and a High Noon popped staring you down. Shatter will get blocked here from Icy, who throws up a very well-timed shield, but still it's going to be Champlain finding kill after kill as Icy is occupied. It's going to be LTO, king of that staircase at high charge, now rolling into the front line. And he'll find three pretty much all on his own, Neely. LTO proving to be a damage dealer also on the tank roll.
Yeah, absolutely. LTO's looked very good all night here, and clearly one of the most flexible. But either way here, Yelk, it was done already by Champlain at the brink with 30 seconds in this same exact position. I don't see why Boise State can't take this fight right here and force this into a potential map win.
Yeah, and that's a big Maywall thrown up from Frost yet again just to get this team in. Throws down the May ultimate now to try and freeze them all up. Comboed with a Diva Bomb. Quidgible finds three. Isn't enough as Roy trades out with three of his own, trying to keep Champlain in this one and defend this second point, but he is finally shot down by Frost, who takes care of both damage dealers on the side of Champlain, and Boise puts a minute and a half back up on the clock.
Minute and a half back up on the clock, and this payload does not have to move too far here. It's just going to have to pass two corners. Doesn't even have to get past the deadly choke of this third point. They did such a great job on defense. Their job on attack looks all but possible.
Yeah, their win condition definitely within reach. Icy can see it in front of him, but Roy pops that High Noon ultimate to take down Narbles. Mage falls as well, but LTO swings this one back in the favor of Champlain, making it a 5 versus 2 now. 5 versus 1 now. Can't even get a word in. Quidgible again. Dude, this is just hard to watch. Look at him just stare.
Oh, they even hit the stun on him to slow him down. They have some mercy, and they're going to take Quidgible out. They didn't even have to do that. They could have forced him to run all the way to the water, but they wanted their little ball charge, and they're going to take it. One more fight here, Yelk, and almost all of their ultimates is going to be Boise State, but a few online already for Champlain. And if they can engage early, they might not even get an ult out on the side of Boise.
Throughout the course of this fight, you're right, the Broncos do have a chance at getting all 6 online, but it could be the support ultimates coming up from Champlain early here to put a stop to this attack once and for good with 13 seconds on the clock. Narbles finds the first kill of this one with the high noon onto Mage, now trying to finish off Luxy, but he's got too much support. Still, though, falling awfully low at half HP. The Blizzard comes through, freezing up the tanks. Headshotting down LTO is Frosty Nerdyberg, closing it on Java Chup and Quidgeable, throwing another bomb over the top that finds kills. And they've only got 10 meters to go, Neely.
Looks like they could do it. They want to take this map win. Hanzo, not a great contest character there from Mage, and that will do it. Still going to be a 2-1. Champlain will take the match, but Boise's going to take the map here.
Yeah, Boise does get the map win, which I guess is a nice end to the season, pretty much. Mage with the play of the game here, and Champlain with a very sweet victory that will get them into playoffs after being the 7th seed. We've seen that story transpire 2 times tonight, once with East Tennessee State University and now again with Champlain College, coming in as the underdog on paper and when it mattered most, beating the 6th seed to find their way into playoffs.
Nice and easy.
Yeah, absolutely great showing there from Champlain, the underdog, so to speak. They had the worst map record, or the worst game record going into this at 1-7, going to close the season out at 2-7, and winning the matchup against Boise to secure them into playoffs is nothing but spectacular and a great way to, you know, again, for both teams, cap off this regular season. A lot of excitement, I'm sure, on the side of Champlain.
Yeah, and how the NECC does tiebreakers is it is matchup based. So if the two teams that are one in playoffs and another on the bubble, if they do match up, the victor of that, in this case, Champlain College, with a perfect example over Boise State, it doesn't matter what the map differential is because they prove themselves in the head-to-head. That is the tiebreak. So that's why Champlain will be going on to the playoffs after this one. But still, Boise State Orange, great season, middle of the pack in the hardest division all season long as your school's second team. I mean, these are gamers at Boise State. We're happy to have them in the conference.
Absolutely. When you have one school that has 2 teams in the highest division here, something to be said about it either way, and still putting on a good performance here. And this whole season was Boise Orange, clearly coached. Even if you don't come out with a great score at the end, you still can watch these games and be like, yeah, these are high level players. They know how to rotate around the map. They can do things together, and sometimes you just can't quite come out on top here. But either way, Champlain comes out on top rather strongly. And do you have a player of the match here, Yelk? I think we both were looking at LTO and maybe Java Chup as 2 of our potential players of the match. But do you have one that you might want to narrow it down to?
Those are the 2 that come to mind for me without a doubt, and I just have to give it to LTO purely because they're flexing. I mean, if you're flexing the Gladiators division, that's insane in and of itself. And they were doing work, 1 on DPS and then 2 on off tank, not missing a beat.
Yeah, absolutely great play here from LTO all night. Even though when he did flex over to tank, they weren't quite able to pick up the map, but a few other swaps came through. You know, sometimes when you're playing in a league match and you swap the lineup up, maybe you lose a little bit of momentum. Maybe Boise gets to keep any momentum that they had, but either way, still looking rather fantastic. Some big grabs coming in and a lot of just raw kills with that laser cannon.
So LTO it is decided. We've got 4 matches down. Neil, you're going to be casting the 5th and final one at 11 with Septilence. That's University of California, Santa Cruz versus Fresno State. Again, Gladiators division, top level of competition in the conference. Should be very exciting. Any final thoughts, Neely?
No final thoughts here from me. Just excited to catch you guys in just a little bit here on NECC. Yelk, is that going to be all for you?
That is going to be all for me for the night. I had fun casting 3 games, and I'm just going to kick back, relax, and watch this final one unfold. But chat, thanks for hanging around with me. Keep hanging around for Neely and Septilence as they bring you the final match in just a few moments.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Jeez, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable. Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable essay. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to what is going to be the last game here of the NECC normal season. I am Septons, joined by Neely to bring you Boise State up against someone.
Nope.
No, Boise. No, I was wrong. I was right the first time.
You got it? You got it now, Septons?
I doubted myself, but please, Neely, take away my embarrassment.
All right, well,
clean this all up for us.
California Santa Cruz versus Fresno State here to close out the NEC season here. Both teams are going to be 6-2 going into this game, locked in for playoffs. So not really going to change anything looking at the playoff picture. Maybe a little bit of seeding that I'm unaware of, but either way, this is the top of the bracket here for these two teams, and it's going to be an absolutely massive game here tonight here, Septons.
Yeah. No doubt this is going to be a great game. Like you said, they're both definitely on the up and up here in terms of records. They're both going to have those positives. And you mentioned this a little bit already. I don't think winning or losing here is going to knock anybody out of anything. So I think this is going to be a little bit more for honor than it is for placement. But, you know, like you said, maybe there's something we're not aware of where this could be just one map as a seed differential or something like that. But it's only one way to find out. Our first map here tonight is going to be Busan, which I'm super excited to see. Those who've been watching all night, maybe not so much because you've seen it quite a few times already. But this is the first time I've been around tonight, and Busan, one of my personal favorite maps. So I'm very excited to see what these teams bring out.
Yeah, Busan's a good map. Something with this map pool that I at least got to see last game, which was also a Gladiators division game, is Double Bubble seemed to win a lot of these games. So I'd imagine we'd see a lot of that here as well. Double Bubble can get a lot of value with these high grounds. Widow sees some play on multiple points of these maps. Only got to see 2 of the points last time. Didn't get to see the one brawl map, the mecha base map for Busan last time. Maybe we'll get to see it this time. There should be a brawl that breaks out on there with the May. Seems to still get run a decent amount. You can run that brawl on Hollywood, but also we saw basically an even amount of brawl versus also the double bubble comp. So I'd imagine seeing a lot of double bubble out of these teams, at least this week, even if in past they're just running straight brawl all the time. We're a brawl team. That's, you know, what some teams identify as. But either way, when certain maps, you know, come to you, you kind of got to play what they force you to. And double bubble seems to be rather strong right now, but we'll see how the matchup plays out here, especially between 2 top teams.
You know, I'm very excited to see that as well. I'm a huge fan of Brawl personally. As a Reinhardt player, of course, I want it to be a Brawl kind of meta, but playing Zarya Winston at double bubble comp has been very common as of late. Downtown in particular lends itself to that quite well, and Mecha Base kind of one of those not guaranteed Brawl maps, but a map that you kind of expect to see Brawl coming out. King's Row is another one where Reinhardt's almost a staple to the map itself, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Brawl on Mecha Base, but like you said, the other 2, Sanctuary Downtown, perhaps we're going to be seeing that double bubble a little bit more instead.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and starting off just like we did for the Boise State versus Champlain game. Going to be bringing it right here onto downtown. And Widow could see a little bit of play potentially, which is going to force out the die. But I'd imagine a little bit of Echo, a little bit of double bubble from both of these teams. But I could be proven entirely wrong. Sometimes you just get to see a mirror between 2 teams. And that is going to be what the meta is for that game. Sometimes meta is decided by the 2 teams and not exactly what exactly, you know, the meta is. But either way, hopefully, as I said last game, we don't get to decide the comps, because if we did, we'd probably see something very similar every single time. They get to choose, and they will tell us what they're going to play. And it's looking like Brawl v Brawl. So
yeah, Brawl v Brawl here, like you said, that's going to be an interesting matchup, and I hope to see that, you know, the Ryan Diva versus Ryan Diva, a big kind of crack in the armor here of this comp is sometimes the Divas get a little bit overzealous, they get caught out, and then the entire comp kind of crumbles underneath that. So hopefully we see a little bit more coming out from those Divas to play a little bit more safe in terms of aggression and not pushing in too hard, especially Sushime right now, going to be rocking that May. You know, the name is coming to fruition here, and now that's really going to give that Diva on the opposing team a little bit of trouble pushing forward.
Yeah. Either way, it's going to break out right here. Pretty much a mirror comp, except Enigma is going to find his way onto Tracer. Bit of a different look than the May. Not as much of a staple as May, but still gives you some good options and lots of good flanks here, Septons.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing some great flanks come through here indeed, and now it looks like we're going to be seeing Enigma with a lot of damage early on, trying to get some value off of it as quickly as they can. UCSC going to have a little bit of ult charge advantage for just a moment, and then we see immediately it's going to be flipped out. They lose control of the point, and they're going to be forced off just a little bit. This could be a free cap coming through relatively early.
Yeah, no, early cap here. Well, not early cap here. Early control taken here of the point. Enigma's going to go down, but Ionic's also going to find Rigby. EMF goes down, but it right away to the other way. It looks like he takes a dip off the map here. Both Ryan's going to be down, and this is a bit of a brawl here. Either way, Fresno has taken the objective first and is trying to take over a boot from Otters onto Cree, and 2 windows coming out. This fight is not over even close yet. either way, it's still going to be brawling out here on the objective. And it looks like Santa Cruz is swinging this one back. Still 30% taken by Fresno, but Santa Cruz doing a fantastic job here, Sephiroth, to win that fight. Well, Sephiroth is a bit AFK at the moment, so I'm going to have to take the reins here. Billy Hunter is going to have the Shatter Online. EMF as well with the Shatter Online. High Noons coming out from both sides, dueling Noons. One's going to get a May wall up and actually open up a ton of space. Suguru is going to find 2, and the MGCL is going to find EMF. Now everyone trying to just take this point back swiftly here is going to be Fresno State, but a great play on the side of Fresno to wall that McCree up in the air to get over the Rise Shield and find 2. Not much you can do there when the D.Va isn't able to eat it. Now we're just going to be rolling into the next fight here. Everyone's staging where they're going to fight this high ground being taken. Window coming out from Santa Cruz. Bomb gets tossed into the back line with the Shatter. Gonna find 4. Now the Maywall to try to keep everybody up. Sushimade's gonna find Otters. High Noon coming out to try to lock this up. EMF is gonna go down. A lot more ults used than I would have expected, but still gonna keep 3 on the side of Fresno State. And looking like they're gonna be ticking up into that 1-fight territory very soon here, and they have far more ults. They're gonna have 3 ults online here, 2 support ults along with the May Freeze, and really only a beat drop and a potential May Freeze coming up here for Enigma on the side of Santa Cruz. Fight staging out, Window coming out early, zoning everybody out. They're gonna try to push right on through it. 2 May walls stack up right on top of each other. Otters drops the beat right down, trying to keep everybody up, to keep everybody away. Sushime throws the May Freeze down. Looks like it's gonna be able to lock up just the D.Va. Thought the Ryan was going to find a way into it, but he's going to break LOS on that. Rigby's going to go down to Ionic along with MGCL right there. Vasoc also going to go down. Ionic's going to find his counterpart on the Kree, and now it looks like Santa Cruz is going to be trying to take this point over with the late freeze onto Fresno State. Otters finds Billy Hunter. Enigma finds his counterpart on May, and at 99%, Santa Cruz is looking to take control of this point, but either way, Fresno State is not giving up. They're going to take this as much as they can, trying to find any exit picks that they can, and Suguru is on this objective, and he's not giving up just yet. Either way, gathering that point. Gonna just give it up. Shatter comes out, finds just 2. Maywall's gonna block off part of that, and the Window now from Robin gonna be coming out, trying to zone everybody off. Shatter stood tall. Billy Hunter, no one is gonna get found there. Billy Hunter's gonna find 2 with a fire strike through the window. Rigby gonna find Moses on the BAF with the boop off the map. Takes a train ride right away. Mayfreeze trying to swing this one back. Bomb gonna be coming down onto point from MG, and he's gonna find 1. Actually, I'm sorry, Vasoc throws the bomb, finds his counterpart, who also used the bomb. Very confusing with all the bombs flying around from both sides. Rigby might even need to use the B here to close this one out. Ball's going to be made on the swamp to try to close this out at 9-9. This flip has actually happened. No more percentages going over to Santa Cruz right now. And it looks like Fresno State is going to be able to close this out if they could just get everybody off the point. I'm trying not to Caster's Curse anything, because Lord knows when I say anything about these two teams definitely winning, it goes the other way. But a good round here, and it looks like it's just gonna be me talking for this whole thing as of right now. Not exactly sure what's going on here on my end, but either way, it looks like my partner is getting back into the Overwatch server, hopefully, and can hopefully continue to cast this with me. But not either way, it looked pretty dominant there from Fresno State, just kind of coming out and taking the point control, and it looks like no double bubble is going to get run by either of these teams tonight, which is a bit surprising after casting our last Gladiators division with far lower ranked teams that weren't picking up nearly as many wins.
Yeah, no, definitely not a lot of wins coming out as well. And sorry about that, folks. I don't know what happened, but hopefully I'm back. So we're going to be jumping into this. No double bubble coming out. These teams are going to be sticking to that Ryan D.Va. From what I heard, the last round had a little bit of back and forth, so maybe they don't want to change anything up. Maybe they just want to try to flip things over their head and get back into it, but I'm finally back here. We're going to have to see which of these teams gets some magic happening. Ionic is going to find Sugariru right after Sugariru gets a kill onto Enigma. 1 DPS taken offline for both sides, and Robin with an early immortality field trying to make up for the rest of the team, forcing out one from Moises as well, trying to get a little bit of damage coming in there, and it looks like they're not going to be able to find anything yet, but there it is. Otter's finally able to pick up Robin, and the main support is going to be gone on the side of FSU, and now they might have to tuck tail and run as Bully Hunter falls as well.
Yeah, and a quick fight there, kind of turning it the other way. First point control cap on any of these control points is always exceptionally strong, and Santa Cruz is going to take it right here. Fresno was able to take it on the last point, and it proved to give them the point win, not the map win, but the point win, and now Santa Cruz is going to be coming in here, and they're already going to have the window and the shatter online, absolutely blowing the doors off of Fresno State in terms of ult charge.
Yeah, no, there's definitely a huge differential here in Ultras, like you said. And speaking of ultimates, Amplification Matrix coming out very early from this Baptiste, trying to force a little bit of rotation. And now all 6 players on the side of FSU, they've kind of fallen into one position. But at the same time, I think we may have seen a little bit of hubris coming out from UCSC because they just got rotated all the way around behind it. It looks like it's not going to matter as Ionic, again, able to find Sugariru. And that McCree going to be gone, not able to get any kind of damage. Going to be a very difficult fight to win. Your main damage dealer on the side of FSU is gone. It's going to be a difficult fight to come out on top of, especially as Rigby falls right before being able to get that beat off or online there. Bully Hunter is going to fall as well, and it's just going to be one by one. They're taking, not fall, the ultimate not coming out. And now MGCL committing a bomb late into the fight, but nothing is going to come out from it. Robin is gone. Here comes another bomb from the opposing D.Va, and it finds Tsushime. This fight, again, looks like it's going to end in favor of UCSC.
Yeah, it's looking very strong here for UCSC right now. They kept so many ultimates right there too, and they regained Moses' window right back online. MGCL is going to get staggered out just a bit. And this is looking like a completely different round here. Already 70% taking over here for Santa Cruz, and they are looking to possibly shut the door on this point and take Fresno to the next point of Busan.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe just downtown's not their map, right? They're really coming out strong. They're starting to swing here just a little bit, and they may be able to 99-0 this, 100-0. Sugariru is going to pick up the first kill here onto Ionic. So that's going to be the first time in a long time we've seen a fight in favor of FSU. Now flanking in the back line, trying to get some damage, maybe even a lucky elimination. Could really shake things up, but it looks like they're not going to get much. Otters dropping the beat in the App Matrix coming out from Moses as well, trying to get some value early on, and it's definitely going to be found as Bully Hunter taken offline again. Nobody's able to touch, and there it is. We're going to stage 3 here on Busan.
Yeah, it's going to be taking it right to Mecha Base here, too. If thought there was going to be double bubble, it would have been on one of those first 2 maps. Now we're going to Mecha Base. If I see it, I will be kind of blown away a bit, because this is the Reinhardt map. This is the Rhine May map. The chokes are so devastating here. This point in particular, whichever team takes first point control has a massive advantage in defending advantage of this point. So I'm going to be looking to see who can take that first, because as of right now, whichever team is capped first has won the points, so they could, whoever caps first could win the map overall here.
Absolutely. We've seen that pattern come out already twice, and there's only 3 stages on this control point, right? So Santa Cruz, they're able to cap first on that second stage, and they come through and they're able to win it, take us all the way to stage 3 Mecha Base. Looks like it's going to be that classic brawl on one side versus that modified brawl on the other. We see the Ryan D.Va up against the Ryan Zarya, and it's going to be a bit of confusion coming out as the Zarya is obviously going to keep Bully Hunter alive a little bit more, but Sock is going to be able to eat a lot of damage coming out from the enemy team. MGCL already making that Zarya worth it, able to find Ionic right in the fight. Rigby taken out by Enigma, a 5-5. We see the stun coming through from the Reinhardts, both of them able to make it out for the time being. Nobody going to fuck way up, but Bully Hunter already has Earth Shatter online, and that could make a huge difference coming up in this fight if they choose to use it. But Sugariru with the triple kill, just going to pretty much roll through Santa Cruz here, make it a quad, able to find 66% of the team there.
Yeah, that was absolutely fantastic right there. Walls coming up from both sides. A long fight, to say the least, but now that first point control that I was talking about here, Septilence, is going to go right over to Fresno State, and it could prove for a massively fantastic defensive hold. These words I'm using don't even make sense at this point. Just trying to come up with them.
It's the late night game. That's usually what happens around this time of the night, is we just are doing our best, and that's all we can be asked to do. Sugariru able to pick up that double kill, and Rigby finding one as well. MGCL finds Enigma, and right now the May v May, I mean, we're really seeing it work out in favor of Tsushime. We're seeing a lot of value come out. First, it was kind of the McCree versus McCree, where Ionic was really coming out on top of that, but now that Enigma's kind of been on this May again, Tsushime's really been able to take the lead in terms of aggression.
Yeah, and MGCL looks really good on the Zarya. Quick rotation now, actually, here from Santa Cruz. Going to be going the other way, taking this opposing high ground and forcing an awkward brawl.
Oh, an awkward brawl indeed. Speaking of awkward, this grab was a bit of a weird one. It does grab 5 in the process, and Bully Hunter really able to just swing into it. Full advantage. Now they've committed only the 2 ultimates. Robin did drop that Ant Matrix before dying as well, and Enigma does go for that tactical reset. A technical team kill coming through in favor of FSU, and it looks like that curse, for the time being, is not going to end anytime soon because they have yet to even be shaken a little bit here on Mecha Base.
It is just so hard to get in on these points, and the thing is you can't even poke for your ultimates because you're only got 1 door to shoot through. There's no open space, and Billy Hunter has another shatter and he's looking to use it.
Yeah, slow rotation coming out. They're going to commit Ant Matrix. That's just going to force out Beat. Here comes a Blizzard. Here comes a Shatter. And now the double Blizzard coming out from Tsushima. Here's the high noon. So ultimates left, right, and center. And already such in favor of FSU. They find 4 eliminations. They get 5 eliminations in this Diva. She is not going to make it out with her life. That is going to be another technical team kill. A couple too many ultimates for my taste to win it. But, you know, if they're able to win the point, it will all be worth it.
Absolutely. And it's going to be a rush. It's going to be a scramble for Santa Cruz to try to get to this point, and it's going to make it very difficult to have any kind of a bit of a good fight. Enigma does get that touch though.
Yeah, Enigma gets the touch, and here comes Ionic with that high noon. It looks like he's not going to be able to find anything yet. It looks like they're going to use a little bit of rotations, and Tsushima is going to be taken offline. So in that final moment, you know, it was that now or never moment, a bit of a panic push coming out on the side of Santa Cruz, but they are going to be able to win it so far single-handedly to Ionic, who's found a double kill as well as the Immortality Field. EMF is gone, and MGCL with a phenomenal grab. Bully Hunter just going to swing right into it. He's got the Shatter as well. The Ant Matrix comes out from Robin. The Shatter hits 2, but Enigma takes out Bully Hunter in the mix-up. Robin unable to find anything quite yet, and this Tracer making a huge difference so far. The bomb now coming out, able to find Tsushima, who's now in the Doom Fist. Final moments, final opportunity, and Santa Cruz, they get to live another day here on Mecha Base.
They do get to live another day. Lots of ults used from both sides. Questionable at times, but everything forced out. Another ult from each side. EMF is going to be the only one with an ult online, along with Enigma here with the Pulse Bomb. EMF could change this whole game with a big Shatter to win, despite it, but a big stick going to get negated by the Immortality Field.
Yeah, the Immortality Field going to keep the team alive, and EMF able to find Bully Hunter already. Now, these are the fights we've really seen FSU lose super fast, is when Bully Hunter falls, and, you know, the proof is in the pudding right here. 4 of them already make it, 5 eliminated, and Tsushima probably going to be eliminated as soon as she falls out of that cryo freeze, which indeed did happen. That's going to be a technical team kill in favor of Santa Cruz here, so now they're running out of time to recontest for FSU.
Yeah, it's quickly turning on its head, and that fight was set up beautifully by Ionic. He stuns Billy Hunter up, and EMF is able to lay that Shatter down. Nothing easier than a stunned up Reinhardt. Now Suguru gonna pop that high noon, finds nothing though. Now we're going right into the last fight here, Septolus.
Yeah, this is the last fight scenario as they round that 80%. These fights have been shown to take a little bit longer if they haven't been instant shutouts. So we're already seeing this one kind of last a little bit longer than some of the fights we've seen earlier today. Suguru almost falls, but isn't going to be taken out quite yet. There's really no ultimates online quite yet. Rigby going to be the first with that beat. Robin not far behind with that Ant Matrix, but they've got to survive to use them. There's the beat, and I assume the Ant Matrix not too far behind. There it is, and what a Shatter from Bully Hunter. Able to find 4 in the mix-up. They're going to get ripped apart here just barely in overtime. We see a touch come through from Rigby, so it's a good thing they didn't accidentally see 9 out with a little bit of overcommitment. We see the Pulse Bomb come out. He just is able to bubble through it, and there it is. 99-99 there on Mecha Base, but FSU, they are able to win it.
Yeah, they're able to switch it right at the last second, just as Santa Cruz did. Both teams were able to finally win a fight after giving up 99% to the opposing team. But either way, with that first point cap, we're able to close it out. And MGC out here with a massive grab onto the entire enemy team. I'm surprised that he even got the play of the game. Usually it gives those over to the Reinhardt. But either way, Overwatch knew this time, Blizzard knew that that was all on the back of MGC out.
Absolutely, and wow, Moses, 23,000 healing. That's 42% of the damage that team has taken. That is quite wild. That is almost half of the damage they received. Absolutely insane. And Bully Hunter with 25,000 damage blocked. So a lot of great damage blocked coming out from that Ryan as well. And I'm kind of surprised because every time we saw him on screen, he wasn't necessarily holding up that shield to see that that's how much he blocked with that over-aggressive play style. You can only imagine how much he would have blocked had he played a little bit more defensive.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're always surprised at how much damage Orion can truly take, especially when Maze are on both sides, because May is not known to be much of a damage dealer, more for setting up your pushes, walling off Reinhardt's, and kind of just using that damage to just poke for an ultimate. But either way, we should be moving right along here to Hollywood, where if both teams are just going to run Brawl the whole time, it's still a great Brawl map. You can get some very interesting fights. There's high grounds you could take just by taking an elevator. You don't need to necessarily have something that can get you up there. But I know just as I set both of these teams up to say that they're gonna play brawl, they're gonna go right over to that double bubble playstyle because it is again rather strong on this map here for Hollywood. So really, it's gonna come down to what both teams want to play, and at this point, it's about dead even on the brawl setup. So I could definitely see that kind of coming to fruition here on this next map.
Absolutely. And if we see that kind of basic brawl, Ryan D.Va versus Ryan Zarya brawl, we could see a huge advantage for the team that chooses to run the D.Va because she can utilize the high grounds, in particular on second point, a little bit on that first point area. But, headed to that third and final point, we see a lot of the high grounds with the Saloon and with the Bank. And the D.Va can get up there a little bit easier than a Zarya is able to. So I think if it does come down to it, the D.Va does win that matchup. But of course, like you said, we could be saying all this and blowing smoke just to find out neither team is going to be running that comp at all. So I'm very excited to see what these teams are ready to bring out and if anybody's going to make some drastic changes to maybe win a little bit more convincingly, because as we've seen a victory come from FSU, it was a hard fought one. They did not take that easily.
Yeah, no, it was, I mean, it was right down to the wire. Obviously, Sanctuary was a bit one-sided, but it was the only one-sided point of the whole thing, and they weren't even able to close it out for a, two-map win there to take the map win, or two-point win to get the map win. So either way, it's deadly close. I think when you have a control point that goes that close, all of these maps could basically be just as close, and really anything could kind of happen here. Any team could come out on top, and any team could win this overall game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like we're seeing Enigma is going to be swapped out for Superman on the side of Santa Cruz. So that DPS slot is going to be changed, but they're still bringing out the May. So it's curious to see why they'd change the player if they could still play the character you wanted. And unfortunately for Bully Hunter and EMF, both these teams still rocking a May. And when there's a May on the opposing team, as a Reinhardt, you just get to play that rectangle and you do not get to do much else, because if you get frozen up, you will get deleted in the blink of an eye.
Absolutely. But either way, coming out here on the brawl, we talked about exact mirror comps from both teams. You kind of have to have that D.Va so that if you do drop off the high ground, you can still have something that can re-engage back up onto it, throw a defense matrix onto it, just give you a little bit more flexibility in this team fight. But a quick rotation with a wall up onto that high ground to get to this objective.
Yeah, wall v wall there. Definitely worked out a little bit better for Superman, but they were still able to make it out. And now we see kind of FSU doing what I always call a very high-risk strategy, where they go for a very long rotation, because if they win it, that's great. If they lose it, they burned 25% of their time bank trying to get it. So this is going to be a bit of a confusing one, but I think we're seeing, they're going to go for that slow push and not going to pay off for the time being. Rigby taken out and Bully Hunter not far behind. Robin has the Amp Matrix, but Moses just bloodthirsty as ever. And now, like I said, a minute off the clock for a failed push. That is rough.
And not a lot of ultimates here. Robin is going to have his Amp Matrix along with Moses. That ult charges so very quickly, but Superman, look, already has this May freeze online right now, and Sushime is only at 55, so once you get these defensive May ults rolling, and the massive stagger, I'm like, what is this team doing on the left side here? It's absolutely using and abusing MGCL on the Baby D.Va. So unfortunate for them. That is almost a minute 30 off the clock for one push, and you're not going to get to start as quickly as you would have liked.
We see that happen a little bit more on King's Row. Seeing that on Hollywood isn't super often, but still, it can happen on any map depending on the speed these teams want to push in. And MGCL being staggered was another free 10 to 20 seconds off the clock here. So that's going to be rough. We hear the high noon coming out. Amp Matrix is out, and EMF with the double fire strike. That's going to be another team fight win already. Not exactly a team kill yet, but MGCL, going to be DMAC'd, probably going to be staggered to oblivion all over again. This is such a disaster here for FSU. Right now, I mean, if we can keep seeing such a solid defense from Santa Cruz, I'm not sure we're going to see the rest of Hollywood quite yet.
Yeah, it's looking very difficult here. They're going to have to try to go for the remake just to force them to kill him. Oh, but Moses is going to go down to Sushime. That is a massive pick. You're going to get so much free space here. It's going to force a pushback now, but a quick push in from Santa Cruz.
Yeah, big pushing indeed, and they go for a couple of ultimates here. We see Sushime with the Blizzard, Superman with a Blizzard of their own, and it looks like Superman's may have been a little bit bigger. This D.Va finally able to get some value. Otter finds a kill, but Rigby picks up Ionic. The trades, I believe it's 3-2 in favor of Santa Cruz for the time being. If they can get the D.Va out of mech, that'll be huge, but right now, both these Divas are still vibing around with their mechs online. FGCL has that D.Va bomb, and Bully Hunter has a Shatter. Yep, here comes that bomb, probably just an attempt to remech. Isn't going to be able to find any kill, but is going to be able to get you another mech completely for free. Now, the problem is we're seeing a lot of rotations come through from both teams. Santa Cruz Cruz. They're getting the numbers back, but a triple shatter coming out very early on from Bully Hunter. No kills being followed up off the back of it. EMF only 70 to the shatter of their own. This fight can go either way, but you've got one, make it 2 ticks online. Slowly but surely, FSU might finally been able to do it.
Yeah, finally might be able to do it. This is still an absolute brawl to the point. Billy Hunter's gonna go down in a lot of open space now, and picks aren't coming through here for Santa Cruz, and nothing but picks here for Santa Cruz, and nobody can touch this point. Oh man, I did not think that could have possibly gone the other way. Sugariru though is gonna find 2 in the back. They're gonna try to pop the high noon. Been ambitious if you ask me. Maybe it was just going for the quick reset on the clip there. But again, this fight just never stops here, Septilance.
It really does not. It has not stopped yet. I'm amazed that that fight was just 1-for-1 trades all the way across the roster, up to 5 kills on both sides. It really got down to that Lucio versus that McCree, and you know, Sugariru was just a little bit lower on that health bar. Speaking of McCree's, here's Ionic with the high noon, gonna get eaten up by a very hungry D.Va. MGCL almost has that D.Va bomb online. Once again, EMF finds Bully Hunter, who every time that Reinhardt has fallen, we've seen the team lose that matchup. Now there's gonna be 10 seconds left on the clock. This is a bit of a disaster. They're trying to cap, but they simply do not have the numbers. Bully Hunter has to change that wrecking ball in an attempt to touch. Superman is going to commit that blizzard as well, trying to keep the team off the point. Tsushima just barely able to make it out, but not going to survive. The pulse bomb being eaten up by that D.Va as well, able to get a double kill in the mix-up. Rigby finds Superman, and now the numbers coming out. Bully Hunter is on that wrecking ball, just playing that spin to win strategy. MGCL with the bomb, able to find the D-Mac into a counter bomb coming out from VA here, trying to get a little bit of damage. Gets the kill onto Rigby in the Baby D.Va form. You see the pile drive come through from Bully Hunter, and this has really been a 3.5-minute fight coming through. Bully Hunter finally going to be eliminated. MGCL loses that mech, and 81.3% of the point will be capped, but it looks like the rest will not. A great hold coming through from Santa Cruz.
Everybody get out their water bottles from both teams here. Nobody ever stopped fighting there unless he went back to spawn. I thought when Moses got picked there, it was going to be a quick and easy cap. Santa Cruz fights back so strong. They're forced to use all of their ultimates, though, so I'm like, well, Fresno should be able to push in here with the ults they were able to save. Roll right back over them, but Santa Cruz just never said die, and they have set themselves up to take a very quick Hollywood map and get it to a 1-to-1 right here, Septilance, in the game, especially when Fresno looks so strong on control, taking 2 points.
Yeah, Fresno looking super strong in control. Becca Base in particular, they had that great, we went to a pretty close matchup, but they really did give us a lot of great ultimate usage and a lot of great coordination as a team. We didn't exactly see that on that 3.5-minute fight that took place on point. It was just continuous, keep running in, keep trying to get kills, because it wasn't just them running in and getting eliminated. It was a 1-for-1 trade almost every single time. So FSU, they probably had that mindset, oh, we're even. We can probably push and we have a slight spawn advantage, but they never moved in fast enough. And then either that or we saw somebody from Santa Cruz get some kills at the most crucial time, and unfortunately for FSU, it just did not work out. Now they've got to stall 80% of this point, because if they lose Hollywood, they could end up losing this series 2-1.
Yeah, absolutely. But either way, I was hoping Superman was going to come out into the Doomfist, show us some Superman punches, but May, a bit too necessary right now in this meta, and especially on this map, you want to set yourself up to take this point quickly, and the quick rotation up these stairs, I love this rotation, but it's going to get walled off by Tsushima very quickly.
Yeah, great wall from Tsushima, but maybe a little bit overzealous as you don't get the opportunity to wall anybody off, and now you don't get to get a kill on quite a large cooldown, and they're not going to be able to get any value off the back. But they've got a couple of ultimates, and now a wall coming out from Superman. We hear the left shift coming through, and it's not going to be able to find any kill quite yet. The Immortality kill now online as well. This is a very close quarters matchup. Moses already with the Amplification Matrix trying to get a lot of damage, but their D.Va has lost her mech, and there is no Immortality field in sight. Sugariru with that first blood of the fight, able to find Superman and take them offline. It's going to be a bit of an aggressive matchup here, coming through a 5v6 with a very mild spawn advantage for our attacker. Superman now respawning, and a lot of ultimates getting charged here for FSU, but not quite the same amount for Santa Cruz. Here's a shatter, here's a blizzard, and here's quite a lot of freezes onto EMF and Ionic. The kills are going to come through, and FSU a very solid defense, where they used a lot of ultimates to win that last fight. They've got 4 more online for the next one.
Yeah, great defense here from both teams so far. I mean, Fresno looking to put a stop to this. They need to hold it before 81.3%, and not a lot of ultimates here for Santa Cruz. They should have built up, I think, a few more, but they are going to have 4 coming online, but 4 already built here for Fresno State are going to be very deadly to go into, especially since they can now engage with these ultimates, and they're going to do just that.
Yeah, we see a wall come out. The wall almost more helpful there for the high noon. Boop Sugariru up into the air there, and EMF able to find him with the fire struck. We hear the bomb coming out from MGCL, but it's not going to be able to find anything yet. The beat drop coming out from Rigby and an Ant Matrix coming from Robin. A lot of ultimates being committed from FSU because they know they need to win this. They've now given up nearly 1/3 of the point. They do not want to give up any more. Moses with another early Ant Matrix able to find Sushime right away. Rigby picks up EMF, and again, we're seeing those 1-for-1 trades coming out from the teams. Moses finds Rigby in a very aggressive blizzard coming out from Superman, just trying to find the survivors. MGCL is going to lose that mech, and just like that, Hollywood could already be over.
Yeah, and Moses on this high ground, just completely uncontested, finds 2 on his own. Blizzard comes out to find some more picks, and it's looking rather dominant here from Santa Cruz. There's still going to be a touch here from Lucio, but that will be it. You never know. You got to give every team a chance because these teams know how to swing it back, but now it's going to be 1-1, and it's going to have to be decided here on Rialto.
I love Rialto, one of my personal favorite maps in the game. Also one of the maps that we get to play a little bit more of in a little bit of a different light recently with those archives events that just came out. Very fun, very beautiful map as well. And I'm curious to see if, I mean, this is almost single-handedly because of Moses. I think he got in the final fight maybe 3, possibly even 4 eliminations. Yeah, okay, there's 3 right there. So maybe even 4 eliminations in that final fight, just making all the difference and healing 42% of his team in the process.
Yeah, they, that fight I thought was 100% lost for Santa Cruz, but when the window comes down and Moses is going to hit that many shots, it gets cleaned up rather quickly. And I mean, that's about as quick as Hollywood could go, you know, by all intents and purposes there. So we're going to be going into Rialto. If we get another first point hold, this could be a rather quick match here, but I do not predict a full hold coming out right now. I predict a decent amount of this map getting taken. May is a very interesting character on this map because on the second point there's so much high ground, but you can use May walls in all those tight spaces with the staircases. I see this going at least to 2 points at the very least.
Yeah, no, I think it's going to be interesting because the first point in particular lends itself not super well to Zarya. So again, we maybe see those divas, and that's kind of the tail for the rest of the map until you get to maybe that third point. The high ground doesn't really exist anymore, but we have to get there before we can worry about that. I'm very curious to see, is it just going to be that same comp, that Ryan, Diva, McCree, May, Lucio, Baptiste, or are we going to see any changes at all? Because so far, these teams, they've found what they believe is kind of their comfort comp for the time being, kind of that meta, and they've really stuck to it.
Yeah, absolutely. No one is even thinking about running double bubble. And if you weren't thinking about running double bubble on those last 2 maps, you are not going to be running it on Rialto. It is a rather good brawl map. It was one of the better GOATS maps back in the day, way back, which means Ryan is always fun to play here alongside with a May. So either way these things go, I mean, right now Moses is putting on an absolute performance. Whether he's winning or losing the maps, he's looked rather good, doing tons of healing and getting tons of amplification matrices so far in this game. And Superman, after the map win, you're going to go with him as your secondary DPS player. So he's going to be locked into that DPS spot. Any other changes on the side of FSU? I have not
I don't believe so.
Does not look like it.
Yeah, no, this is looking like the same. Yeah, the same Hollywood rosters, I believe. So we saw Superman subbed out for the second map. It looks like they're going to be sticking around for Rialto, at least for the time being. Nobody's requested anything else, so I'm very curious to see. I'm curious to hear even. Maybe I will find out at the after this game why sub in Superman for Enigma if they're going to be playing the same hero. Maybe it's just a difference in play style. Maybe they're more comfortable on the hero, but just a very unique swap in my mind. You don't see that often. You usually see a swap because they specialize in blank and the other player doesn't. So to see them swap a player just to play the same hero is quite interesting.
Yeah, it can be a bit interesting, but either way, maybe Superman does have a few things he plays. Maybe you think, we have him to play certain things on point 2 and 3 of Hollywood. We don't get to see those points of the map. You got to run that May, so you don't really get to see maybe what they scrim, what they practice, what his depth brings. Because you would imagine that on certain points, if you are going to switch out May players, it's not because Enigma did anything wrong or did anything poorly, because I thought he actually had a pretty good round. But I think they put Enigma in potentially because he has a better Tracer. Tracer gets a lot more value on Busan. Superman maybe has a better May, and then maybe has more of a... Maybe you could go more double hit scan stuff, because on a point like this, I actually saw some double sniper, double hit scan play from those two teams, and you could easily see that it's a good sniper map, especially opening up out of the spawn for a pick.
Yeah, no, definitely a good sniper map, and also something that we see occasionally. I wouldn't say we see super often. We do see it sometimes is that double shield coming out, that Orisa Sigma. We see Sigma, I feel this is probably one of the maps he's played the most on as of late. He's kind of been forced out of the meta recently. A lot of nerfs in several patches have kind of made him less and less useful, but we see him utilize the high ground quite a lot here. What's it called? His Gravitic Flux as well is great for this map because a lot of it's close, tight corridors and there's nowhere to run. But, you know, I assume these teams probably going to be sticking to that Ryan Diva.
Yeah.
Oh. I'm embarrassed already.
I think they're stream sniping. It's got to be.
They must be. They must be.
They're just trying to mess with us. Way too early in the spawn to say anything, but if EMF starts making the trip, wow. I don't think I know anything about this game. I swear to God. I can watch all the games all night. A time-tested thing that keeps happening, and in this matchup, it's been exactly the opposite. This is the one map that Brawl was run pretty unanimously, and Dumble Bumble was more the pick on the other two, but you know, what do I know? That's why I'm not playing collegiate Overwatch. It's why I am casting it. So, but on the side of Fresno State, they're going to do exactly what I said. So,
50-50.
50-50.
Absolutely, and like you said, you know, if we were good at the game, we'd be playing it, but we're behind the desk for a reason, so we are definitely going to be here. Now we see a very aggressive push coming in from FSU. They're able to make it over the bridge, and there's no aggression coming out, and they're going to be able to get first corner seemingly for free, so that's going to be some great value. A lot of the teams, they get stalled on the second corner, or they get stalled right before first point cap, so usually kind of see at one point or another. EMF finally going to drop down, get a little value. A great bubble from that Zarya, able to make him take very little damage. Now already 25% of the way to that Primal Rage, and there's the first elimination. Bully Hunter again, the first to fall.
Yeah, and as you've said and you've keyed into a few times, when Bully Hunter goes down, the rest seems to fall apart. But that is what happens when you lose your main tank. You have no way to engage, and now the opposing team is going to have all the means to engage into you without another main tank. Now you're going to be kind of getting staggered on this right side, but playing together well as a team and getting that immortality down, maybe trying to bait them into a kill of your own.
Yeah, maybe just trying to have them get a little bit over-aggressive, a little bit overzealous, but it's not going to pay off. We see a little bit of patience from Santa Cruz, and that's going to be able to pay off. Not for long, though. Suguru able to find that headshot onto Ionic. The Tracer already missing, and losing a DPS isn't exactly going to be a nail in the coffin, but losing Otters, losing that Brig, that's going to be a huge issue. We hear the grab coming out already from Sock. They're able to find a double kill in the mix-up. Superman finds one. Tsushime finds the Zarya a little bit late in the fight. MGCL losing that mech, and a lot of trades coming back and forth for the time being. I think there's only one support in play. Otters is finally returning, so we see a support advantage here in favor of Santa Cruz. Bully Hunter gone, Tsushime gone, and the attack just going to get stalled in the second corner again.
Great play from everybody. I'd say Superman was the winner of the fight right there.
No doubt,
He
no doubt.
constantly kept shooting people as they started over-committing onto the weakened team. He just kept finding those picks and kept putting people away. Santa Cruz couldn't take control, but they are looking exceptionally dominant right now in this upper bracket Gladiators matchup.
Absolutely, they are looking quite dominant indeed. Busan looking a little bit rough, but as of late, you know, the second and third maps from what we've seen so far, Santa Cruz, they have just been nothing short of dominant. We see the nano onto EMF, excuse me, not able to find much. Bully Hunter just barely able to find a double shatter there, not able to get any kills off the back of it. Instead, EMF, the main tank, going to be able to find Suguru on the Hanzo now, which does make a lot of sense. We see Hanzo on this map relatively often, but not able to get any value quite yet, unfortunately. Like I said, cart, it gets stalled in the second corner, it gets stalled right before point cap, and right now, I'm not sure we're going to see this card go any further than second corner.
That's looking rather dominant right now, and EMF takes that nano boost, and I was just like, go in, go in. He played it so slow, just holds his high ground, and then eventually denies the high ground with that nano boost and finds the pick onto Sugariru. And just the patience from EMF was just top tier right there, and he wins the fight all the same.
Yeah, absolutely. I was kind of thinking that same thing. You want to push in, you want to get hyper aggressive, but he chose to play patient, and at the end of the day, it really paid off. Now we're seeing FSU, they're playing a little bit of character musical chairs here, where they keep swapping over and over. I think this is the fourth, maybe only the third character we've seen Sugariru on already, but now, I mean, you could have been halfway to, if not already to, in ultimate, so that's not going to be great. We saw MGCL and Bully Hunter swap as well. They've got 45 seconds so far on these ultimates, and they're definitely running out of time to do it, so this swap, hopefully it pays off for them, because if not, it could be the very reason they lose this fight.
Great pulse bomb on the MGCL, but Tsuchime is going to find Superman, so now they're not going to have that Ash to shut down all of these sightlines, but I do enjoy the comp switch up here from FSU. They're going for the ball hog composition, and it's just very interesting. Both tanks are very self-sustaining, and you can do a bunch of different things. They do not have to work together, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to get this first objective.
And I'm not sure it's going to be enough either, especially with not enough time to really farm these ultimates, because that's really where Billy Hunter would get the value on that Wrecking Balls, being that nuisance until the minefield, and then cleaning up with said minefield. But so far, just not able to get the damage necessary. Ionic finds one. Suguru gets a kill onto the Zarya, but it may already be too late. Tsushima going to be swapping out of the Doomfist just to return to the point in time and try to farm just a little bit harder. But right now, I mean, just this double bubble has been working out so incredibly well. Now you've eliminated one of the bubbles, but you've still got to deal with the other. EMF finds a kill, and here comes an Ash from Superman. Going to be huge for the point. Suguru and Tsushima finding some kills. Superman and EMF picking up some of their own, and it's going to be some great value already for the defending team. 3 eliminations, make it 4, make it 5. MGC on Robin fall, and the card will get stalled before that first point cap.
EMF and Superman
Just wild.
played that so well right there.
No
EMF
doubt.
just never dying, always staying in line of sight of his Ana. Just he stared down a Roadhog while jiggle peeking his shield, but was just in enough line of sight through those plant pots right there in the middle with that tree, to where his Ana could see him and keep boosting him up with those heals, and he's able to just stick around, starts to focus the things that Bob is focusing, and just win that fight. I mean, that for all intents and purposes, I would have said that they lost that fight, but EMF stays up in the paint and gets it done when it counts. And now they just have such a short way for this cart to go. Usually when you full hold, it's right at the brink, but
Right.
it only got around 2 corners. You're just past blue wall. If you lose one fight clean, it is all but over.
Yeah, realistically, it really is. Maybe you go for the Havana hold and you hold all the way up in spawn just to buy yourself some more time, get those 2 fights. But if you lose even one fight here, if it's a convincing fight in favor of Santa Cruz, they've pretty much won Rialto. So, I mean, this is kind of a last-ditch effort for FSU here.
Yeah, and Santa Cruz, it's honestly blowing my mind that they didn't run more double bubble. I feel like this could have maybe
Agreed.
been a 3-0 if they pulled it out on control, but in either way, they look dominant with running the brawl on Hollywood. So I, you know, again, this is why I do not coach these teams nor play on them. But EMF has looked like one of the best Winstons I've seen, other than from Boise State Blue of Guac.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this has been some great Winston gameplay, and yeah, I would also compare it to that Boise State player, Guac, because he is also an incredible Winston. And it's been fascinating because we've seen kind of the issue from FSU is that there's always someone they're not focusing, and it's that someone that rips the fight apart. First, it was Moses on Hollywood and not Baptiste. This time around, it was EMF, and as I said, look who's the first to fall. The focus on the EMF finally does come through. That's going to be huge here for FSU because it really was EMF was the very reason they ended up being stalled so aggressively. Now you've gotten rid of that Winston, you can kind of follow up on the rest of the team afterward.
Do love this composition. It was a meta from a few metas ago, the Ball Sigma comp, different DPS, slightly different supports that are getting played with it, but it's 2 tanks that are very self-sufficient, which allows your Baptiste to get all kinds of offense involved and allows your Tracer to go in with the ball as a little tag team onto whoever you want to focus together. And when this double bubble engages in hard, all the resources go into the Winston, and then the Ana gets a little bit left behind with the Brigida.
Yeah, the Ana getting left behind is not going to be good. And if somebody can peel to save the Ana, you know, Brig is a great choice. But they can only survive so much damage as a duo. And Tsushima already able to find Superman. There goes Moses as well. This is a great stall so far from FSU. We're already down to about 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes. And the thing is with this game is even though it looks like Santa Cruz is going to run away with this one, whoever wins this point right here, this close hold, is going to win the whole match. And as of right now, we're almost halfway through this, and it's looking almost more dominant for Fresno right now.
I do not disagree in the slightest. I mean, also, I talked about it, Sigma. We see him sometimes. MGCL on it right now, doing a great job, able to find a double kill in that fight. Bully Hunter with a double kill of their own. And they're about to have 5 ultimates online for FSU. We see maybe 4 coming out from the side of Santa Cruz. So this is going to be an interesting fight.
Yeah, not an ult has even been used. They've been winning all these fights in the neutral. So they're going to have all sorts of ults. They're going to engage early with this flux for MGCL. He's not going to find anything, and he's going to fall off the high ground and get focused down by this double bubble comp really very quickly.
Yeah, that's a disaster commit to Gravitic Flux and got taken out for it. Bully Hunter now committing the minefield. That is 4 ultimates into one fight here. This is going to become a fight of desperation as they are losing the numbers one by one. FSU trying to get the values that they want. Tsushima is going to be able to find 1 kill, but Sokka and EMF, they find 2 of their own. Tsushima the next to fall. And if I'm not mistaken, unless we see some crazy hold coming through, that is probably going to be it. Is there's no more opportunity here for FSU to get the numbers, and they actually aren't even going to touch. They're going to get grabbed right off point, and talk about a convincing win for Santa Cruz. They get held for a couple of minutes, but right after that, they just roll through like crazy.
And even though you do get that full hold from Santa Cruz and Fresno not being able to pull it off in the same fashion, Fresno looks so strong, even in that.
No doubt.
Just the way they
No
were
doubt.
playing that. I can't believe they lost that fight where they had 6 ultimates online and weren't able to pull it or clutch it out. I think they were trying to save some ultimates. Look at Vasok up on this high ground with Zarya. Not generally where you see the Zarya, but I think he used a few nade hops to get up there, lays the grab down, and is able to finish it herself.
Yeah, the grab was phenomenal. It was absolutely massive, and it's an interesting one. Grabbed on one side of the wall, so they first of all weren't able to eat it, and second of all didn't know it was going to happen. So I think 3 people got sucked into the grab there. She was able to get 2 kills, and it really did make all the difference. I mean, just the tank gameplay there on Rialto from Santa Cruz was nothing short of super impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. I think EMF was just lights out once he got onto that Winston. Just so strong. Obviously, on the first push, he kind of got put away, but sticking with the comp, sticking with the ults, and knowing that you're going to be able to split this team up at a certain point, it looked very strong there from EMF. And that switch of Superman into the lineup looked very strong as well. A little bit more flexibility over to things like hit scan. Ionic then played the Tracer that Enigma would have played. Just a great overall showing from UCSC, and a great way to close out the season for them. You know, 'cause this
Absolutely.
is the last game. This is basically was a playoff match, not really playing for anything, so maybe not as intense. I'm sure FSU
Right.
could come out even stronger once it's playoff time for real, but this was basically a playoff match we got to see here tonight, and it was played almost perfectly to a T.
Absolutely, and that, folks, like Neely already mentioned, is going to bring tonight to a close. The next time you will see this Overwatch division happening is going to be during playoffs in the quarterfinals, which are going to be on April 18th. That is a Sunday, so keep an eye out for that. You'll see a lot more information probably on the Twitter. You know, keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on the channel. Drop a follow to make sure you know when the channel is going to be live again. But for the time being, folks, the night does come to a close. Thank you, everybody, for sticking around, especially if you are East Coast watching. I know that it's just now approaching midnight for us, so thank you, everybody, so much for sticking around. That's going to be it for us tonight. Check your posture, drink some water, and don't forget to love each other. We'll see you guys on the 18th.